Yeah, I see the live stream is up, just confirming it. All right, stream looks good. At this time, will sergeants please start their recordings?
Computer recording started.
Thank you.
Cloud is rolling.
Thank you, and good morning, and welcome to today's remote New York City Council hearing of the Committee on Public Safety. At this time, would all council members and staff please turn on their video? To minimize disruption, please place electronic devices on vibrate or silent mode. If you wish to submit testimony, you may do so at testimony@council.nyc.gov. Once again, that is testimony@council.nyc.gov. Thank you for your cooperation. We are ready to begin.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for joining our virtual hearing. I'm Councilmember Camila Hanks, Chair on Public Safety. Welcome to the Public Safety Committee budget hearing. I would like to acknowledge that we've been joined by my colleagues, Councilmember Brewer, Brannan, Botcher, Hanif, Yeager, Holden, Caban, Ariola, Barron, Stevens, Ayala, and Councilmember De La Rosa. Today, we will discuss the fiscal year 2023 preliminary budget. We will hear testimony from the New York City Police Department, Civilian Complaint Review Board, and the city's 5 district attorneys and the Office of the Special Narcotics Prosecutor. Before we get started, I would like to thank our public safety staff, our senior financial analyst, Nevin Singh, Jack Story, Deputy Director Issa Wright, and Counsel Josh Kingsley. I also want to thank my staff members, Chief of Staff Marcy Bishop, and the Budget and Legislative Director Paul Casale. First, we will hear from the New York City's Department Commissioner. She can't see well. We look forward to partnering with you in your tenure to keep New Yorkers safe. Now I'd like to turn it over to our moderator, Committee Counsel Josh Kingsley, to go over some procedural items. Unless you want me to start the.
Chair, are we ready? Are we ready? You should finish your opening statement. And then
okay, got it. Thank you.
Sorry. After you're finished, we'll turn it over to the police commissioner. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you. So public safety is a top of mind for all New Yorkers. This portion of the hearing, we will hear from NYPD first, will focus on the fiscal year 2023 preliminary budget for NYPD. The hearing to discuss the mayor's blueprint to end gun violence in depth will be held on March 30th. The New York City Police Department's fiscal year 2023 budget is $5.2 billion. This is a large allocation of resources and reflects our commitment to keep our citizens, making sure they're safe. The NYPD budget supports 35,030 uniformed officers as well as 15,021 civilian personnel. We are here today to discuss the NYPD strategy and efficiency in employing these personnel to keep our city safe. Over the last 2 months, we've learned of several new strategies to address gun violence, new units called neighborhood safety teams that have been deployed to neighborhoods with high rates of gun violence. One of the most significant changes in the NYPD is the cancellation of the transfer of $304 million from New York City School Safety Division to the Department of Education, School Safety Division to Department of Education. Together, we will work on a budget that works for all New Yorkers. Now we will hear from testimony from Police Commissioner Stilwell. I will turn it over to our moderator, Committee Counsel Josh Kingsley, to go over some procedural items.
All right, thank you so much, Chair. Thank you, everyone. I'm Josh Kingsley. I'm counsel to the Committee on Public Safety. Before we begin testimony, I want to remind everyone that you will be on mute until you're called on to testify, after which you'll be unmuted by a host. I will be calling on panelists to testify individually. Please listen for your name to be called. I will be periodically announcing who the next panelist will be. During the hearing, if council members would like to ask questions to the administration, please use the Zoom raise hand function. Additionally, all hearing participants should submit written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov. Our first panelists to give testimony today will be representatives from the NYPD. Testifying for the police department will be Commissioner Sewell, who I believe the chair just acknowledged. Additionally, we'll have Edward Caban, who's the NYPD First Deputy Commissioner, Christine Ryan, who's the NYPD Deputy Commissioner of Management and Budget, Isa Abasi, who's the NYPD Deputy Chief, Michael Lipteri, who's the NYPD Chief of Crime Control Strategies, Oleg Chernovsky, who's the NYPD Assistant Deputy Commissioner, Jason Wilcox, who's the NYPD Chief of Transit, James Essig, who's the NYPD Chief of Detectives, Kathleen O'Reilly, who's the NYPD Chief of Patrol, Kim Royster, who's the NYPD Chief of Transportation, John Miller, who's the NYPD Deputy Commissioner for Counterterrorism and Intelligence, Teresa Tobin, who's the NYPD Chief of Interagency Operations, Matthew Pontillo, who's the NYPD Chief of Risk Management, Marlon Larnin, who's the NYPD Deputy Chief, Juanita Holmes, who's the NYPD Chief of Training, Amy Litwin, who's the NYPD Deputy Commissioner of Department Advocate, Ernest Hart, who's the NYPD Commissioner of Legal Matters, Martin Morales, who's the NYPD Chief of Personnel, Edward Thompson, who's the NYPD Deputy Chief, Danielle Pemberton, who's the NYPD Deputy Commissioner of Strategic Initiatives, Jeffrey Madry, who's the NYPD Chief of Housing, Kevin O'Connor, who's the NYPD Assistant Commissioner, Danny Farina, who's the NYPD Tech Support, Kenneth Perez, who's the NYPD Deputy Inspector, and finally Donna Jones, who's the NYPD Chief of Staff for the Commissioner. Before we begin, I'm going to administer the oath. We're going to go to the police commissioner. I will say the oath, and you could just raise your right hand and affirm as well. I think we're going to just do it all at once. We normally do it one by one, but since there's so many folks, we're just going to do it all at once. So police commissioner and all the other folks in the executive conference room, I'm going to administer the oath, and I'll call on each of you to please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions?
Yes.
Excellent. All good. Go ahead, police commissioner. Thank you so much for coming.
Good morning, Speaker Adams, Chair Hanks, and the council members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before the Committee on Public Safety and to discuss the mayor's preliminary budget for the 2023 fiscal year. I am joined today by members of my executive staff, as stated, who will assist me in answering your questions. I would like to begin by congratulating the new council members who have been given the privilege and swearing an oath to serve the proud and resilient people of this city, just as I recently did. Though we take an oath to serve, our driving purpose to serve does not rise merely from the words that we say. It comes from our hearts and our shared values, and from the inspiration we see New Yorkers as they lift each other up through dark days and drive forward to a brighter and safer future. I am convinced that our individual and collective successes in leaving the city in a better place than we found it hinges on our ability to effectively work together as partners. Partnership and cooperation should never be viewed as a dilution or abandonment of our individual mandates or responsibilities. Rather, it must be viewed as a necessary path to achieving sound policies, sensible legislation, effective initiatives, and an informed government that will make the lives of those we serve better. To that end, I want to voice my commitment to improving the lines of communication between us. I believe your ability to be effective and responsive to your constituents depends on your ability to seamlessly communicate their concerns to us and our ability to timely inform you of developments in your districts. Over the past months, executives from the department's Legislative Affairs Unit and your local precincts have introduced themselves to most, if not all of you, and exchanged contact information. While I expect these contacts to improve in addressing your needs, I'm exploring additional methods to relay relevant information to you expeditiously. I believe public safety is the key to recovery. The way forward for us as a department and as a city in these challenging times and climate is to dedicate every necessary resource to our shared goal of ensuring the safety of all New Yorkers. As the city reopens and beyond, the NYPD will do our part to ensure that workers, residents, and visitors from near and far feel safe when traveling into and throughout this city. Every business, small and large, and the workers who are the lifeblood of this city's economy must have the confidence that they will be able to get their work done without fear of standing on a subway platform, walking down a street, or that a criminal with a gun will put their lives at risk. Every person must be free to live their lives without warily looking over their shoulder. I have been meeting with business leaders and organizations representing our business communities to hear their concern as they return their workforce, and we are adjusting to those needs accordingly. I am certain that an improved quality of life is central to achieving the greater goal of safety, and the NYPD is committed to advocate for every victim, fight for every block, and protect every single neighborhood. We are identifying the pockets of crime and violence and focusing our resources accordingly. So far this year, we know homicide arrests are up 20%, rape arrests are up 40%, robbery arrests up 24%, felony assault arrests up 18%, burglary arrests up 13%, and grand larceny arrests are up 21%. Car thefts arrests are up 42%. We are employing a precision enhanced deployment strategy, which has already put hundreds of more cops on the streets and into the transit system. And our neighborhood safety teams will supplement this work, focusing on seizing illegal guns and apprehending the offenders who use them. Guns arrests currently closely parallel the significant increases of prior 2 years, and I anticipate that those numbers will continue to improve with the dangerous work of our neighborhood safety teams. With their extensive training and oversight, which is an outgrowth of the concerns you and New Yorkers expressed to us, these teams will be the most qualified, most prepared officers in the nation, and will seize guns and take them off the streets before someone, too often a child, makes a decision that they cannot take back. Throughout the last 2 years, the NYPD has embraced the challenge to do more with less. It required nothing short of a reimagination of how a modern police department functions, how it leverages its resources in the most efficient and state-of-the-art way. I am committed to moving the ball forward by achieving public safety while enhancing efficiency. This process has already begun with a top-to-bottom review of every bureau to determine where the current structure inefficiencies are and redundancies exist, and which programs and units should be redesigned, consolidated, or even eliminated. We will also conduct a comprehensive review of our training curriculum with the goal of modernizing, reorganizing, and streamlining to ensure the training being received by our officers is having tangible results on the streets and is not merely an exercise in fulfilling training mandates. This will include meaningful participation by our community members and crisis management providers in our curriculum. New York City has the privilege of being identified as one of the most, if not the most diverse police department in the nation and cities in the nation. It is important that our officers understand the people and communities they are policing. This understanding should not merely consist of cultural immersion, but must include an understanding of the basis of distrust of police in certain communities and appreciation of the downstream impact of growing up in poverty, in abusive households, and without someone or something having an impact that changes the trajectory of someone's life. I believe that communication goes well beyond the words that we speak. It is my firm belief that a deeper understanding of those who we swore to protect and serve will enable better communication and further a climate of mutual respect, which in my assessment is what breeds trust and preempts escalated encounters. In both the public and private sectors, technological innovation is the backbone of any drive toward efficiency. We will continue to push forward and leverage technological norms embraced during the pandemic in order to communicate with a larger number of New Yorkers, to help fight crime and to provide services. For example, the pandemic required us to radically improve our streaming and remote access capabilities at an extremely accelerated pace. This will now afford us the opportunity to leverage this increased capability on a number of fronts, from streaming Build the Block and precinct community council meetings to retooling the department's online presence to facilitate ease of use by the public. We will also continue to create more user-friendly online dashboards to share information and to identify opportunities to allow for more streamlined and cost-effective process for individuals seeking service. We look forward to the council's continued support to procure more Argus cameras and fund their maintenance. These cameras are an invaluable tool in deterring and solving crime, and the demand for them outweighs the funding available for the ongoing costs of their maintenance. SpotShotter is another key tool that enables rapid deployment to a location where shots are fired. And with your help, we will continue expanding our ShotSpotter capabilities. The ability to quickly respond to shootings and secure vital evidence is one of the most effective tools we have in tracking and tracing trigger pullers and the lethal firearms they use. The department will also continue to fight crime with tried and true policing techniques, while at the same time exploring every opportunity to develop collaborative relationships to make this city safer. The NYPD has long had and continues to expand its public and private sector partnerships through Operation Nexus, NYPD Shield, and the Lower Manhattan Security Initiative. These local and national partnerships count tens of thousands of entities that share information and resources in a collective effort to keep New Yorkers safe from all threats. Many of these partnerships emerged out of a collective appreciation of the risks posed by domestic and international terrorism. Likewise, in addition to our participation in a number of task forces with our state and federal partners, the recent creation of the Gun Violence Strategic Partnership, which is led by our Deputy Commissioner for Community Partnerships, is an outgrowth of the significant increase in gun violence. This is a strategic initiative whose members include representatives from over 20 local, state, and federal law enforcement and prosecutorial agencies who meet daily to share intelligence and build prosecutions against those terrorizing our communities with gun violence. This model of collaboration and information sharing has been recognized by President Biden as one that should be replicated nationwide. However, if we are to realize a long-term vision of public safety, minimal enforcement, and a marked impact on the number of individuals sentenced to incarceration, this vision must be achieved through prevention and not reaction. Waiting for criminal behavior to occur and then reacting to it will only drive crime, enforcement, and incarceration. I believe that government must examine its interactions, or lack thereof in some cases, with two primary groups in order to have any type of meaningful impact upon downstream criminal behavior: our children and the incarcerated. For its part, the NYPD has made great strides with its youth strategy by shifting to a holistic opportunity-based approach. Our youth coordination officers will continue to be the primary drivers within our youth initiative. YCOs, the youth coordination officers, have the ability and resources to develop long-term solutions. And unlike NCOs, who are assigned to a particular sectors, YCOs work with young people across the whole precinct. YCOs focus on identifying at-risk youth, providing opportunities, fostering connections, and securing resources. Their work is tailored to the specific needs of the young people in the communities they serve. The NYPD Community Center at 127 Penn provides an ever-growing range of services, such as academic planning, fitness and wellness programs, music and dance classes, and mental health, counseling service, and many others. The Explorers Program, which teaches the importance of higher education, self-empowerment, positive reinforcement, responsibility, and self-discipline, served 1,500 kids last year. Our youth leadership councils educate and empower our youth, and advocate for positive changes to the relationship between the police and our youth, as well as to become more civic-minded. The Summer Youth Police Academy is a 6-week program during which students attend classroom sessions with lecturers, engage in role-playing, and receive instruction topics on law, social science, drug prevention, and gang resistance. The Police Athletic Leagues provides year-round sports leagues, which include football, basketball, softball, and volleyball, as well as workshops on a wide array of youth-related topics, including personal safety, cyberbullying, police and youth relationships, gang prevention and awareness, and peer monitoring. The Options programs helps our kids build decision-making skills and provides access to career development opportunities through a series of workshops, training programs, and internships. The Summer Youth Employment Program provides paid summer jobs for youth in every borough in the department, and we are increasing the number of youth we will hire this summer. These are just some of the many ways we try to reach our youth. And as police commissioner, I commit to identifying additional ways and resources and opportunities for engagement. But in order for us to be successful, this effort must be comprehensive. It will take coordination between agencies, which is now happening under Mayor Adams' leadership, to identify at-risk youth and deliver needed services to them and their families. It will take effective service providers and mentors with meaningful insight and metrics for success. And it will take a collective effort to change the mindset that has led some of our youth to believe that they must join a gang to be safe, or that they are striving for academic success isn't cool, or that it is not worth trying to become a doctor, a lawyer, a financier, or police commissioner because it is unattainable. The other inflection point I refer to is our support of those who re-enter society after serving their prison sentences, or said differently, how we currently underserve that population. I firmly believe that recidivist criminals are responsible for a disproportionate amount of the crime in New York City. If our collective goal is to ensure that these individuals find a better path and leave a life of crime, we must address the systemic flaws that allow them oftentimes to be released after serving their sentence with only a bus ticket, a small amount of money, and a prison identification card. Many individuals are released into homeless shelters. The NYPD is committed to working with our sister agencies, legislators, and advocacy partners to improve re-entry. The possibilities are myriad, but action must be taken if we are to break the cycle of recidivism. Turning to the preliminary budget and its impact on the NYPD in the coming fiscal year. In totality, the NYPD's fiscal year 2022 expense budget is $5.6 billion, the vast majority of which, 90%, is allocated for personnel costs. The remaining 10% is dedicated to non-personnel costs, including technology that provides officers with immediate access to critical safety equipment, tools, and applications. As part of the program to eliminate the gap, the department's personnel funding saw cuts of $129 million in the current fiscal year and $61 million next fiscal year. These savings include a civilian headcount of 770 vacant positions, including 200 non-safety civilian positions and a reduction to the school safety headcount vacancies of 560. The Offices of Management and Budget has indicated that as the department works to hire up to headcount, they will work with the department to provide additional staffing as needed. Before I conclude, I want to take a moment to speak directly to all New Yorkers and to express my sincere gratitude to you for joining us in mourning during the recent tragedy and losses of Detectives Jason Rivera and Wilbert Mora. We so appreciate your support and prayers during this difficult and devastating times. Your support was invaluable. Thank you. While nothing we will do will bring Jason and Wilbur back to us and their families, we must all reflect on the type of human beings they were and what motivated them to public service and to being police officers. Helping people and improving police-community relations. These principles are what motivate their brothers and sisters. They suit up in blue every single day, and they hope for the safety of this city, and they know they work for the members of this department and the citizens of New York every single day, and your safety is paramount. We have come together during this time of great pain through all of your gracious recognition of sacrifice of Jason and Wilbert and what they made for us all. I ask that we not allow this moment to fade quickly, I ask that you not permit a few loud voices to place wedges between us, and that you don't discount their attempts to broadly condemn every police officer on the wrongs of a few. I ask that you view the police and be shaped by officers you encounter every day, responding to your emergencies, addressing your complaints, patrolling your neighborhoods, and engaging in the most basic interactions with you, your loved ones, and your neighbors. They are your police officers, and this is your police department. The truth is that we have far more Jasons and Wilberts putting their lives on the line each day to serve and protect you and your families than those who have misdeeds that damage us all. The space between police and the communities we serve is not as wide as a few voices you may believe. As police commissioner, I am committed to working in partnership with you, fighting crime, keeping you safe, building trust between you and your police officers, and continually striving for fairer and more just policing. I am committed to identifying opportunities to systematically and systemically improve policing, and I will take full advantage of those opportunities to bring us together. I will not wait until a bad incident occurs to take corrective action that will make policing better and fairer. And I commit to taking appropriate disciplinary action, including termination when appropriate, against those officers that violate our collective trust in their duty to serve you fairly, respectfully, and professionally. However, we will only achieve Detectives Rivera and Mora's wish of advancing police community relations by working together. Police, communities, elected leaders, and advocates to improve policing, to recruit officers in their mold, and to condemn and marginalize voices of division. Every neighborhood faces unique challenges, and there is no one-size-fits-all solution to crime and conditions in a city as diverse in every way as ours. But these challenges that the NYPD has been built to overcome and will succeed at. This diversity of cultures, ideas, ways of life, and people is our strength, and it is one of the things that makes our city and our department resilient. We must remain resilient together. We must move beyond division and disagreements and forge ahead with a shared vision of public safety and fair and effective policing, while we all accelerate toward a brighter and prosperous future. Thank you for your time, and we'd be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. We will now turn to Chair Hanks for questions. Panelists on the NYPD executive, please stay unmuted and we will ask questions from there. If you need to pass it off to additional folks, let us know and we'll unmute them as well. Chair Hanks, you may go ahead.
Thank you so much, Josh. I would like, thank you so much, Commissioner Sewell. Before I get into my line of questioning, I do want to acknowledge the Madam Speaker is on the call. Would you like to ask any questions before I proceed, Madam Speaker?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And thank you, Commissioner. It's always great to see you. Thank you to all of your team for being here and submitting testimony before this committee this morning. I just have a couple of questions before Chair Hanks proceeds and our colleagues jump in. I know this is going to be a very lively hearing this morning. So, Commissioner, I think that I shared with you in our meeting that as former chair of this committee, there was a lot of oversight and a lot of testimony that came before this committee when it came to the reforms that were put in place last March through this committee. And I relayed to you that I was looking towards your leadership to bring something new and something different to the relationship between the council and the NYPD, and I hope that is the case. I feel that you feel your commitment through and through for the people of the city, and particularly for your NYPD. All that said, and just dealing with some of the things that have happened as of late, the right to record is the law in New York City, sanctioned by this New York City Council. And in the press conference regarding the neighborhood safety teams, the mayor did reference the fact that he would be admonishing citizens. He admonished citizens who would exercise that right to report in the vein of perhaps putting officers in jeopardy or any kind of threat or a deterrent, if you will, from doing their job. What's your position on the use of cell phone cameras, which again is the law, and the right to record when it comes to reporting your officers, particularly with the use when it comes to neighborhood safety teams going forward?
So we certainly recognize the right to report is the law. I think the mayor's position was simply that it just needs to be done safely, and we support that as well. There is a safe way to do it where the officers are not in danger and the person is not interfering with the police action that's taking place. So while we recognize that there is a right to record, it just needs to be done safely.
Okay, thank you. I just make mention also on another note. You referenced technology in the NYPD, which of course we welcome. ShotSpotter in particular, I think I was around when it was first introduced some years ago, and the enhancements to it have certainly fortified our precincts. Another thing that we will proceed with in further discussion, however, is going to be the DNA databases. Who is involved with, who is placed in those databases, who is particularly targeted through those databases, the use and going forward, the necessity or non-necessity of those databases going forward. Last session, I sponsored a bill reporting on traffic stops. The EO 203 implementation track notes that a technology solution has been created and is in the process of being tested with an expected launch date of January 2022, which has come and gone. Has this technology solution been launched to date?
Thank you for that. I'm actually going to turn that over to my Assistant Deputy Commissioner of Legal Matters. He's actually going to give you some information about that, about the EO 203.
Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker, for the question. So we have done the technological solutions. We've trained all of our officers, developed the requisite forms that are necessary to record the traffic stops. That was launched in a timely manner at the beginning of the year, and we anticipate issuing the mandated report in a timely manner.
Thank you very much. Along those same lines, last year, NYPD underwent a department-wide initiative to reform policing, which I just referenced. And the online tracker hasn't been updated since December. Can you discuss with us the resources dedicated in this budget to the commitments in the initiatives such as any trainings for active bystandership and law enforcement that the city committed to all officers having by the end of first quarter 2022?
Of that commitment, I'm going to actually ask my Daniel Pemberton, our Deputy Commissioner for Strategic Initiatives, to jump on for me, please. Commissioner Pemberton, are you on? I think she's going to have to unmute or be requested to unmute her microphone.
Hi. Good morning, Speaker.
Unmute, Daniel. Unmute, Daniel.
Can you hear me?
Yes. You're muted again.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning. So, yes, Speaker, my team was intimately involved with the Police Reform and Reinvention Collaborative. We have an entire team here that's dedicated to making sure that those items in the tracker that you referenced are implemented. The tracker has about 132 items on it. Not all of them are assigned to the NYPD as the primary agency. We have about 62 items on that list that are assigned to us. The tracker itself is actually managed by the mayor's office. So we don't have the ability to update that. They coordinate the entire effort throughout the city. So there have been some updates to some of those efforts since the tracker was updated in December. So we are tracking that internally, and we can provide those updates to you as well. You specifically referenced ABLE. That is something that we are committed to implementing. We have over 25,000 of our members trained thus far. So we are on track to train all of our uniform by the end of Q2 of this year.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for making us aware that it is the mayor's office who was responsible, because my next question was going to be who's responsible was the process for updating the tracker. So that's been answered. I'm going to shift just a little bit, and then I'm going to turn it back into the hands of our able chair. And speaking about the mayor's blueprint to end gun violence, which other agencies or what other agencies is the NYPD partnering with on the blueprint? And is the administration working to ensure that those other agencies receive necessary resources?
I'm going to turn that over to Chief Abbasi. I will tell you that we are working with a number of agencies on a variety of different fronts. The mayor has made it clear that there has to be a holistic approach to public safety because it's everyone's responsibility. I'm going to ask Chief Abbasi to actually give you some details on that as well.
Good morning, Speaker. Thank you for the question. So, in terms of the blueprint and our law enforcement agency partners, we at NYPD and under the leadership of Commissioner Sewell truly do believe that public safety is a shared responsibility. We're currently working very closely with the New York State Police, expanding partnerships there, also with our federal partners, everybody from FBI, ATF, but almost, as importantly, if not more, our prosecutorial partners, the Eastern District, Southern Districts of New York, our 5 county district attorneys, the expansion of our GVSP, what we call our gun violence partnership, where we're sitting at the table every day, sharing information, identifying strategies that we can use to leverage our resources collectively to impact on those few people in our communities that are inflicting the highest amounts of crime. So I think the short answer to your question is we're actively working with every law enforcement agency partner we can, but looking to maximize and leverage our partnerships with prosecutors as well, so that the great work that's being done by our investigators and our first responders is being also leveraged in the courtroom.
Thank you very much. I am going to turn it back over to Chair Hanks. I know that she, along with our colleagues on this line, want to dig into the $5.2 billion budget, units of appropriation, overtime, and a host of other things. So thank you very much for your testimony this morning. Commissioner, thank you again. And Chair Hanks, thank you for the time.
You're welcome, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much for those important questions. Again, this is a hearing about the blueprint and the budget as it relates to public safety. So I appreciate that. Before I get into my questioning, I would like to recognize Councilmember Aviles has joined, Councilmember Mealy has joined, and also Councilmember Joseph has joined. So thank you once again, Commissioner. I appreciate your thoughtful and long testimony. My colleagues and I are here today, and also the public, to really unpack and dig into what you're into your testimony as it relates to the budget. So one of the questions I have is, a major concern for all New Yorkers is the increase in crime, specifically gun violence across the city. In 2018, shootings have more than doubled. The mayor released this blueprint to end gun violence. And can you provide more details as it relates to the neighborhood safety teams, how many officers are being deployed, what are their tactics, and how, more importantly, how do you plan on measuring effectiveness?
So thank you for that question, Madam Chair. I have to say that we have been focused on gun violence since the very beginning. We realize that the numbers are up, but we are steadfastly addressing with major initiatives. To speak directly about the neighborhood safety teams, I'm going to ask Chief Abbasi to go into the specifics of those teams for you. Chief Abbasi.
Good morning, Chair Hanks. It's great to see you again. So,
Morning.
The neighborhood safety teams is a very important part of this strategy. It's one facet of many, but to your point, it's a very important one. We've identified, as you know, 34 neighborhood safety teams in our 30 most violent precincts. To date, we've deployed 26 of them. There are currently 176 officers in the street performing neighborhood safety team functions. And when phase one rollout is complete, which is to say that we have one team in every one of those 34 identified commands, we're going to have 238 officers doing this important work. Phase one is important to understand because that is an evaluation phase. And as further expansion is allowed to happen, we're going to have up to 500 and maybe more neighborhood safety officers performing these functions. The thing to realize here and to remember that is that in the history of the NYPD, this is the most highly trained, constitutionally focused group of officers performing this work in the history of the department. In terms of oversight and measuring success, our measurements of success come in several ways. The primary measure of success is that they're performing the work constitutionally and to the satisfaction of not only city government in this agency, but to the satisfaction of the people that we're serving. The second part is the quality of the work that comes in. And to that point, we rolled out on this past Monday. Most of the officers were off on Monday, so they started Tuesday. So effectively 3 days in the street. In those 3 days, they've been able to accomplish 17 arrests already. 4 of those arrests involve guns, taking guns off the street. And unfortunately, when you look at those 4 guns, it really is a symptom of the disease, the epidemic that we're seeing here in New York. Attached to those guns are a 15-year-old, a 16-year-old, a 17-year-old, and a 20-year-old. And when you look at that youngest individual that's arrested, the 15-year-old, implicated in 2 prior shooting incidents in Manhattan, already with on a trajectory of unfortunately being involved in gun violence. So, the measurements come in several ways. Constitutionality is first, the quality of the work is second, and making sure that we are indeed focused upon those that are driving violence in our communities. And in the first 3 days, we've seen nothing done.
Thank you. As far as that's concerned, did you request additional funds from OMB and the administration to help you achieve these goals? And how much overtime will these teams be allocated? Do you have an estimate?
We're going to go, I'm sorry, we're having a little technical issue here. Bear with us for just one moment.
So,
Good morning, Chair. It's nice to meet you. So we are making every effort to cover this primarily through redeployments. In terms of discrete new funding, we will need additional resources to cover the costs of the dash cams for the vehicles, which we estimate will be about $2.5 million for the initial installation and $500,000 annually for the maintenance. With regard to overtime, at this point, the overtime is a continuation. The overtime that's focused on the gun violence and other violent crime is a continuation of the overtime that we traditionally spend in the areas of crime reduction and investigations, as well as in the transit system, transit platform coverage.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So, the blueprint also mentions increased resources to the Gun Violence Suppression Division. However, the budget remains at $5 million, which supports salaries for 60 officers. Why was there no additional funding for this division? Did I just answer that?
Yeah. Good afternoon. Good morning, Chief of Detectives. During the course of the last year, we've upstaffed the Gun Violence Suppression Division throughout from last March right up until this February. So I think the Gun Violence Suppression Division is fully staffed where it can accomplish the mission of reducing the gun violence throughout the city.
Okay. Thank you. So subway crime is in the news regularly over the past year. Many New Yorkers feel afraid to use our public transportation. What is your plan to reduce crime in subways and make people feel safe again? How many officers are assigned to patrolling subway stations and subway cars? Also, homeless outreach functions were being transferred out of NYPD, but NYPD still engages with homeless in subways when necessary. Can you talk about your current directives to engage with homeless individuals and those experiencing mental health crisis? And does this have an impact on your budget?
And things we'll talk about here, we'll talk about the subways, we'll talk about our homeless outreach, and then we'll talk about how it affects the budget. So as you know, we have deployed additional officers into the transit system because we recognize the need for them in that system. We actually have deployed officers that are in the patrol bureau down into the subways to increase visits inside the subway, to be able to make it safer, to be able to have more people on the platforms and riding the subways. So to turn to that strategy, I'm going to ask the Chief of Transit Bureau, Chief Wilcox, to step in.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for allowing me to speak to you this morning. So, obviously, one of the key things that we're trying to accomplish, and we are determined to do so in the subway system, is to make people feel safer. Uniform presence, uniform train patrols is a foundation of that very concept, and we are, dedicated to that effort. So the commissioner mentioned additional uniform members coming into the transit system from patrol and all to do enhanced platform coverages as well as vertical patrol. So far, year to date, we have over 96,000 uniform verticals coming from patrol precincts housing into transit to maintain, to supplement our normal post coverage that we're doing in the transit system. In addition, we have supplemental coverages, which include members of patrol, transit, housing bureau, administrative all out, which is over 1,000 additional officers per day to increase our presence. So when you look at the transit crime statistics, when you looked at last year's numbers, you saw a small 1% increase from the year prior. But the context is very important here, because when you look at the context, when you compare those numbers from last year to 2019, which was a pre-COVID year, crime was actually down 29.7% when you measure that metric. So far this year, if you measure crime against the pre-COVID numbers, we'd be down like 25% from those numbers. So as we see ridership beginning to increase daily, where it's over 3 now, returning back to a sense of normalcy, over 3 million a day, that is also driving our number up as we compare the numbers of this year to the decreased ridership numbers from last year. So obviously, the mayor initiated a subway safety plan, and there are very important elements to that that we're trying to accomplish. One is added enforcement. So we're trying to maintain and restore a sense of calm, a sense of order, a sense of safety into the transit system. And we're addressing quality of life violations to accomplish that. We're looking at, so far year to date, over 13,000 summonses issued for theft of service, over 1,080 summonses issued for smoking, 200 summonses issued for urinating, 620 for drinking, 470 for being outstretched, taking up additional seating. So we are now very much focused on these quality of life situations that we're experiencing in transit, so that definitely adversely affect the ridership when they see these things. So that's a key element to what we're doing. Our arrests are up significantly for the year. We're up over 56% in arrests since the beginning of the year. Our cutting instruments arrests are up 113%. Our theft of service, fare evasion arrests are up 44%. So obviously, we're working very hard to restore that sense of calm, that sense of order into the transit system. So obviously, another very important aspect of the subway safety plan is the initiatives that we deal with our homeless population, our homeless New Yorkers, as we encounter them. So since February 21st, we've initiated a joint partnership on the trains with members from DHS, homeless services, health and mental hygiene, nurses, clinicians. We go out every day, twice a day, wide the trains on 6 designated train lines. And we support the members of DHS. They have the lead on this, but we support their efforts. So far year to date, since February 21st, when we initiated this joint response team effort, we've escorted 273 teams on 864 train runs and placed 198 persons to shelter. This effort is continuing 7 days a week. We just finished one this morning on the overnight. We're expanding our homeless attention into now, again, joint partnerships, joint collaboration with the MTA, homeless services, health and mental hygiene, the BRC, the Bowery Residents Committee, at end of the line train stations in the system. So we've just begun that. This morning was our second night of doing dedicated collaborative efforts there, and we're going to see a very good results with that. I'm very convinced of that. We had a 8 o'clock this morning. We had a conference call with Commissioner Jenkins and other members of that team, and we're working very closely to accomplishing that as well. So I mean, obviously, subway safety is paramount to the success of New York City and critical to our efforts at the 2,400 uniformed members of the Transit Bureau. We are focused on this, we are dedicated to this, and we are determined to accomplish this.
Thank
Do you have
you.
any other questions? Council members?
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. We're going to transfer over to and talk a little bit about the school safety as it relates to the budget. So school safety has been transferred in the budget to the Department of Education. Is now being transferred back to NYPD. We want to understand how this division and its $304 million budget will be handled. The Department of Education was planning on reforming the division to serve in a more restorative justice manner and improve students' experience in schools. The budget for school safety is $304 million, but the headcount is approximately 5,000. This makes it 10% of all NYPD personnel, but only 5.5% of the budget. Why is there a smaller investment into the school safety division? And do you support reallocating resources to the division to better support it and reduce school incident of crime in a more restorative manner?
You're on, Kristen.
So with the restoration of the funding, the prior budget had been 304 million. The restoration is actually 283. There was a reduction taken to the school safety headcount in reflection of the number of vacancies that we had. We've had communications with the Office of Management and Budget. They've indicated that as we hire up, they will look to provide us with the additional resources that we need, so that we are better aligned with the needs of the division.
But what makes it any different? Like, what is, are there any reforms and how you're planning to provide training to school safety officers to ensure that this works out better for our students and it's done in a more restorative manner? And what kind of, training and would they be receiving, and what would be the cost implications of that in the budget? You're on mute.
Chief Laren, are you on? Why don't we do the budgetary component for it? We'll come back to Chief Laren.
Good morning, Commissioner Sewell. Chief Laren is here. I was unable to unmute myself. Thank you. Good morning, Chair Hanks. I would like to mention that when we look at enforcement towards our young people in the schools, when we compare this school year to the last school year that we had full in-person students, which would be 2019 to 2020, we had full classroom settings this period through February 13th, before the COVID outbreak occurred. Our arrests are down 217 versus 324. Summonses towards young people are down significantly, 21 versus 119. And also our juvenile reports are down significantly, 451 versus 963. I would also like to add that we have encounters with young people that could have ended up recorded as a juvenile report or an arrest even, and we classify these as mitigated incidents. For this school year, we have 4,401, and for school year 2019 to 2020, it was 3,402. So that's an increase of 999 total incidents where our young people are not being processed by the criminal justice system because we are working with the administration and with the Department of Education as a whole to implement these restorative practices. Unfortunately, there are situations where we do not have discretion. An example of that would be a felony arrest or a misdemeanor where a parent of the child who's been victimized wants to press charges, but we do make every effort to not process a young person, not bring them to the station house. And the DOE has provided training. It's called restorative practices measures. Unfortunately, the numbers are not that high, so that's something that we would like to see to be delivered across the board to all of our agents. But the message is there to our administrators, our borough COs, our borough XOs, so that we all streamline this process and ensure that our young people are given that opportunity to start over.
Thank you so much, Deputy Chief. At this time, I'm going to pass it back to Josh to see if my colleagues have, I see that many of my colleagues have questions, and I would like to give them an opportunity to do so.
Thank you, Chair Hanks. Council members, please use the Zoom raise hand function if you'd like to ask questions. Each council member will be given 5 minutes for questions and answers from the administration. Our current order of questions is CM Stevens, followed by Barron, followed by De La Rosa. Councilmember Stevens, are you online and available to ask questions? If not, we could come back to you.
No, I'm here.
Okay, there you are. Hello. Go ahead.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Thank you, Chair, for hosting this, and thank you, everyone, for being here today. And I don't want to use up too much of my time, but one of my questions is specifically around the YOs and my concern around it, because I truly believe that anytime you put things under NYPD, it criminalizes it. And whether we like to say it's just to help them, I'm not really understanding why that's the case. Why didn't we just maybe have partnerships with like social workers or CBOs that's already in the community that already does this work, instead of having cops do this and have them focusing on things that we need them? Because I'm having a lot of my COs complaining that they don't have enough manpower to actually adequately get to situations in the time because they're stretched so thin. So what is the need for this YO position? Because it literally sounds like a social worker, and we already have that in our community. And why is this? I have some huge concerns about it. Could you talk a little bit about that, please?
Certainly, as I'm sure you know, that the police certainly try to interact with the community, and our YCOs are part of that. To answer that a little bit more in depth about exactly what they do and what initiatives they're working on, I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner O'Connor.
Good morning, Councilman Stevens. The YCO position was a recreation of what we used to call the youth officer. And what we did was basically make them the NCOs for youth. So they handle, their responsibility is not geographic, it's age-based. So they're responsible for everything and anything under the age of 18. And to your point, there is a role for them, but the main function that we deal with the YCOs, because we are the first contact in many incidents with these young people, is to pass the baton to a community-based organization or to someone that's more fit to deal with issues that the family or the child is dealing with. We have trainings being set up for April. We've done these every 6 months with the YCOs. We bring in outside speakers. We had an in-depth training by Roca. Molly Baldwin's people came down and they helped train our officers in getting work done with the ACES program in East Harlem and the South Bronx. We've had Atlas come in and other organizations, so that when they get notified that a youth in their precinct or in their housing development has been either arrested, reported missing, or in many cases, a victim of crime, we do a follow-up and make sure that we're making partnerships with the family and that youth and see what services can be provided. Unfortunately, we've gotten to the point where we have recidivism skyrocketing with young people under 18. And in many of these cases, we are the only ones that are following up with these young people. And that's where we try to look at the missings as a separate category, because when we've done the research on these kids, there are always the early flags. And that's where we're trying to make our interventions and build those relationships. We've had success stories that I can go on and on about saving young people.
Yeah, and I don't
from
want to cut you off
trafficking.
because I have very limited time and my time is running out. And so I just wanted to move on because I mean, and me and you, O'Connor, we've had many conversations around this. And I still feel strongly that you being a youth developer is a real profession, is a real job. And we have people who are out here last week fighting to get a pay increase. And then we have officers doing this work as if it's not something that takes dedication. So I think that we should really be thinking about how are we getting this to people, how we work using this as a collaboration, because even the things you're describing is literally should be done by community-based organizations. But I do have another question. And so within the report, it mentions the reduction in the amount of overtime. Is there a plan to reduce the amount of overtime that's being given out? And this is not just for the YOs, this is in general.
Yes, you.
Yeah, so I can speak to that. So we have several overtime management strategies, which include shifting resources, modifying work schedules. We continuously monitor and evaluate all categories of overtime to determine where there are opportunities for savings. And so that proactive management is something we take very seriously. And in fact, since the new year with the change in the administration, we have seen our uniform overtime hours trending down when compared to the first half of the fiscal year. It's important, though, to look at this in the context of the reductions that were taken to the overtime budget under the prior administration, because unfortunately, the reality we're facing and the budgetary level we have, they're not consistent. So to give you a little context, the cuts that were taken to our overtime budget, not just in the current year, but also in the future years of the financial plan, were looked at and based by the prior administration on the spending level in fiscal year 21. And in fact, it was a reduction from that spending level is the budgetary level that was what we were reduced to. And fiscal year 21 was an anomalous year for many reasons. Obviously, we had significantly scaled back events as a result of COVID. We had curtailed our crime reduction overtime, which is a very critical tool, particularly now, given what we're facing in the city. We had limited courts overtime. We had reduced Vision Zero overtime and a reduction of certain dedicated housing deployments. The City Hall, the Office of Management and Budget, and us working with them, they have recognized that those reductions are not consistent with what we're experiencing today. That's reflected in the $76 million addition that was added to the overtime budget. And so we're going to continue to work with City Hall. We're going to continue to work internally, and we're going to continue to work with OMB to determine the appropriate level of overtime that we need. And we are extremely committed to being as efficient as possible, but we do need these resources. They're a very important tool, particularly given what we're doing now. And just the base was under a different
I know
time.
my time is running out, but I just wanted to just add, I think it's all connected in the sense of how we are having officers do things that they shouldn't, which is why the overtime consistently is being, we consistently having overtime, because like YCOs isn't something that we should have. And if there's an incident, we have officers doing things that they shouldn't be doing. But I'll come back with another round of questions because a lot of my time was ate up in the answers.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we will go to Councilmember Barron, followed by Councilmember De La Rosa, followed by Councilmember Holden, followed by Councilmember Caban. Councilmember Barron, you may go ahead.
Thank you very much. I want to say that I've heard this rhetoric for over 2 decades from commissioners, from mayors on how we're going to police our way out of crime. It is not going to happen. Just looking at your budget, it's not 5.6 billion, it's 11 billion when you include overtime, pension, fringe benefits. The headcount of 50,000 police officers, and you just said crime has gone up. with $11 billion and 50,000 police officers. In 2018, you said shootings went up. We still had the police crime unit then. Shootings went up. When it was disbanded in many of our precincts from 20 to 21, if you look at your own stats, some of the crime went down when we went other ways. You have a $1.1 billion capital budget. We tried to transfer 500 million out of that instead of building more police precincts, build more youth centers. You said you have $30 million less and $204 million less in your budget. But the fact of the matter is you had an added $304 million from the school safety and $76 million to overtime. And the total overtime is $513 million. It's abusive, has nothing to do with safety. They want to make more money and they arrest us more and have to do the paperwork. It creates overtime. There was over $212 million paid out in settlement claims against NYPD. And we do have the right to report and the right to record. And that has been done safely, Commissioner. And the police still attack people who do it safely without interfering with them. Our Power Act that we propose, and we'll have an elected civilian police review board with an independent prosecutor, because the special prosecutor in the AG's office especially does not prosecute police. So let's look at this for what it is. The causes of crime is not a lack of policing. The causes of crime is poverty, unemployment, mental health illnesses, drug addiction, homelessness, and miseducation or lack thereof. The answer to crime is not more policing. Street unit, Giuliani's "we own the town," racist street crime unit. I don't care if you do put a vest on them so they can be identified. It is not the answer. The answer to crime is to bring in more of the cure violence programs in my area. Man Up has done a wonderful job in their small catchment area. We have high crime, but in their small catchment area where we created jobs and stuff like that, it actually went down. And according to the 75 stats, in that high crime area, some of the highest in the city, crime went down in every area from 2001 to 21 when Man Up was around and we were getting more jobs and things of that nature. So I think that we need to really look at how we do policing. And yes, people need to transfer money from the police department's bloated budget and put it into social services. Because what you're doing now, you're going to manipulate emotionally the public because of the killings of police officers, the killing of innocent children and babies. You manipulate the emotions of the public and then say policing is the answer when all of these things happened when we had 50,000 police officers. It is not the answer. We need to really look at the root causes of crime, why people do this. We need economic development, job creation, had nothing to do with you. Youth entrepreneurship programs and city council should do. Increase mental health services, build more community centers, not police precincts. We cannot solve crime through policing. And the police department in New York City has been notorious in terms of getting away with murder. Amadou Diallo, Sean Bell, and you can, then this list is endless, and they get away with brutality. And every police commissioner says they're going to curb it. It does not happen. Police commissioner, we don't need a change in the complexion or gender of the police commissioner. We need a change in the direction of police policies. And I say that this is the wrong direction we're going in, and we need to reverse our gear.
Sure, what the question was at the end of that, but I will say that we do agree that there are some things that the police department is probably better at working with other agencies to facilitate their response. But in no way are we manipulating the emotions of people on because our officers were murdered or on the deaths of children. We certainly believe we need a holistic approach to handling crime in this city, but in no way are we attempting to manipulate anything, and no arrests are being made for overtime. We're arresting for criminal activity in an effort to make the city safer.
I beg to differ, and I know for a fact that's not true. That is simply not true. There are a lot of arrests that are made that should not be made. And it has happened from loitering, standing in front of their building, and stop and frisk still happens. They just don't record it. So they say the numbers are down. They are abusing our community, and it needs to stop with you.
In no way are we supporting abusing anyone. The teams
It's
that we have
happening.
out now are
It's happening.
actually policing constitutionally, which they were doing before, but they have more training to do that now. And
It's
they are
not
responsive
training.
to the communities.
It's
We want
not
communities
training. They
to
need to be punished.
the training.
They need to
Well,
be
we are-
punished.
And we are
No,
asking
we
the
don't need more
community to give us
training.
feedback on how these teams are working as they're out there.
I know, but in all due respect, police commissioner, every time they abuse us, you say they need more training, cultural sensitivity. Send them to jail and I'll give them a Black history book to read in jail if they want to learn about us. They need to be punished. And they're not punished by the police internal investigating unit, not punished by commissioners, and definitely not going to be punished by this mayor who is a cop himself. So I'm saying it's punishment, not training. The punishment doesn't happen.
Thank you, Councilmember. We will will now turn to Councilmember De La Rosa, followed by Councilmember Holden, followed by Councilmember Caban, followed by Councilmember Botcher. Thank you.
Thank you all for being here. I have a few questions, and if it's okay, I'd like to ask my questions first and then receive the response. My first question is about mental health. We know that there is the Be Heard teams that are responding to 911 calls. And one of the questions that we had in the committee is, what is the NYPD's coordination interaction with these teams? I am also concerned about the way in which in our subway system, folks who are experiencing mental health crises are being swept out. And I want to know, what is the actual protocol for someone who is experiencing mental health if a police officer runs into this person in the subway stations? As far as the claims against the NYPD, the city paid out $212 million, as we heard Councilmember Barron say. In 2021 for payouts, we'd like more information on those payouts and what happens in the process of getting these settlements. If you could enlighten us on that process as well. And then I had a question about the Gun Violence Suppression Division. There are 60 uniformed staff in this division. If you could tell us some more about that. And then finally, I just want to just say about the neighborhood safety teams that there is concern in the communities. Many of us, I represent communities in Washington Heights, Inwood, Upper Manhattan. There have been traumatic experiences. I can tell you on the block where I grew up, there was a man who was murdered by an unmarked police officer from the previous division. His name was John Collado. It devastated my community. And that is not the only person that has died at the hands of a undercover police officer. So we need to know more about the neighborhood safety teams. And I am imploring you to have conversations with community leaders about the rollout of these teams, because there is a lot of concerns in our community that I've already heard from members of my own community. So those are my questions. Thank you for your time.
So I certainly understand the concerns about the neighborhood safety teams. We've gone out and addressed the communities and this council about the rollout of the neighborhood safety teams. They are not in plain clothes. They are in a modified uniform. And we learned from the mistakes of the past when we re-implemented these teams, and we understand there's some concerns. That's why we had the community involvement. And that wasn't just
about the community involvement, because I am the council member and the previous assembly member, and I had no idea about the community conversations around neighborhood safety teams. So when y'all came to my community, where did y'all go? Because I had no interaction, no notice. I had no idea that this was even happening in my community.
So we'll start with that. I'm going to ask Chief Abbasi to address the community aspect for that, for the neighborhood safety teams. Chief Abbasi.
So good morning, council member. Thanks for that question. So as the neighborhood safety team concept was being built up, we did have borough-based meetings across a virtual platform with many community members. We engaged hundreds of community members across the city. But however, more specifically and focused to your point, As every neighborhood safety team rolls out in every precinct or PSA in the city, including yours, there's a 3-step community notification protocol that's happening in every single one of those commands. And those 3 steps are these. The day that the neighborhood safety team becomes activated, the precinct command will make notifications to key and relevant community stakeholders and community residents that the teams have gone active. Within 7 days of day 1 of neighborhood safety going live in that precinct or PSA, and PSA stands for Police Service Area and Housing, within 7 days, they will be holding community roundtable discussions where members of the community are coming in, speaking to the neighborhood safety team officers, explaining what their hesitations or concerns or requests are, and having thoughtful discussions about it. And then finally, stage 3 of the community process is in every one of the precinct and PSAs. The very next, after activation, precinct or PSA council meeting that occurs, the neighborhood safety teams will be present and presented to the community at that meeting and be available to answer questions and have discussions. So I think
so let me just
were very
say,
thoughtful, and we tried to be very comprehensive about making sure that people that wanted information or wanted to give input to us or have a dialogue with the neighborhood safety team members are afforded the opportunity to do so.
thank you for your answer. Let me just say that it was done backwards. You should have came to our communities and had this conversation and presented this team before the teams rolled out into our community. They rolled out earlier this week and we still have not met them. So 7 days after they rolled out is 7 days too late. Number one. And number two, let me just say that having a borough-wide conversation when in Manhattan, the community that I represent has been at the crosshairs of the war on drugs for decades is wholly unacceptable. The problems of Lower Manhattan, Midtown Manhattan are not the problems of Harlem and Upper Manhattan. And so there should be dedicated community conversations about these teams that are dedicated to our own communities and also in person, because not everyone in poor communities has access to a virtual platform. We have to remember the privileges that we have as people who have access. And so I welcome the opportunity to have this conversation in my community. I will say for the record that it is 7 days too late. So I had other questions about mental health services in the subways and the gun violence suppression division.
Okay, I'm going to ask Chief Tobin to talk to you about the mental health aspect of your question.
Good morning, council member.
Good morning.
Good morning. You mentioned Be Heard, so I'm going to address that first. So as you know, the pilot area began in on June 6th of last year in zone 7 and 8, which covered East Harlem and parts of Central and North Harlem. And it expanded November 3rd of 2021 to West Harlem and the Upper West Side. And this afternoon, I will be attending the graduation for the expansion, which will occur on Sunday. And they are expanding to Washington Heights and Inwood, and in the Bronx to Morrisania, which is the southwest portion covering the 4-2 and the 4-4 precincts. Since the beginning of the pilot through March 13th, according to the FDNY's dashboard, there have been 6,173 emotionally disturbed persons call in the Be Heard pilot area, with 22.7% being assigned to Be Heard. The NYPD still responds in EDP calls in the pilot zones without Be Heard. 17% of the time, EMS responds solo without Be Heard as well. Almost half of the calls that Be Heard responds to, the PD is on the scene, and that can be due to the Be Heard request for the PD, for the police department requesting Be Heard to the scene, or Be Heard self-dispatching to the EDP calls that fit the eligibility criteria.
And do these teams go into the subway stations?
Not currently.
Why not?
That was a decision by the Mayor's Office of Community Mental Health. And I believe it's also the request for them to respond was not originally put forth, but I believe starting next week, they will respond in their pilot area in the subways.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember. We're going to move on. We could do a second round of questions if individuals have additional questions, so please raise your hand again. Next, we're going to move on to Councilmember Holden, followed by Councilmember Caban, followed by Councilmember Botcher. Councilmember Holden, you may go ahead.
Starting time.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you for your excellent testimony. Just a few questions. I see tens of millions of dollars have been allocated to upgrade One Police Plaza. Does the NYPD know how many precincts need new buildings? And because some of them were built, way in the early part of the 20th century. But is there a plan or a time frame for upgrading all police precincts? And then second part of the questions, this is regarding towing, road tow or violation tow. We constantly hear, at least in the precincts that cover my district, that there's not enough tow space for cars parking illegally, especially in front of fire hydrants. So I have certain precincts that are outside my district that can tow 500 cars a year, when I have three precincts in my district that tow barely 100 a year. So I can't get cars towed away from precincts. They could be parked there for several days. So what are we doing to upgrade that? And then my final question is on the plan. Is there a plan to increase the detective squads or the detective count, and to give more grade promotions? Because morale, the detectives that I speak to seems that morale is at an all-time low. Thanks, Commissioner.
Thank you, Councilmember, for your question. I too agree that some of our station houses, our precincts, are in need of repair. I'm going to ask Commissioner Ryan to speak to the cost factor of that.
So you're absolutely right. Most of our precincts were built more than 50 years ago, many more than a century ago. We would very much like to build a significant number of new precincts. It is very costly. So unfortunately, with budgetary constraints, it's not something we can do right now. But in terms of taking a holistic look at what the needs are, particularly identifying precincts that are too small, past their useful life, poorly situated, we've in the past requested, and we're going to resubmit a request to the capital pre-scope development study to do a study of the precincts overall. In the interim, we do have both capital and expense resources dedicated to maintaining our existing precincts. For example, we just over the course of this fiscal year and next fiscal year, we have $77 million for boiler replacements, HVAC upgrades, facade and roof work, $35 million for other renovations and rehabilitation in our precincts. We've recently completed 17 locker room upgrades, and over a dozen more are in progress. And we also completed $36 million worth of work to upgrade bathrooms in 75 precincts. And to give you an example of what we do in a particular precinct, for the 104, for example, we have several projects in progress and several that are planned. We recently completed 3 bathroom renovations. In progress is a redesign of the front desk and a reconstruction of that area, build out of a new lounge on the 3rd floor. And then we're looking to do additional work in the locker room and plan to do new central AC. And the last thing I just want to mention is that we've recently initiated a new program, which we call Boroblast, which is focusing on concentrating a large number of our facilities personnel to focus on the cleanliness of precincts, to go in and identify repairs that were potentially not previously reported, and to work on addressing those issues within the precincts. And we're moving from borough to borough to undertake that so that we can address these buildings, which we agree are old, while in parallel looking at holistically if there are things we can do to replace precincts going forward.
To address, excuse me, and to address your question as it related to promotions and grade, I know you mentioned about morale. I certainly hope it's getting better. As you have seen, there have been a number of arrests, both high profile and ones that really aren't put in the media. Detective Bureau is doing a phenomenal job. So we certainly hope the morale is increasing. But to talk about the career path for grade, I'm going to turn it over to Chief Detective James Essick.
Hi, again, good afternoon. As far as the personnel in the squads, particularly the numbered squads, like the precinct detective squads, that probably is the highest attrition we have within the Detective Bureau. and we're always looking to upstaff to keep that at a minimum level in every command. As the grade level goes, when there's promotions, the last administration, I'm sure this administration going forward, the Detective Bureau gets more than their fair share in grade promotions. But unfortunately, we're a big bureau. We have over 5,000 members in the Detective Bureau, and there's just not that many promotions to go around. So
Time expired.
it's on a merit-based system where it's put in by their local boss up to the investigative chief, comes up to my office, then I send the list up to the first deputy commissioner and then through the police commissioner. So it's a rigorous review panel to get promoted in that, but when promotions come, the Detective Bureau does get their fair share.
And just finally, Commissioner, on the towing, because I can't get cars. Cars are parked in crosswalks constantly in the precincts that I cover, and in many precincts around the city, they're blocking bus stop, bike lanes, and we can't get them towed because there's not enough yard space or pound space. But essentially, we can't even get NYPD tow trucks, especially for violation tow. Is there something in the budget to increase that?
I'm going to turn it over to Chief Royster. She's going to address that for you, Chief of Transportation.
Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you, Councilmember, for that question. I am responsible for all tow operations as it relates to violation tows within the city. And I'm hearing that in your particular district, there are vehicles that are parked in hazardous locations. So I just want to walk you through the process in which we tow vehicles all around the city. And vehicles that are in violation in a bus stop or in a bike lane or in a crosswalk are towed by my traffic enforcement district. And those vehicles are towed to our respective tow pounds, which are in the city. Now, in your district, that would be Brooklyn. I just want to let you know that we work with the precincts to make sure these vehicles are towed. And we have towed last year, I would say, on an average of 115 vehicles per year. So what I'd like to do, if you don't mind, after this meeting, is to have a conversation with you to find out where the areas are where you're having these problems and make sure we address it, not just with my agents, but also with the precincts to get this corrected.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'd like to acknowledge that Councilmember Nurse has joined us. Next, we will go to Councilmember Caban, followed by Councilmember Botcher and Councilmember Aviles. Councilmember Caban, you may go ahead.
Starting time.
Hi, thank you, Chair. I just want to quickly shout out the many orgs rallying at City Hall Park right now who are holding a people's public safety hearing. I'm also going to respectfully ask for direct and succinct answers to my questions to maximize the amount of questions I get to ask and therefore the amount of information we get to give to our communities. My first questions are pretty, cut and dry numbers questions. How many NYPD officers are tasked with removing homeless New Yorkers from the subways, and what's the budget for these operations?
Chief Wilcox, would you please answer her for me, please?
Morning, Councilmember. So regarding the homeless operations right now with the joint response teams, so we have what our main task, we escort 2 officers per joint response team that goes out. So when you're looking, we've escorted.
Sir, I just want the total number. Total number, how many officers are tasked with removing homeless New Yorkers from the subways?
So that's a task that really is a responsibility of all transit officers as they encounter them. So beyond the joint response teams, I took a look at when we encounter aides or homeless in whoever a crisis, medical condition or an aided condition. And we've had, many of those situations.
Okay, so it's every officer. Again, I want to make sure I get as many questions in as possible. What's the budget for these operations?
The budget is, monetary is what, the officers that we put into that. I don't have a dollar value to it, but You know, some of it is which we do a lot of it on straight time, and we do some of it, you know, on time if needed. But we're doing this 7 days.
Okay, I would love a follow-up on the numbers. Can you tell me what the NYPD spends on public relations work, including but not limited to staff who manage social media? What's the number on that?
So on the, just to answer your transit question, so there isn't a dedicated.
No, I want to move to I would like to move to my next question.
For transit as a whole, $247 million. With regard to the public information piece, I'll have to get back to you. I believe it's about $3 million, but I'll get that back to you.
But I want to address the fact we're not removing people from the subway. We are endeavoring to provide services to them to get them out of the subway in a condition that they probably don't want to be in. We're not just removing the subway. We're doing the whole.
To be clear, Commissioner, if somebody in the subway says that they want to stay in the subway, you will leave. Your officers are directed to leave them there.
Me? Question. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Someone is not breaking the law in the subway system, and they're not removed from the subway system. We're offering services to people in the subway system.
Okay. So I mean, that sounds in direct contrast to some of what the mayor has said, what the directive is. I want to move on to my next question. What are the active city contracts with private companies to provide surveillance technology systems and data to the department, like surveillance camera, CCTV, facial recognition technology, and programs like ShotSpotter? What are the active city contracts?
Yeah.
All of the post tax.
Yeah, so online, there is a listing of all of the different items we have under the Post Act. We can get you the number of contracts associated with that. I don't have these number of contracts.
And can you get that back to us by the end of but before the end of the month?
Yes.
Thank you. And so the commissioner testified that the department will, quote, fight crime with tried and true policing techniques. So I want to focus on public safety outcomes. I want to talk about empirical evidence. We know from many studies that ethnic diversity in police forces does nothing to achieve desirable public safety outcomes. We know from many studies that offering police forces de-escalation and sensitivity training does nothing to achieve desirable public safety outcomes. We know from many studies that police body camera programs do nothing to achieve desirable public safety outcomes. So I want to ask, what evidence is there that plainclothes or modified clothes policing is an effective way of reducing gun violence? What evidence is there that omnipresent transit policing is an effective way of guaranteeing safe subways? What evidence is there that deploying police officers to schools is an effective way of achieving school safety? What evidence is there that investing in facial recognition technology is an effective way of achieving desirable public safety outcomes? Can you please point us to the evidence that exists for those particular strategies?
Certainly, I'm going to ask my Chief of Crime Control Strategies, LaPetri, to answer.
Time expired.
Good morning. As far as the answer to the data when it comes to the specialized units that are tasked with removing illegal firearms, about half of all our gun arrests fall within those specialized units. So I think the data is pretty clear that the officers that are tasked with, local street crimes, namely illegal firearm possession, almost half of all arrests made are within those specialized units.
And what's the proportion between stops, police interactions, and arrest? Back, in years prior, there were something like 1 out of, I don't know, was it over 100 or so, maybe even more than that?
So I'm sure as has been reported, we are at our highest level of gun arrests that we've seen in 25 years, with the lowest number of stop, question, and frisk reports that have been that have been done by the officers in many, many years. So we do.
But my question is the empirical evidence on reducing gun violence. So we're looking at increases, right? So I'm asking, can you provide us with the empirical evidence for overall reduction? And again, I know that we've run out of time here, so I would also like to see if you could cite the evidence around transit policing, around police in schools, and around the facial recognition technology.
She's referring to, I'm not sure what her question is. I'm sorry, Councilman, what was your question? We missed, you were cutting it out.
My question is, can you please provide us with the evidence, the empirical data to show that deploying police officers in schools is an effective way of achieving school safety, that investing in facial recognition technology is an effective way of achieving these better public safety outcomes, omnipresent transit policing? That can you provide us with the empirical evidence, the studies, the data that show that this is the best strategy to achieving the best public safety outcomes?
Yeah, and how you doing? In terms of the facial recognition strategies, we just the data on this, just the numbers. We submitted approximately 10,000 submissions to facial recognition. Of that, 2,400 or 23% come back as a positive match. Now that's a lead. It doesn't mean an arrest will be made. It means it's a very good lead in terms of the investigation. So facial recognition, 25%.
Now, I mean, specific to your facial recognition, facial recognition, the Chicago Police Department's Office of the Inspector General found that ShotSpotter, for example, was ineffective, resulted in numerous false reports of gunshots. What data has the city collected on the inaccuracy of ShotSpotter?
Councilmember, in respect to the other council members who are waiting for questions.
Sure, absolutely. I look forward to a second round of questioning and would just like to note that though these tactics have all been tried, in fact, they have not been found to be true. And to the contrary, a lot of them have been proven to be abject failures. And if we're serious about public safety, we should be abandoning them in favor of evidence-based solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. We will now turn to Councilmember Botcher, followed by Councilmember Aviles, followed by Councilmember Nurse.
Starting time.
Hello, Commissioner. It was a pleasure meeting you yesterday through my former classmate, Chief Tobin.
Well.
Commissioner, do you believe that every police precinct should have a clinical social worker on site?
Do I believe that? Well, I think we certainly use every resource that we can and try to cooperate with every partner. Actually, Chief Tobin has some information about that to follow up with you on that. But we enjoy working with our partners to engage every community member. Chief Tobin.
Yes, Chief Tobin. Commissioner, do you believe it would be helpful to have a clinical social worker in a police precinct, as someone who's worked so long in law enforcement? Would it be helpful, in your view, if a police precinct had a social worker with an office in the precinct?
Wherever they're located, we certainly want to be able to have that partnership. If we have the ability to partner with them in-house, that is fine, but we certainly will work with them wherever they're housed. I think having them as someone we can tap into is an invaluable resource.
Do any of our police precincts currently have social workers on site?
I can get that information. We have the number of social workers on site in the police precincts. I can get that number for you.
So there are some police precincts that have a social worker with an office in the precinct?
I think there's a bit. Is Chief Tobin, are you on so you can give that information, please? I don't want to give you a bad number.
She's unable to unmute.
We will come back
Here
to
we
you.
go. I'm sorry. Yeah, I couldn't unmute because I had to wait for the host to allow me to unmute. So good morning, council member. So we do not have social workers in the commands. We have crime victims assistance personnel who help people navigate the criminal justice system. One is a specialist and one is a domestic violence specialist, in which they help victims of crime navigate the criminal justice system and provide assistance. But we do work with other agencies. We are actively engaged with the Department of Health and Office of Mental Health on the state level, and we are actively in joint programs with the Department of Mental Health and Hygiene. We have several social workers and other clinicians who deploy with officers to individuals who have a history of violence and have a history of mental illness.
Do you believe, Chief Tobin, that it would be helpful in individual precincts if there were a social worker on site? The victim services is very, very important, but would it be helpful to you if we had an office with a social worker who could help with people who are coming in with all these complex issues that need to be addressed?
I think we do a very good job without having them on site. We refer people to New York City well. We ask for crisis response by their crisis mobilization teams. So I'm not sure that physically having a social worker housed within the precinct, because space is extremely tight. But I do think that we are able to connect people through services and the resources they need through Safe Horizon and by engaging with other city agencies which provide the necessary resources.
Because we have social workers located in hospitals. We have social workers located in schools, not enough schools. And it's commonly understood that that's preferable than having to send someone elsewhere and make an appointment. Doesn't it make sense, especially when folks are coming in for a limited amount of time, to have a social worker there rather than to have to arrange for an appointment at a later date with someone who may not make that appointment?
Well, it's certainly worth exploring.
I think so. I'd love to have those conversations, and I can tell you anecdotally, working with our local precincts, that would be helpful, because it's the cycle of incarceration. People who've been arrested 40, 50, 60, 70 times. What are we doing differently than before? What can we do to interrupt that cycle? And it involves getting them mental health treatment, other kinds of treatment. And the current system is really failing in that regard.
Time expired.
Happy to speak to you offline about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we will hear from Councilmember Aviles, followed by Councilmember Nurse.
Starting time.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I'd like to ask some questions around shot spotters. And forgive me if I did not hear the response to Councilmember Caban's question around what data the city has collected in terms of the inaccuracy of shot spotters.
I'm going to ask Chief Abbasi to answer some of those questions for shot spotter. Excuse me.
Good morning, council member. Thanks for the question. I'll just give you, right now, I believe we're a little over 90 square miles of shot spotter coverage in 50 of our precincts. For the specifics on the data that you asked for, I'm going to kick it over to my colleague, Chief LePetri.
When we look at shot spotter technology, just to add a little bit to what Chief Abbasi said, 87% of our shooting incidents last year were covered by shot spotter technology. We responded to approximately 14,000 shot spotter alerts last year. When we look at the confirmed incidents, about 40% of the confirmed incidents did not accompany with a 911 call. So those are incidents that we might have not responded to, which means we can't investigate it, which means obviously we can't deploy to the areas that we think will then prevent further violence. When we look at the accuracy, about 20% of the shot spotter calls are confirmed with either ballistics recovered or a report from a witness or an arrest or actually a shooting incident.
So I'm hearing 20%. is accurate.
That is accurate, yes. Approximately 20% of the shot spotter alerts are then confirmed with some type of evidence.
So that leaves 80% of unconfirmed. That doesn't seem to be the right ratio that we're looking for. In terms of the shot spotter locations, we know they are mostly located in low income and public housing areas. Do you have confirmed locations of all the spot shotters?
We have a coverage map that we could share offline, and like I said earlier, 50 of our precincts are currently covered by ShotSpotter, but we can certainly share that coverage map with you.
Thank you. In terms of the technology, we know that the technology, the microphones, it operates just like Siri. It is on 24 hours a day and has been known to record conversations and intrude on people's civil liberties. Can you tell me a little bit about this, about the fact the microphones are activated 24 hours a day and how we can protect people's civil liberties?
What microphones are you referring to?
The ShotSpotter microphones, the technology itself.
So I don't believe that our department is monitoring the ShotSpotter sensors in that way, and we would have to follow up with you offline to get you details on what you're asking.
Great. We would like definitely the details. We know that there have been allegations in Rochester that ShotSpotters. I'm sorry. Can you hear me? I'm getting a little feedback. Okay. Yes, we just wanted to know if NYPD has independently evaluated allegations from Rochester that spot shotters falsified evidence in a criminal case. Have you looked into those allegations?
We have no information to support that.
Great. We'd like to definitely follow up to see. We should be looking into these technologies, and certainly just like we've seen in terms of face surveillance, where we get tons of positive IDs, and we've seen the disproportionate impact on our communities. So we'd like to look into more of this technology and ensure that our communities are protected. I yield my time.
Thank you, Councilmember. We'll now turn to Councilmember Nurse, followed by Councilmember Hanif, followed by Councilmember Brewer.
Starting time.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. So in recent years, the NYPD has doubled the size of the gang unit, which places mostly young Black and Brown New Yorkers on the criminal group database. And the criteria for ending up on this database is very vague. It's not really clear what the protocol is. And it seems as if a police officer can simply get someone on this list by labeling them based on their color of their clothing. It seems the database has continued to drastically expand the number of people impacted by this system, and it's not really clear how this is directly correlating to keeping our community safe, or even how folks can get off of this if they think they are wrongly on it. So I just had two questions. The previous commissioner has said the gang database is necessary for public safety, but what is the concrete evidence that shows that this database reduces violence? Has the database been operational during recent increases in violence? And if it has, what is that saying about the need for such a database? And then the second question, because I'll just get them out and then you all can answer. The department's gang units operate far from the public eye, and the department has said they will build trust. And so what is the transparency that is being provided to work towards building that trust in terms of concrete, specific deliverables? And is the department willing to voluntarily release misconduct histories from the members of those units, including CCRB complaints and lawsuits filed against them? Thank you.
The department is extremely transparent when it comes to the results of discipline for the officers. They are online, but as far as the gang database is a tool we use in the suppression of gang violence. As it stands to how someone gets on or is removed from that list, I'll turn to Chief Detectives James Essick.
Yeah, the gang database, we have strict guidelines and a very rigorous review process just for entering and exiting. So just for example, this year we added 164 members, we removed 94. Last year we added 441 members, but we removed 867 members. So we do have a complete review process. There's as soon as you hit 17 years old, if you were in it, and then every 2 years thereafter, and every 3 years, once you're in, there's a review process and people are removed from or added or based on how what their actions were. And also to get in the database, it's not just, you have to make voluntary statements, you have to have social media. There's a very rigorous criteria to get into the database, and there's supervisory oversight at every level. As far as the gang units, the NYPD doesn't have per se a gang unit anymore. That was renamed the Gun Violence Suppression Unit that we talked about before, basically handles gang investigations now. They're not a suppression unit on the street. They have two folds. They assist the local detective squads in solving violent crimes through vigorous canvases, helping them with witnesses and other evidence. And second, building cases with the local DAs to take off the most violent shooters, homicide perpetrators. That's their mission. They don't do suppression on the street. It's more of an investigation.
And when you get on it, how are folks notified that they're on it? How would an individual know that they are on the gang database?
Thank you, council member. So just like any other investigative lead, individuals are not notified that they're on it because it is an investigative lead ultimately. But at the same time, being an investigative lead does not equate to probable cause for your arrest. So if we have information that you are part of a criminal group, that information is leveraged either A, as part of an investigation to solve crime, or B, in order as information to prevent crime. So for example, if we have two different gangs that are feuding with one another, it actually stands to reason that we should know what is the membership of these groups, so we could potentially prevent retribution from one group to another. So it's actually, it serves as a defensive mechanism as well as a crime fighting tool.
So at what point do people ever get told that they're on this and then told that they're able to contest it?
As I said, again, if you take a look in California, for example, there is a law that says if you're in a criminal group, if you're in a gang, that is a violation of law in and of itself. New York doesn't have such a law. That's why this is an investigative lead. So much like any other investigative lead, when we're doing an investigation, individuals that are suspects cannot dispute the evidence that we're collecting as part of the investigation. This is merely evidence as a part of investigation or a potential defensive tool to save people's lives.
Okay, but so when do they get notified that they were ever on it or off it?
What we do actually is, as the chief of detectives mentioned, we have regular reviews, and those are the numbers that he outlined for you on the 17th birthday, I believe the 23rd and 28th birthday as well, and then you can self-initiate reviews. So if we have information other than those automatic reviews, if we develop information that somebody has left the gang life and is no longer taking part, we can self-initiate a removal of the individual. And that's why, based on the chief's numbers that he provided to you, we're actually removing a significant amount of individuals on a regular basis every year.
But so it doesn't benefit. It sounds like it's just, there's no ability to know you're on it, to contest it.
fight to get off of it. You as the department will self-initiate when you think someone is determined to not be worthy to be on it.
I think it's a couple of things. So part of transparency was one that we posted the criteria of what enables an individual to get put into the database, and that's available online on our website. Two, again, and as I said before, this is not something that is going to result in an arrest. So being in a criminal group, one, requires a laundry list of criteria that needs to be met, a significant amount of supervision and agreement among multiple individuals to place somebody into the database. But ultimately, it's an investigative lead that in and of itself will not result in your arrest. So I think as a general matter, if you take a look at investigations and you look at evidence collected in those investigations, individuals do not have a right to dispute evidence until they're ultimately in court. And if an arrest is made, then defense counsel would dispute the evidence that's collected in establishing guilt or innocence.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. We're going to actually now turn to Councilmember Mealy, who was logged off earlier, who got kicked off of the session earlier, and then we're going to turn to Councilmember Hanif after that. So Councilmember Mealy, followed by Councilmember Hanif, followed by Councilmember Brewer, and then I think we'll go back to the chair for a second round of questions there. So Councilmember Mealy, Hanif, Brewer, thank you.
Starting time.
Thank you so much, Commissioner, and thank you, Madam Chair Hanks. I only have two questions, and it's so many interesting questions need to be addressed in regards to the shots fired, but at a later date. Have you thought about the addiction of the police officers being on their phone as they serve the community? Can you give me an answer to that?
Glad you asked that. We have been interacting with the community, and they expressed some concerns about the officers being on their phones, but I want to make sure that you understand that we have so much information that's disseminated to those officers on those phones. We have wanted flyers that go out. We have an incident that just went out that they need to be on the lookout for an individual who may be fleeing into their area. These are mini computers that they have in their pockets that are giving them real-time information on crimes that have just occurred and ways to make the city safe. Now, while we will address the fact that some officers are on their phones more than that or outside of those parameters, and we are dealing with that, but I do want to make sure that we let people know that these officers receive a tremendous amount of criminal information in real time, in addition to things they need to do for the community where they are. So while we will address abuses of that or uses beyond those parameters, for the most part, they're using those phones in furtherance of the safety of the city.
Thank you. And my second question, you say, one of your executives said that they have a 3-step plan in regards to the officers coming out. I'm the only elected official in the 5 boroughs with 5 precincts and 3 PSAs. And I was never invited to the rollout. And I concur with Councilmember De La Rosa. I just happened to be walking out of my office, and somebody said that they were having a meeting. And I went there and I said, I was not invited, but as Shirley Chisholm said, if they don't invite you to the table, you pull up your own chair. And I can say I only met 2 of your deputy inspectors for all 5 precincts. And something is wrong with that. I think it's a breakdown between the deputy inspectors and the community, or information relaying back to the community. I had the Chase Bank 100 feet away from my office, district office, got robbed, and not one person from the precinct called me. Don't you feel that's a problem? My office is 100 feet away. So where is the breakdown, or where is the 3-step plan that every precinct is doing to connect with elected officials or the community activists to let them know what is going on in their neighborhood and what is not? Or even with meetings, please explain something is wrong. And
So
I
we
go
wanna-
to these precincts and I can't meet some of them. It's like they telling me when to come back. I come back and they still not there. So shouldn't it be a one fit all? A new administration, every precinct leader should meet the elected officials.
Don't disagree with you. I certainly want to schedule a meeting, maybe offline with you, with the CO.
Oh, yes, I have issue and
concerns, because I do believe that you should what's going on in your area.
It's a lot going. I'm in the heart of Brownsville. My office is in the heart of Brownsville, and things are happening that the community should be aware of. And if you, like recently, Van Dyke is having a meeting soon, and one of the officers said that the elected officials are not invited. Is that correct or not?
I cannot say that that's correct. I know there is a meeting, I believe, on Monday night in the Van Dyke House.
I didn't want to say all that, but they said elected officials were not invited
to that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you, Chair Hanks, for this important meeting.
Thank you, Councilmember. We'll move on to Councilmember Hanif, followed by Councilmember Brewer.
Starting time.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Hanks. As a Muslim New Yorker who grew up in Kensington, which is a part of my district in the post 9/11 era, I know firsthand the harms that unwarranted NYPD surveillance can create for communities of color. During my formative years, the NYPD integrated undercover plainclothes over long periods of time into mosques and other community hubs, including the CUNY system, targeting Muslim students under the pretense of anti-terrorist work. Naturally, these efforts found absolutely no wrongdoing from any community members. Not only was this a blatant violation of privacy and First Amendment rights, it sowed a very rational sense of distrust of police in our community. Can the NYPD commit to fully disclosing the extent of its Muslim surveillance program to this committee and the public at large through a comprehensive report? And my second question relating to this topic, can the NYPD issue a formal apology or a public acknowledgement to Muslim New Yorkers for this discriminatory, fruitless, and damaging program?
Question, I'm going to ask Deputy Commissioner of Intel and Counterterrorism, Commissioner Miller, to respond to your question.
Thank you for the question, Council Member. This is a subject near and dear to my heart. So we have looked at this several ways. First of all, there were 3 lawsuits against the NYPD, which involved extensive discovery processes. And at the end of the plaintiffs and their attorneys reviewing that discovery process, those lawsuits were settled with no admission of wrongdoing, no damages, and it was actually a extraordinarily useful discussion between the Intelligence Bureau of the NYPD, community members who came to be heard, and their attorneys, kind of getting the facts out. So that's one milestone for us, which is once this was examined by the plaintiffs and the courts, those cases did not go forward with either damages or admissions of wrongdoing. I think
wrongdoing by the NYPD?
There was an independent review by the Department of Investigation that examined 10 years of Intelligence Bureau investigations where they got access to files and were able to go through cases at random, where they determined that 100% of those investigations over that 10 years were properly predicated. But I think that the most useful thing that came out of both the lawsuits and the independent review by the Office of the Inspector General and DOI was the institution by agreement of the independent civilian monitor. So for the last several years, Judge Robinson, a retired federal judge who has no connection to the NYPD, has sat in on every Handshoe Committee meeting where we review investigations that are coming up to be launched, or investigations that are coming up to be renewed, or investigations that are coming up to be closed. And his independent report for the last years that he has been doing this during his term have also all found 100% compliance with the Handshaw Agreement, the consent decree with the court, and what it requires. Beyond his particular job, we've also given him access that goes beyond what's required to sit in on other briefings, other meetings, other processes, just so Judge Robinson has gotten that 360-degree view. He has also met with advocates and community leaders to bring as much transparency as you reasonably can to the process of intelligence collection. Our focus today in the post-rise of Al-Qaeda, the post-rise of ISIS, the 4 terrorist attacks that occurred in New York City since 9/11, our focus today has largely shifted to where the activity is, which involves white supremacists, neo-Nazi groups, accelerationists, and other groups that are responsible for a disproportionate amount of the advocacy for violence and the actual carrying out of violence and property damage. We use the same rule book, the same set of tools, the same federal consent decree, and the same guardrails in investigating those groups that we did in internationally inspired terrorists. So I think we've come a long way.
I guess that doesn't sufficiently respond to my question, but I will wait for the second round to dig a little deeper into this.
Thank you, Councilmember. We'll go to Councilmember Brewer, followed by Councilmember Ariola, followed by Councilmember Ayala.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and Commissioner. I have, let's see, 2 questions. First of all, I do want to thank you, Commissioner, with the Gay Officers Action League, disclosing sexual orientation. Big deal, only one in the country. Congratulations. It's a big, huge step. And I also want to thank the 240 Manhattan North. And we're really excited that Midtown Court is opening. And I'm a fan of Chief of Patrol O'Reilly, just for the record. So my questions are, number 1, I think you mentioned security cameras, but I didn't know if there was a budget for it, because I am asked, as I was as Borough President, and certainly now, for security cameras. So I didn't know if there is a capital budget allocation, number 1. Number 2, I didn't see it in the budget, but I'm not reading everything. I know that the mayor has said less uniform doing civilian work. Now, with all due respect, just because I've been around for a long time, Mark Green said the same thing in the 1980s and has a report to that effect. It's not so easy to do. So I wanted to know if there was a budget allocation for that and how that's going to proceed. I also want to know, in terms of the PSAs and NYCC, maybe it's there, but I wanted to know, what is the allocation for NYCC PSAs? Is it up? Is it down? Goodness knows the NYCC residents need all the support they can get, and they really do appreciate good policing. And then this, for me, the biggest issue, of course, is quality of life. This is hard. It's not, God knows, shooting. But between the bicycles, the noise, the mental health, the traffic, the summonses, and according to the MMR in the report that I have, there are fewer quality of life summonses and fewer moving violations being given out. So what's the status of that? It's not easy. In some precincts, it's hard to deal with these individuals. I know them very well. And then finally, the grants. I know I was at the National League of Cities. There's a lot of money coming from Washington. Who's in charge of literally applying for every single federal dollar? I know you got some with the plans that have come out in terms of infrastructure and others, but what is the status of trying to get more federal money? Thank you very much.
We'll try to dig into each one of your questions. We'll start with the budgetary questions first.
Yeah, so with regard to the cameras, right now we have approximately $12 million in the capital budget for our Argus cameras and facility cameras. And as I mentioned earlier, the current maintenance cost for that is approximately $2.9 million annually. With regard to grants and funding coming from the federal and state government, this is something we're actively reviewing. The responsibility for applying for those grants is my office within the NYPD, and we work with the various bureaus and commands to put together our applications to put our best foot forward to receive as many resources as we can. And so what we're doing now is we are monitoring all of the appropriations. We're monitoring all the notice of funding opportunities from the federal government, opportunities from the state government, so that we make sure that we have every opportunity to avail ourselves of additional resources from our federal and state partners.
I believe you were talking about quality of life issues.
Yeah, quality of life, and then civilian versus uniform is the other issue.
Bit of a
And the NYCC, yeah, and the NYCC.
Oh, the NYCC.
I'm sorry, the NYCC budget for what specifically? I missed
PSA,
that part.
what's the, is it up, is it down? For the NYCC, for the PSA, that's a whole division of, obviously. What is the budget for that, for NYCC? And is it up, is it down? What are your plans? Is it, you know, the PSA? I've got 5, 6, I've got quite a few.
For housing, if you just give me a minute, I can get you the value we have for that while we respond to the other question.
Okay.
We'll respond to your quality of life concerns. We're going to get you the information for the NYCC budget.
So good morning, council member, and you know, understanding how involved you are in the borough of Manhattan, and you're well aware of a lot of the concerns surrounding quality of life citywide. You know, part of that is our 311 response agency-wide, which currently is you know, in excess of 1.3 million calls annually. We work to address this in a variety of ways. You know, and as we get our officers messaging, we see our oath enforcement is going up as a preferred way of it when we do have to take enforcement. However, you know, part of what we do and part of this expansion of neighborhood policing is the concept that, you know, public safety and quality of life is a shared responsibility. So what we're really looking to do is engage our partners at the ground level, at the precinct level, at the PSA level, identify the right stakeholders in the community, collaborate with them, but more importantly, identify a plan of action that's going to help address these quality of life issues.
Time expired.
That are accountable to those taskings so that we can address these issues, most importantly, to the satisfaction of the community residents that are being affected by those quality of life issues. So enforcement has its place, and we are certainly responding to a lot of calls for service related to quality of life. But the big push for us as we expand neighborhood policing is to take it beyond the NCO, beyond the YCO, and collaborate with our community members on how they want to see issues resolved and doing it together.
Okay, I'm not going to belabor the point now, but that's something that I think the police department needs help on, because it's the 311 is going to go 4 or 5, going to get increased in terms of the 311 calls. We do need a different approach, because it's hard to collaborate. It's not easy to collaborate and to figure out who's going to deal with the noise. Where's the noise meter? 3 o'clock in the morning, DEP is not going to show up. The construction noise, you know, it's endless, the bicycles. And so I think it needs to have a different strategy, not to be discussed now. It's the same problem when you get off the subway. When I've discussed this previously with NYPD, you get off the subway with the individual, he's off, she's off, but where does she go? Answer from NYPD, understandably, is not my problem. So we got this whole silo thing. It's not your fault, but it is the problem. I know human services, you know, police department, but they're not working together as much as we talk about it. So I'm not saying it's your fault. I'm just saying that's what the deputy mayors and the mayor and the city council have to work on. Same thing with quality of life. If you've got a gazillion bicycles, we got to work with the restaurants. We got to work with DoorDash. I don't know, but we got to figure out something that is bigger than you. So I just throw that out. Thank you. And then I'll wait for the PSA number.
I can respond to that, council member. So the budget for Housing Bureau is $205 million. That's essentially flat from last year when it was 203. Where we have seen some additional dedicated resources that, as I mentioned earlier, last year when overtime was significantly curtailed, we had significant reduction in overtime for enhanced housing deployments, and we are back to ensuring that we utilize overtime effectively in housing. So we are putting some more overtime resources into housing deployments this year.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember. We will turn to Councilmember Ariola, followed by Councilmember Ayala. Thank you.
Starting time.
Hi, thank you, Chair. Thank you, staff. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you to my esteemed colleagues and the entire team from the NYPD. I'm going to stick to the topic of quality of life. In many of our communities, mine included, we're terrorized by four-wheelers and motorized bikes on our streets, on our sidewalks. We're also, our quality of life is affected by very loud music, pop-up parties, large speakers that are found, you won't have seen them in disco, that dates me, but in clubs or such. And these things really create a safety hazard and a quality of life hazard within our communities. In the past, confiscation of both these vehicles and these speakers were only when they were when they were not in use, whether at a gas station or a garage, or if they took the speakers from their cars and placed them on the ground outside their cars, and then they were confiscated. How is the administration going to deal with this moving into the summer when it is a citywide issue and it really affects, I believe, every community throughout the 5 boroughs? And why were these particular crimes given so much leeway?
So we recognize that that's an issue, especially as the weather is warming up. I'm going to ask Chief PUBSAFE to go into the details of that as well, please.
So, council member, good morning. And
Hi, Chief.
The issues that you're illustrating citywide have been, tremendously troublesome. And we see it in Manhattan North, we see it in Queens, we see it in the Bronx. What we've done is quite a comprehensive plan, trying to control some of these ride outs, the ATVs, the motorcycles, and the noise that sometimes they generate. But again, back to this concept of shared responsibility and neighborhood policing, we look forward to working with you, but just as importantly, we look forward to working with our partner agencies, DOT, sanitation, DEP, on sound measurement, on engineering recommendations, on installing, camera systems and technology. These are things that, again, and I think the council member Brewer's point, are larger than this agency, but we are more than willing to take these on and lead the conversations. And I look forward to doing that with you. And I know that the Transportation Bureau, under leadership of the esteemed Chief Royster, is also doing this work as well.
Thank you, Chief. But with respect to the reckless driving of the four-wheelers and the bikes that are motorized on and oftentimes unregistered and on our streets and causing accidents and on sidewalks, causing liabilities for pedestrians, that's something that is absolutely comes under the purview, I believe, of the NYPD. And I commend the precincts that are dealing with it, especially in my own district, the 100th, the 106, and the 102 are doing their absolute best to combat that behavior. But, and if you need something from us as a body to help you combat that, since we all have it, throughout our communities, throughout the 5 boroughs, please let us know, because summer is approaching. I live in part of my district is a beachside community, and it really makes it unlivable between the music. And I understand that DEP, and we do work across the borders with the 7-5, precinct in Brooklyn on these issues, but it continues. And I just want to know why they've given such leeway, and if there's anything we can do as a body to help you confiscate these vehicles, confiscate these speakers, and thereby address the quality of life issue that's happening.
I'm going to throw it to Chief Royster in a moment, but I just want to address something, that you bring up, which is a very important point that goes into our decision making. And officers in the field make split-second decisions, and sometimes it's very dangerous. And what factors into some of that decision making is the risk of flight, danger to the public, danger of mounting a sidewalk, danger of causing an accident and causing serious physical injuries or death, even into the motorcyclists themselves. So what we're doing is innovative strategies, choke points, trying to get them in areas where they're not going to pose a danger to themselves or others, take enforcement action. I will let you know that we've confiscated hundreds of ATVs and motorcycles. We've crushed many of them. We've written thousands of summonses, but there's a lot more work to be done. And I could have Chief Royster discuss a little bit more on strategy.
Yes, thank you. Councilmember, thank you very much. We've seen this issue created pre-COVID. Once COVID came in, we saw that these devices were being used on our streets. ATVs and dirt bikes are illegal. They're not street ready. And we've taken a couple of measures to actually address the issue.
Time expired.
That Chief Abbasi had mentioned, it's the concern of safety. But we are working with the 77 precincts in the Transportation Bureau to find out where these vehicles are stored. I know you asked the question of how you can help us. That's one of the ways that we would like for the public to engage with us, is tell us where they're stored. We have a mechanism in which we can actually get information from you and basically go to those locations and seize these devices. As Chief Abbasi said, there are hundreds of these vehicles that were seized last year, and we have destroyed them. We will continue our efforts, but I am willing to reach out with you to work with the 77 precincts with Chief O'Reilly and to make sure that we put forth a initiative, and you're absolutely correct, before the warm months come. This is something that's a concern, not only a concern of ours, but a concern for the people that are riding. Young people that are purchasing these devices are not aware that they're illegal, and we want to make sure that we address the people that are selling them to young people.
I certainly appreciate that. I thank you for all the work that you do as a department commissioner, for your leadership, and for always being accessible each and every time our district office has reached out. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. Finally, we'll turn to council member Ayala, and we will return back to the chair for a second round of questions. Council members, if you want to ask second round of questions, we're going to have a 2-minute round followed by after the chair asks her questions. I see we have a couple of you have your hands up, so we're going to head to you after the chair. Councilmember Ayala, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioner. My question is related to a bill that I sponsored. I'm the prime sponsor of a bill that will prohibit the NYPD from collecting DNA from minors without the consent of a parent or legal authority. And the NYPD has expressed concerns with this bill, citing that it would make it more difficult to solve gun-related cases without it. I'm really curious to know how many individuals under the age of 18 are in the database, how long their profile is stored, how many cases have been solved as a result of this practice, and what prevents the NYPD from simply asking for a subpoena to request the same access to the same DNA. So I know there's a lot of questions in one, but I want to get my time in.
Thank you. Thank you for your question, council member. I'm familiar with the bill. So when it comes to individuals under 18, to start with just the numbers, you're talking about less than 2% of the current database is comprised of individuals under the age of 18. When you take a look at juveniles and what our revised policy is, and I think that's important to mention, that, you know, through one, we post our policy online as part of the Post Act. 2, that policy was posted before it was finalized to get community input on the finalized policy. 3, we amended and updated our policies with respect to collection of DNA from juveniles, and those policies now reflect the practice of following the same protocols that we follow for Miranda warnings for juveniles, which actually that includes the parents. 3, we created a process where we now purge the database, you know, on a regular basis. So what used to be, and this was, I think we all agree, this was the problem, I guess, with the old way the database was maintained, was once the profile went in, the only way to get out was if you got a court order ordering you to come out of it. What we started doing now is routinely reviewing the profiles and recommending removal to the OCME, who's actually the owner of the database. So we've completed an audit of the entire database, and over 5,000 exemplars were removed as a result of that audit. And now it's routinely audited on an ongoing basis to ensure that those that profiles that no longer have investigatory value that are put in there, and the individual is not a convicted misdemeanor or felon, and there is no open investigation, that there's a pathway out without getting a court order.
Okay, could you explain what 2% totals to? And when you say that the database is cleaned on a regular basis, what does that mean? Periodically, like every 6 months, yearly?
I believe the profiles are examined at the initial audit was examined every profile that was 2 years old or older. On an ongoing basis, we review profiles that are 2 years old on their two-year anniversary. And if the case is no longer ongoing, we can pull it off. And that doesn't stop us from doing self-initiated audits with respect to particular cases that we can bypass the 2-year review, but we wanted to set up some level of systemic review. In terms of numbers, I mean, I know the last audit is posted on our website. I would have to get back to you and give you the current numbers, but it's the under 18 component, which is generally comprised of 16 and 17-year-olds. And keep in mind that we swab every gun that we recover for DNA. It's under 2%. I'll get you the hard number on a follow-up after the hearing.
Yeah, I mean, I'll remind you that we've had, I mean, I know in my district, we had a 12-year-old who was in the DNA database. And, you know, that's kind of what, preempted the drafting of this bill. So it's NY's position still that this bill would make it more difficult for the NYPD to solve these cases?
Absolutely would. And the case that you're referring to was a very unique case. I think it was the only one, but, just to give you some level of context, when you talk about the age group that you're talking about, the only way that we would collect DNA from an individual that age would be if it's a homicide or a rape, essentially.
Time expired.
I mean, I get it. I think my issue with the resistance has always been that legally, there's nothing that prevents the NYPD from acquiring the information to begin with. I'm not, like the intent of the bill is not to make life more difficult for the NYPD, but to prevent digital profiling. Like we can't, have kids on a database just because of, because they're associated. And I am not pretending to say that, all kids are, innocent because they're minors. I get it. I know that a lot of our young people are, unfortunately gang involved and have been involved in some pretty heavy criminal activity, which is, we're working on that. We need to do better on that end. But it really, as a parent of, Black and brown, boys, minor boys specifically, it bothers me as a parent to know that my son could be associated with someone and brought into the precinct, for questioning on something that, he may not have even done, and, is offered a soda and then leaves it and it becomes abandoned property. And now his DNA is stored without my knowledge, his knowledge, or consent. So again, it's we plan to reintroduce the bill this year, but the intent is not to make it so that the NYPD cannot access the information, but rather to kind of force the NYPD to access the information legally through our court system. We have a process for that. So we can continue to talk about this for years. I know that you and I have had several conversations about it, but for me, it's a matter of equity and fairness. And so I want to make sure that I don't like databases to begin with, but I want to make sure that specifically when we're talking about young people, that we're as informed as possible. Thank you for that, Madam Chair.
And just to kind of close the loop on that, our current collection practices are definitely legal. They comport with the law. The evidence we collect is introduced in court. So if there was anything illegal about the collection method, the evidence would really be, we wouldn't be able to introduce it. So there would be no point in collecting it. I think what the flaw was in the process that wouldn't allow individuals. It was the fairness aspect of not allowing individuals to get out of the database. We believe that's been addressed through a very public process, but we certainly, and I'm always going to be available to speak with you about this piece of legislation or our policies.
Thank you, Councilmember. We're going to move back to Chair Hanks for a second round of questions. After Chair Hanks asks a number of questions, we will then turn back to the 4 remaining council members who have a second round questions who have their hands raised. And that's Councilmember Stevens, Caban, and the Batcher. So Councilmember or Chair Hanks, you may go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Josh. I just wanted to thank all of my colleagues who are signed on to this important hearing, and the questions that you had are extremely important. If you feel that they haven't been answered to your satisfaction, please email me and let's try and get those questions. So when we meet on March 30th, you have a more in-depth understanding of the questions that you feel you need further discussion. So I have about 3 more questions. First, hate crimes are increasing with 524 incidents, but only 207 arrests in 2021. Can you give us an update on the hate crimes task force and what's the current head count? Are the resources that you have now sufficient?
Thank you for that. I'm going to turn over to Chief Executive. That's a very important topic. I'm glad you asked that.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, hate crimes this year continuing to increase. This year, 153 report hate crimes. Last year at this time, 52 for an increase of 194. We have 56 arrests in those 156 incidents. This is last year's totals were 538 versus 274 with 263 incidents. So roughly we're making arrests in about 50% of our cases, plus or minus. In the hate crimes task force, the detectives, we have 19 investigators total in that squad. And then there's also a hate crimes task force. That consists of 25 members of the AP community. They're in uniform. They're throughout the department. They act as translators for language barriers for us. They enhance our investigations with outreach to the community, and they basically assist the hate crimes task force in investigating these crimes when needed.
Okay, thank you. My next question is, CCRB had found 250 cases in 2020 in which an officer failed to comply with NYPD's body-worn cameras policy. This is an important oversight tool that we want to make sure that all cameras are on, they're clear, and work as intended. In what ways can the body-worn camera program be improved? Do you see a need for a higher quality body cameras in the future? Do you take action on officers who do not operate or comply with the cameras as per NYPD policy?
This is certainly an issue that we agree with you, that we want to make sure the cameras are being used properly. I'm going to ask risk management. I believe Chief Puntillo is on the line to address that directly. His camera and his phone. I'm sure his mic.
There we are.
There he is.
Good afternoon, council member. Yeah, thank you for the question. It's a great question. So since we began the rollout of body-worn cameras in 2017, it's been a very, very high priority for us to have auditing mechanisms and review processes in place. So, some of those CCRB cases are a little bit dated in terms of where we are now. So we conducted comprehensive training when we first deployed body cameras. As recently as last fall, we updated the body-worn camera policy because of some of the deficiencies that we observed with recording practices. So when cameras were being activated, when they were being turned off, we also greatly expanded the scope of incidents that must be recorded. Early on, we found that there was some confusion because we had limited the must record situations to those encounters that were likely to result in some type of escalation or enforcement. But we've now included a much wider array of events that police officers respond to and take part in. Essentially, we're now recording or requiring members to record every police action, every activity they engage in, except for routine collisions, aided cases, missing persons, and reports of past crimes where they're just going to somebody's residence to take a report. So we're requiring them to record everything else. We have concentric layers of auditing that we do from my office here, where we review body-worn camera usage. We compare it to events to look for and make sure that the officers have recorded those events as required. We also do sampling where we'll look at a precinct and look at an entire tour to make sure that everybody recorded everything as they were supposed to. And you know, these auditing mechanics are incorporated into several review processes that the department has. So for example, every week we do an analysis as part of CompStat in terms of the precincts that are coming in for CompStat and looking at their body-worn camera compliance and usage. We also take a citywide view, and we have other review or compliance forums where we bring in precinct commanders and we go through their body camera usage and their compliance. Violations of the body camera policy are in the NYPD disciplinary penalty guidelines. So there are guidelines for imposing discipline when there is a violation of policy. We also look at the commands when we find a deficiency. We will review the audit trail of that body camera, look to see if any supervisors from that command also look at that video, and then look to see what follow-up action was taken. And that's one of the things that we will ask commanders about and hold them accountable for, not only making sure their supervisors are in fact reviewing body camera video on a periodic basis, but also having meaningful follow-up to address any concerns. And it may not just be disciplinary. There could be tactical concerns or training issues. But we do have that mechanism in place that we address through a number of different forums, like I said, including CompStat, as well as other forums that are similar that we hold here.
Thank you. Staying on the topic of discipline, the disciplinary matrix enacted by the previous city council in 2020 was a change in how penalties are imposed. What effects are you seeing from the use of the matrix? Any specific positive or negative that you want to share now that the system has been implemented?
So we believe the disciplinary matrix needs some tweaking. We've had quite a few meetings where we were able to discuss things that may have been aggravating factors or extenuating circumstances that may have fallen outside of the parameters of the matrix. But I'm going to ask Commissioner Lippman to weigh in for me. She too may need permission to unmute her microphone.
So thank you so much. You know, the department has been incredibly committed to utilizing these disciplinary guidelines and further evaluating them when looking at discipline. I would say some of the benefits that we're seeing is that, you know, it helps us to really more formalize our process in terms of looking at where we are seeing areas of misconduct that we think that we can find more creative ways of rectifying. So for example, as we look at the penalties for failure to take police action, that encompasses so many different things. And that's something that we actually made some adjustments to more recently when we addressed some enhancements to our disciplinary matrix. But we're looking at ways in which we are not only penalizing members of service for misconduct, but we are also now looking at ways that we can enhance our work around discipline. So what I mean by that is when we're identifying trends, we are looking to create new trainings, new strategies to address problems so that we don't see them over and over again. And we do believe that by, I call it sort of internal transparency and prevention, where now that we have these guidelines, we can share the information that is included in these pages that helps to explain not just what the penalties are, but what the disciplinary process is intended to do, how it looks, demystify what discipline looks like for members of the department internally. And as we talk more and more about what types of penalties will be imposed for misconduct, I would like to think that it will result in some prevention around future misconduct. So I think solidifying these guidelines and making something very clear and more transparent internally for members of the department, I'm hoping that we can do good work around, I guess, reducing the misconduct that we're seeing.
Okay. What kind of misconduct are you seeing?
Yeah, so we see a variety of misconduct. As you know from the penalty guidelines, there are many categories of misconduct that we address. So obviously we have misconduct that we receive referrals from the CCRB around force, abuse of authority, discourtesy. Obviously those cases come in through the department. But then of course we have various categories of both on-duty and off-duty misconduct. Obviously, use of force is something that we evaluate very closely and we're looking at right now in terms of strategies that we can utilize. But also, we see officers that maybe aren't as skilled at working with victims in the community. So that's an area that we think really needs some addressing. As you know, there will be more training for officers in the department surrounding domestic violence, human trafficking victims, sex assault victims, to ensure trauma-informed practices are imposed. As a former domestic violence prosecutor for 20 years in the Bronx, it's something that I take very seriously in my role in the advocate's office. And when we see cases that come to us where we think officers could do better at how they interact with victims or know more, for example, about the dynamics of domestic violence so that they can better understand why a victim may react a certain way when police ask questions or may be resistant to cooperating, we think that we will be able to give officers the tools to better aid and assist victims.
Thank you very much. I mean, I just want to add, many of the commentary by my colleagues has been along the lines of transparency and the fact that, what is that interaction between the council member understanding when these meetings are, when they can add in. And so we definitely want to do a deeper dive into that. But I would imagine that these having these closer community contacts with the council members, letting them know when things are happening, are probably going to answer a lot of those questions because we are a resource. And I think that it's been echoed with many of the council members that have said today that we should do a better job in utilizing that so the process is a little bit more streamlined. And to that end, my last question is, in fiscal year 2021, end-to-end response time for all crimes in progress was 11 minutes, 48 seconds, an almost 20% increase from fiscal 2019. What is the reason for the slowing of response times and how do we plan on improving response time and getting them back down to less than 10 minutes? It was a couple of years ago. Are there resources that need to be allocated to make this happen?
Chief Petrie is going to step in for me to answer that question specifically.
Yes, Councilwoman. We have seen an increase in some of our response times, but what we've also seen is a sharp increase in the volume of calls that we responded to. I'm sure you're well aware with the pandemic and thousands of officers out sick. That had something to do with it, but it's clearly something that we look at very closely. It's part of our CompStat, a big part of our CompStat on Thursday, along at the local level. The borough commanders, the precinct commanders are also looking at ways to always improve our response times. But we are laser focused on the response overall, but obviously the response time.
Thank you. I'm not going to speak from my colleagues, but even in my district, we've gotten several complaints of, police officers and NYPD may not be responding even if they're in the vicinity. And so we need to definitely do a deeper dive and look into that. And so possibly by the 30th, we'll have better questions answered on those things. Josh, you can ask the remaining questions, take the remaining questions from the council members on the call.
Yes, absolutely. Seems like we want to recognize Councilmember Joseph, who joined us as well. We're going to go to her if she has a question. I believe her hand is raised. She didn't have an opportunity to ask a question in the first round. Councilmember Joseph, are you there?
Yes, hey. I'm here. Good morning.
Good morning. So yeah, you may go ahead, and then we'll loop back around to the second round to the rest of the members. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, Commissioner. Good morning, everyone. My question is, how does the city determine what street safety tools design that you allow for crossing guards? How do you place them outside each school? And how does that impact the Vision Zero data, especially in priority areas? And how do you ensure that they equitably distributed across the city?
Thank you. Good to see you again, Councilmember Joseph. I'm going to ask Chief O'Reilly to give you some data.
Okay, thank you.
So the department recruits school crossing guards with postings on the city's website. Posters distributed to precincts, informing the public of the position and local recruitment efforts.
I can't hear you.
And distribution.
I cannot hear you. Excuse me, I cannot hear you.
Council and Local 372 to assist us in this effort. School crossing guards are considered part-time workers and work only while schools are in session. The application process includes an interview, a medical investigation, and background investigation. Only candidates who pass each step can be hired to fill these vacancies. Candidates can apply online with the New York City Automated Personnel System, NYCAP's e-hire system, or at their resident precinct. Applications for each precinct are then submitted to the civilian hiring unit for further processing based on the vacancies in their command. The civilian hiring unit will review the applications and conduct initial interviews.
Well, thank you for your answer. I just wanted to know, how do you determine where do you place crossing guards? Because we've been seeing a high level of fatalities around the schools. So far, we've lost 6 young people this year. So I just wanted to find out, how do you determine it? How is it equitable?
So Councilmember, very, very important question you asked. So school crossing guard posts are prioritized citywide based on accident data, conferral with school principals and community groups. We are currently down, our school crossing guard headcount, I think, is down about 580 school crossing guards, but only 397 of our posts are vacant. So what that means is, you know, typically we would like to have reserves and backfill personnel available, but what we do is we prioritize our posts from the most likely to need a crossing guard for pedestrian safety, for student safety, down to the least likely, and we fill them in that order. To the point Chief O'Reilly made before, there's a process in place to recruit and hire more school crossing guards, but it's something that we really, we really need community support, help spreading the word on getting the right candidates to fill these spots. But I think the short answer to your question is accident data, conferrals with DOE employees, community groups, parent groups, and then a citywide prioritization of posts.
Because I have a precinct in my district where if the crossing guard is absent, there is no one to cross the children. So, and that's one of the dangerous crossing intersections in my district. So how do we solve that? Are we paying these crossing guards living wages that people want to apply for these jobs?
Yeah, I agree that that is a very important issue. I mean, the pay is something that we can certainly explore. It's something that's larger than us right now. But it's something we can explore. But to the point, we have supervisors, crossing guard supervisors in every precinct that are supposed to make these replacements, these post coverage replacements when a vacancy occurs. In order to accomplish that, though, they have to stay within the scope of the prioritization that they have. So understanding that you're probably referencing a high priority post, we can certainly circle back offline with you about what that post is and figure out some sort of coverage plan for it.
I would love that. I would love that. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember. We will now turn back to the additional members who have a second round of questions. For this round, we're going to give members 2 minutes in the interest of time. We have CCRB who is testifying next, followed by the DAs. I think as Chair Hanks mentioned earlier, council members, if there are any additional questions that you do not have time to ask today, please forward it on to myself and Chair Hanks, and we will direct those to the administration to get further responses. So for the second round, we'll start with Councilmember Stevens, followed by Caban. Councilmember Stevens, go ahead.
Good afternoon. I have learned my lesson, so I will ask my questions first and you guys can respond after. So thank you, Councilmember Sandy Nurse, who was on earlier, who started some of the questions about the gang database, because that was the next round of questions I was going to ask. Because I'm a little concerned that it's saying that it's used as an investigating tool when it was foiled in, I believe, 2018 or 2019. It was found that 99% 99% of the people on the database were Black and brown. So it's really hard for me to believe that only Black and brown young people or Black and brown people are in gangs. So I would love for you guys to talk a little bit about that, because there's clearly some racial disparities in this database, and we should really be getting into that, especially if this is used for investigations. And then my other question, I'll just keep it very general and broad, and I'll follow up with questions to Chair Hanks so that she can get it to you. But I'll just ask this question. What is NYPD doing to really build a relationship with Black and brown communities for years of trauma, other than playing basketball and having block parties? What is really being done to really fix and foster these relationships, to really have community building? Because I don't really see that happening. So I would love to get a response to both those questions.
Sure, and thank you for asking that. I'm going to ask our Deputy Commissioner of Legal Matters to talk about the database.
So thank you, Council Member. So in terms of the database, it's really, as I mentioned before, in response to the other council members' questions, it's based on pretty strict criteria that's outlined online.
Can you outline the criteria?
Individuals that would fit that criteria, whether they're self-admitted, whether they have social media posts consistent with it, gang tattoos. It's either one, which is a self-admission, or a combination of multiple criteria that are present, and then the layers of approval by supervisors in order to enter somebody in. But in terms of the racial makeup, it's really a consequence of the intelligence that we're getting, the admissions that are coming in. I mean, there are certainly members of criminal groups that are not in the database because for that in particular individual, the criteria wasn't met, but later ultimately we find out that they were in a particular criminal group. But I mean, this, in terms of demographics of individuals that are in the groups, I mean, the demographics of traditional organized crime was a particular demographic, and we didn't control that either. So when we tracked the makeup of a particular crime families and so on and so forth, those individuals tracked a particular demographic as well. So we're ultimately collecting the leads that we collect. The criteria that we set is pretty stringent. It has significant oversight, but ultimately the product of who goes into the database is a consequence of the makeup of that particular criminal group, which we don't control who joins that group.
Just a couple of things, because you said the criteria is self-proclaimed, they do it themselves. A lot of people, I say I'm the Queen of Egypt. That doesn't necessarily mean that I am. So I think that there's some flaw there when we're saying that people are self-identifying, and even with colors and tattoos, all of those things get very murky. And so I think we should definitely be revisiting that, because I'm just uncomfortable with that. And even saying that the makeup of gangs are typically, these are specific groups. There's gangs that have all types of people throughout the community. It's who we are looking at and who we are targeting. So then I think we need to be clear about that. So that means we're targeting these specific people, but it is a limited time. But I do want to have my other question, which was asked around how are we really creating community and building relationships between Black and brown communities after years of traumatizing and, distrust that's been created. What are we doing to really do that other than basketball games and block parties?
Remember, I agree with you. As I stated in my testimony, we absolutely acknowledge the root cause of police and distrust. We're committing to ensuring our officers understand its genesis as well. This must be part of how we continue the healing process, and we are mindful of that. It's a long journey to undo many decades of history, but we're taking every step we can to improve those relationships. Our neighborhood policing philosophy helps establish this trust, and we have created numerous programs in order to be able to address that. I'm going to ask Chief Abasi to follow up, please.
Council member, good morning again. So once again, you bring about a point that's a priority for the agency. This concept of engaging youth in our communities, and I agree with you. We have to be very careful about buying the next backpack or the next basketball. To what end? Why are we doing this? The idea here is, we're engaging the next generation of New Yorkers. We're engaging the next generation of NYPD leadership, and we're engaging communities that have been underserved by government for many, many years. Part of this is this expansion of neighborhood policing, right? There's this awareness that every officer, every detective, every supervisor, regardless of assignment, is our advocate to go out into the community and conduct outreach and to make friends that we didn't have before. But to that point, when we engage kids beyond sports, introducing them to opportunities like STEM, education, employment opportunities, engaging parents and empowering parents to refer their kids to outlets that we have available to us. And part of that is the activation of spaces, which Chauncey Parker in Community Partnerships does so well. Spaces that are available to city government that are typically closed off to the community, getting them open, getting these types of interactions and engagements done. Our Saturday Night Lights program, Law Enforcement Explorers, Blue Chips. I could probably spend 90 minutes telling you how many things we're trying to do to get to those kids that typically were neglected by our efforts before or didn't fit into it. And one of the biggest parts of that is young girls and women. How are we not excluding them from these conversations and exposing them to the opportunities that other people are getting?
I'll definitely would love some more follow-up because I didn't really hear what actually, like, what are the actual things that are being done, and not just young people, because it's, you know, I think this is a community effort. It needs to be thought about how are we doing this community-wide and holistically, and I didn't really hear that. So I'd love to have follow-up offline more about ways that can happen, because that didn't really answer the question, but thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. We'll now turn to Councilmember Caban, followed by Councilmember Hanif, followed by Councilmember Botcher, followed by Councilmember Holden. Councilmember Caban, you may go.
Starting time.
Yes. Two questions. So, Commissioner, you testified, quote, "You will not wait for a bad incident to occur to take corrective action that will make policing better and fairer." Last week, a Bronx judge found an NYPD officer lied, fabricated evidence, and probably caused the gun present to go off. And this is rare. My experience as a public defender, judges almost never make this legal finding. I once did a trial pre-pandemic where a cop testified that the 405 train wasn't crowded at midweek morning rush hour, and that cop wasn't even found to be not credible. So what steps did the NYPD take to prevent officers from lying in official proceedings, and how are officers who do lie held accountable? And my second question is that you testified, quote, that you're embracing the challenge of doing more with less. Your budget is bigger than that of the Ukrainian military. It's bigger than that of many countries' militaries, in fact. And for every dollar the NYPD and DOC receives, Homeless Services gets 29 cents, Department of Health gets 25 cents, Housing Preservation and Development gets 19, Youth and Community Development gets 12, Workforce Investment gets 1 cent. It sounds to me like these agencies are facing the challenge of actually doing more with less because of the billions per year your department demands. Do you believe this is the proper ratio of investments to achieve the best safety outcomes in our city?
To answer your first question regarding the case the judge mentioned, we are actually looking at that case. I believe that we see it a little bit differently, but I understand your point and I understand the judge's point, but this is not about a disrespect or for the judge, but we do see that case differently. To your point about whether we believe the other people are not doing more with less, I'm not really sure if I'm going to answer your question. You're asking me if I believe that they should be funded more or we should be funded less.
So I can just speak to sort of both elements of that. So the department does participate in the savings program. We participated in the PEG program here. We've done that historically in the past. As you're aware, we've had our headcount resources reduced. We've had other, including our overtime and other resources reduced. We do understand and support needs that other agencies have. But I think public safety is also a core element of what the city needs in terms of just the quality of life, maintaining safety, economic survival for the city. And the two are not mutually exclusive in terms of resources for the police department and resources for other agencies. So, as we've said prior to this in the testimony, we work with our other agencies, we support our other agencies, but there are resources that we all need. And we have been making every effort to be as efficient and effective as possible with the resources we have. And there are a lot of questions about how we are moving forward with the elements of the blueprint to end gun violence and the neighborhood safety teams. And we are primarily implementing that through redeployments and through evaluating our existing resources.
Thank you. I wanted to interject, but I was muted during my questioning. I just want to point out that the pegs, the NYPD has the fourth lowest of the pegs. So they're experiencing the peg at a lower rate than all of those other agencies. And so do want to point that out, but thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. We'll turn to Councilmember Hanif, followed by Councilmember Botcher, followed by Councilmember Holden.
Starting time.
Thank you. 2 questions, and then of course I'll follow up if responses aren't sufficient. Commissioner Miller, I just want to articulate that the Muslim community will never forget cases like Asad Dandia's or Asiya Noel from Brooklyn College, Queens College, respectively. At the time in their late teens, early 20s, these Muslims were racially profiled as students. And I know you mentioned right now that surveillance tools are being used to profile white supremacist, neo-Nazi, accelerationist groups, but these groups are not comparable to the ways in which Muslims were treated post 9/11. These young people did not belong to any equivalent Muslim groups, and settlements from past lawsuits recognize that Muslims were improperly targeted. All I need to know, yes or no, is will the PD publicly acknowledge and report the extent of conducting an unjust Islamophobic surveillance program targeting innocent, vulnerable Muslims? My second question is, can you share the precinct's protocols, training, partnerships with anti-domestic violence groups as it pertains to domestic violence calls, and especially in response to immigrant domestic violence survivors? In my district several years ago, when officers were called to a scene in response to a South Asian Muslim survivor, the officers were keen on getting the survivor to return to her abusive home because what was happening, in their words, was a cultural issue. Thank you.
So, Council Member, thanks for the question again, because it touches on something very important. We talked about lawsuits that didn't result in going to court because we agreed on a really interesting standard. What they asked for in terms of response to the lawsuit was, after we demonstrated that we were actually adhering to the rules of the Handshoe Agreement in excess of what was required, the negotiated settlement was, well, can we write into the Handshoe Agreement how you're exceeding the requirements?
Time expired.
I do know that a department investigation probe found that we hadn't broken any of the rules after a 10-year look back in terms of how we predicated cases. I do know that we came to positive settlements, but I also understand this. There is perception, and perception allowed to linger long enough becomes reality. I know from my own conversation with Muslim members of the community and Muslim community leaders that there are people who have believed and will believe forever that there were spies in their mosques who were trying to entrap people, and that when they kneel down to pray today before their God, when they get up, they are still suspicious that that person who engages them in a conversation as a new friend or a stranger may be that undercover officer.
Right, because it's true, that's what happened.
I know that there is no evidence that that occurred based on every objective study that's been done on it, or that if it occurred outside the rules of what a legitimate investigation is. But I know we can't erase that. So what we've done in turn is tried to build continuous relationships with those community leaders, with those communities themselves, to visit mosques, to talk about what we do and how we do it, and to build that trust. And that is something that is not going to happen overnight, nor is it something we started yesterday. That's going to be a work in progress.
Well, I'll be following. And, again, I just have to say this, like, your point of view really does not resonate with what we're experiencing or have experienced within the Muslim community. As the only Muslim council member in the council right now, I'll be sure to continue this line of follow-up. And would love, I know my time is up here, but would love a response to the domestic violence question. Would really love to bring in some more gender justice work into today's hearing.
So, Council Member, good morning again. Speaking to the very important issue you raised, we have a very sophisticated domestic violence program here at NYPD where, I think we run both a criminal investigation through the Detective Bureau, but also a victim services case through our domestic violence prevention officers. Now, the cultural diversity of New York City, as you mentioned, really makes us have to think about how we're providing victim services. And part of what we do is try to inform our first responding officers as best we can and keep a trauma-informed approach to everything we do. But on top of that, understanding, cultural diversity as we analyze domestic incidents through, looking at our domestic incident reports or domestic violence follow-ups, we're able to provide translation services, foreign language services, but also we try to leverage the family justice centers in every borough for intimate partner violence. When we see intimate partner violence, especially where there are indicators, potential lethality indicators or re-victimization indicators, we try to make referrals through the Family Justice Center to get the right partners in place, depending on the culture of the victim, depending on any specific needs of the family or the household, to get the right people plugged into that case as soon as we can. And developing this cultural awareness and developing these relationships and continuing these relationships beyond the FJCs with partners in every precinct, dependent on the cultural demographics of the command, making the right connections is something that our domestic violence prevention officers and their supervisors do well, but that we oversee here from One Police Plaza also.
Thank you. I'll also continue to follow up on this because this is one that's really important for my community. But thank you, Chair Hanks, for the opportunity again.
Thank you, Councilmember. We will turn to Councilmember Botcher, followed by Councilmember Holden.
Starting time.
My question's about mental health, but I have to say I was surprised by the answer we heard just now, where the individual denied that the NYPD had surveilled the Muslim community. Everyone knows that the NYPD spied on the Muslim community after 9/11 for many years. So I was surprised to hear that. But my question is about mental health. Commissioner, could you, I've been confused about what the procedure is for police precincts who need to request mental health assistance for an individual for a chronic condition, not an emergency mental health crisis, but someone who needs sustained outreach. Could you outline for us what that procedure is?
Talking about above ground, I assume, is that correct, Councilman?
That's correct.
Philbin, would you assist us, please?
You unmute Captain Tobin.
Thanks so much. So the process is, if it is someone who needs to be connected to services, the precinct commanders call New York City Well, and they act as the air traffic controller because they know all of the city's resources and the appropriate agency to respond. If once it comes into New York City Well, if they believe that it would be important to have a police presence in addressing the concern, it goes to our co-response team. And if it does not require a co-response team with police officers, it is referred to DOHMH's HEAT teams for a response. They also have mobile crisis units that can respond within 2 hours.
So 888 NYC Well, that's a general phone number.
That's correct.
Shouldn't the precincts have a sustained contact, an individual with whom they work on these issues?
Time expired.
The New York City Well, they do not take the cases. They just state that they're going to refer. We could certainly ask them to get back to the precinct with the person that it's been assigned to follow up.
I'd love to discuss that further because my police captains would like a person that they know who they can reach out to rather than having to call the general number.
Right, they have the number for our triage desk, and we will help when it is, when we can make sure that we have the resources internally in the PD to respond to, but they can certainly call co-response's triage desk, and we will make sure that we follow up with other city agencies.
Thanks. We have a meeting coming up with the Department of Health and Police Internal Affairs. I'd love to include you in that.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you, Councilmember. We'll turn to Councilmember Holden and then close up with back to the chair. So Councilmember Holden, go ahead.
Starting time.
Thank you, Chair, for a second round. And thank you, Commissioner, again, for excellent testimony by you and your staff. To echo the quality of life concerns of my colleagues, Council Members Brewer and Areola, all New Yorkers, I think you'll agree, Commissioner, have the right to a quiet enjoyment of their homes and a good night's sleep. And I just want to give you a stats from last year in my local precinct, and it's really kind of citywide. Out of 8,671 noise complaints, my precinct, the 104 precinct, in 2021, a mere 68 enforcement actions were taken out of those 8,500. 68 enforcement actions, and none, Commissioner, for a residential home. So, we're talking about 0.0078% enforcement, and it means that thousands of noise complaints were essentially ignored. So, as a council member, or as council members, what can we do to help the NYPD better address these quality of life noise complaints? Do we need better technology, and do we put that in the budget, or do we need better legislation?
So I certainly share your concern about the quality of life concerns that are not being addressed, that we are trying to address. I'm going to ask Chief Abbasi, he spoke about it earlier. I'm going to ask him to follow up as well.
Council member, good morning again, and good to see you again. I know we've spoken about this offline several times. I'll first say that there are some needs, and I'll answer that part last maybe. But I will also say that enforcement action doesn't necessarily mean that we didn't address the balance of the issues. Sometimes we try to gain voluntary compliance, sometimes enforcement is warranted. We are seeing an increase in our utilization of oath and criminal court summonses in response to quality of life complaints, significant increases. However, there's still more work to do. I don't know if you're aware, but there have been changes in legislation and to our powers at the scene of noise complaints emanating from a residential premise.
Time expired.
In years past, to abate the nuisance, we'd be able to confiscate property and make entry and do some other interventions that we no longer can do. But then also, back to this point of shared responsibility, I think there are other agencies in city government that can certainly assist us in this effort. And as we continue to create these partnerships, develop these partnerships, and enhance the partnerships we already have in place, we look forward to your leadership. And you're bringing people to the table that are resistant to coming, because I know you've done it before, and I look forward to working with you on doing it going forward. But to your earlier point, we are looking very, very closely at the amount and types of enforcement that we're doing, and in a lot of cases, we're seeing deficiencies and asking the officers to correct that.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you.
Yes, we'll go back to Chair Hanks to close this section of the hearing off, followed by welcoming folks from CCRB. Go ahead, Chair Hanks.
Thank you very much, Josh. I wanted to thank my fellow committee members on the Public Safety Committee, my colleagues, and definitely want to thank NYPD and the Police Commissioner for a robust budgetary public safety committee meeting. Thank you very much. And I appreciate the answers and questions. Anybody who has any additional questions that are on my colleagues, please submit them and let's try and get those answered. But we do have a public safety oversight meeting on March 30th, and you can have your question on the blueprint. You can have your questions answered at that time as well. So thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So next up is the Civilian Complaint Review Board. Thank you, CCRB Chair Arva Rice and Executive Director Jonathan Dace for being here today. The CCRB receives and investigates complaints by the public against employees of the New York City Police Department. Its fiscal year 2023 preliminary budget is $23.5 million. The top priority for the CCRB is to ensure that it has enough resources to effectively investigate complaints. Currently, the CCRB has over 70 staff vacancies, which is over 1/4 of the total budgeted positions. These staffing vacancies put the CCRB at a disadvantage in terms of being able to investigate complaints that are currently in the pipeline. It also makes the organization of out of compliance with the city charter. By law, the headcount must be 0.65% of NYPD uniformed headcount, which puts the minimum staffing level at 228 people. We must work together with OMB to ensure the agency meets the charter requirement and fulfills its mission of serving the public. I look forward to reviewing your budget and staffing needs. So, Josh, let's begin.
Okay, thank you, Chair. For CCRB, I will have testimony from, I believe the Chair mentioned, but we'll have testimony from the Interim Chair, Arva Rice, and the Executive Director, Jonathan Darsh. I see both of you are here. I'm going to swear you in, so please just raise your right hand and affirm the following oath. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this committee, and to answer honestly to council member questions?
I do.
I affirm.
Great, thank you so much. You may go ahead.
Chairperson Hanks, members of the Public Safety Committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. I am Arva Rice, and I am the interim chair of the Civilian Complaint Review Board, CCRB. I am joined by Jonathan Darsh, our executive director. I would like to begin by thanking the City Council for your continued support and trust in the agency over the years. The City Council has been instrumental in strengthening and expanding the agency in size and power. Last year, the City Council passed a bill to grant the CCRB the power to investigate bias-based policing and racial profiling, a key measure to ensure some of the most complicated cases of misconduct have a form of recourse. The City Council also passed a bill allowing the CCRB to self-initiate complaints. This means the agency will no longer put the onus on victims and witnesses, but can bear the brunt of responsibilities themselves. Misconduct will not be ignored because a victim does not have the bandwidth to serve as a complainant, and the CCRB will do its part to ensure all misconduct is addressed. Finally, I would like to thank the City Council for the funding you provided for public education last year. With that budget, the agency was able to place advertisements on a variety of outlets to reach communities throughout the city. As the new interim chair of the board, I look forward to working with the City Council to ensure the CCRB is upholding its duty to the City of New York. I joined the CCRB as a board member last year, and I am very proud to now serve as interim chair. I've spent most of my career serving New Yorkers. As the current president and CEO of the New York Urban League, I work to enable underserved communities to secure a first-class education, economic self-reliance, and equal respect of their civil rights through programs, services, and advocacy. Before joining the NYUL, I served as executive director of Project Enterprise, an organization that provides business loans, technical assistance, and peer support to New York entrepreneurs who lack access to business financing. Under the last administration, I served as the commissioner for the NYC's Equal Employment Practices Commission and Mayor de Blasio's Commission for Gender Equity. But before joining the CCRB, I worked with the former police commissioner, Shea, and Mayor de Blasio on a department-wide initiative to reform the NYPD. In March of last year, the City Council passed a resolution adopting our final police reform and reinvention collaborative plan. After decades working to make New York City a fairer, more equitable, and safer city, I am pleased to use my expertise to lead the CCRB into its next chapter. The CCRB is a uniquely important agency that is key to fulfilling this great city's mission to protect New Yorkers. The agency is empowered to receive, investigate, mediate, hear, make findings, prosecute, and recommend action on complaints against New York City police officers alleging the use of excessive or unnecessary force, abuse of authority, discourtesy, or the use of offensive language. The board's investigative staff is made up of over 150 civilian employees who conduct diligent and impartial investigations. The board forwards its findings to the police commissioner, who can concur with our recommendations, deviate from our recommendations, and impose a lesser penalty, or retain the case completely and refrain from any discipline. As it grows in numbers and powers, the agency continues to expand its services to those in need. At the end of calendar year 2021, the CCRB's projected budget for FY23 was $24,323,000. 100,000. In an event to comply with the new administration's request to cut 3% from our budget, the agency submitted a peg to the OMB, which reduced our budget to 23,547,977. We reached this target by reallocating certain positions within the agency. And I'm pleased to be able to tell you that we recently got approval from OMB to hire 15 additional positions for the CCRB. The updated fiscal plan the agency submitted to OMB would allow us to accomplish all the work set forth for us by the charter and the city council. And we expect to be able to onboard the new hires before the end of April. Over the last few years, the board made great strides expanding the CCRB's powers. Just in the last year, the board has expanded its powers to investigate sexual misconduct and untruthful statements. Thanks to the City Council, we have been granted the power to investigate bias-based policing and the ability to self-initiate complaints. This brings us one step closer to addressing all misconduct without placing the burden on victims. While these have been important steps forward, the CCRB needs the city's support for these new teams and powers to be viable. This year, we hope to fully build out the new unit investigating bias-based policing and racial profiling in order to fulfill our task to investigate these incidents of alleged misconduct dating back to 2016. Last year, we hired Darius Charney, a leading expert in racial profiling, to be the director of this unit. This new investigative branch is particularly pressing, given the new administration's intent to reform anti-crime units and expand stop and frisk. While these are legal tactics when used properly, they have been abused in the past. And the people of New York need to know that there is sufficient oversight in place to address any incident of misconduct. Another obstacle standing in the way of the racial profiling unit is the city's current sealing status. Sealing statutes. These statutes block CCRB's access to sealed arrest records, which oftentimes are sealed due to police misconduct. The CCRB must be granted access to sealed arrest records in order to identify cases of bias-based policing and racial profiling. We will also use this year to continue to improve our investigative process. Every year, we improve our training and make our operations more efficient. And through the pandemic, we have gathered many learnings on how to optimize our investigations. Part of this relies on collaboration with the NYPD on getting body-worn camera footage and other records more quickly, and cooperation in scheduling interviews with officers. We also continue to seek increased budget for highly specialized investigative skills. One of the largest influx of cases the agency has seen stem from allegations of officer misconduct during the 2020 Black Lives Matter protests. These protests resulted in 319 cases, 269 of which are closed. Thus far, we have found 104 officers guilty of misconduct, 61 who have been recommended the highest level of discipline. When we finish the pending cases, the CCRB will release a report with recommendations for the NYPD of how to improve training and tactics when responding to protest. The CCRB and NYPD must work together to hold police misconduct accountable, which in turn will help build police-community relations. We look forward to working with the new administration and the new police commissioner to improve the disciplinary process. The concurrence rate is an important metric for the agency. The concurrence rate measures how often the NYPD abides by CCRB recommendations. In January 2021, the NYPD introduced its new discipline matrix. In February 2021, the agency signed an MOU with the NYPD agreeing that we would both follow the new metrics when recommending and imposing discipline, with the hopes that we would increase concurrence. Unfortunately, results were not what the agency hoped for. Concurrence in non-APU cases dropped from 73% in 2020 to 68% in 2021. And concurrence in APU cases was only 27% in 2021. These low concurrence rates for cases where misconduct has been substantiated is an argument for why final disciplinary authority should not be left with the NYPD. Commissioner Sewell has a reputation from her time in Nassau County as a strong advocate for discipline. I am hopeful that I can build a relationship with her to reverse this trend and increase the power and effectiveness of civilian oversight of law enforcement in New York City. With the implementation of the matrix, more cases will be sent to the Administrative Prosecution Unit, or APU. The APU is responsible for trying the most serious instances of misconducts that have been substantiated by the board. They hold administrative trials to prove allegations of NYPD misconduct, which can result in a loss of vacation days, suspension, or even termination. The APU is currently short-staffed, and without a sufficient number of prosecutors, the most egregious instances of misconduct go unaddressed. Most egregious, sorry. Yet all the additional services will be redundant if civilians do not know that the CCRB is an available resource. The CCRB's outreach team has grown over the last few years and implemented outstanding programs to reach New Yorkers in all 5 boroughs. Since the pandemic hit, the outreach team conducted over 1,090 presentations to help raise awareness of the agency and inform New Yorkers of the resources available to them and their rights when interacting with police officers. The outreach team is currently working with a scant budget to raise awareness. In order to properly inform citizens of their rights and resources, the CCRB needs greater support from other agencies and an expanded budget for more events and promotions. Another new resource the CCRB now offers is the Civilian Assistant Unit, or the CAU. The CAU is staffed by victims advocates, licensed social workers, and trauma services professionals who provide free and confidential assistance. They work diligently to connect our most vulnerable civilians with desperately needed city resources such as social and psychological support services. Since June, the CAU has helped 152 victims seeking support, an ever-increasing number, and need more staff to serve all New Yorkers in need. Finally, with the exciting new bill that grants the CCRB the power to self-initiate complaints, the agency will now have the power to address any instance of misconduct that arises. This will dramatically increase our caseload and will require many more investigators on staff to address the influx of cases. We hope for the support of this administration and the council to better serve New Yorkers and adequately fulfill our duty to hold NYPD misconduct accountable. Much of the public has lost faith in the police department and in the city to hold officers accountable. With your support and proper funding for staffing, training, and public education, the CCRB will be instrumental in rebuilding that trust and help lead the national conversation around police oversight. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. We'll now go to Chair Hanks for questions.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that testimony. As I mentioned in my opening statement, your budgeted headcount for the next fiscal year is 259 positions, but you have over 70 vacancies currently. The charter requires you to have at least 228 positions. So technically, with respect to your active positions, this is not in compliance with the city charter of 0.65% of NYPD headcount. Can you talk about the issues you're having with respect to hiring limitations from the administration? And does ONB have you on a plan to hire for your vacancies? And how can we help you fix this?
Thank you so much, Chairperson Hanks, for that question. It is of concern to us, and we do have an action plan in place, which I will leave to our executive director to expound.
Okay, so bias-based policing, can you tell us about your new unit that handles bias-based cases? I understand you're having issues investigating these cases because of the state sealing statutes. What's the staffing level of this unit? How many of these new bias-based policing cases are you seeing that have been the outcomes? And can you provide a status update of self-initiated investigations? Is this a separate unit as well? How many of you are initiating and what have been the outcomes to date?
Sure. If I could call upon my executive director, Jonathan, to respond to the particulars to the first question that was asked, as well as the second. Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank
you, Madam Chair. And both chairs. My name's John Darsh. I'm the executive director of the CCRB, and I use he, him pronouns. With regard to the budgeted headcount question, it's extremely important to the agency to make sure that we have the people here to do the investigations and prosecutions and the mediations, the work that we've been charged to do by the city council and by the people of the city. And we have a plan to fill those openings. We are currently, there's a plan to get 29 people on board by the end of April. In regard to the new racial profiling and bias-based policing unit, we intend to hire 5 investigating attorneys and 5 investigators, as well as a chief data scientist and an administrative assistant before the end of April. We also intend to hire 7 prosecutors and then 10 more investigators. The prosecutors we hope to onboard as soon as possible, and the investigators, we just had a new class start this past Monday, and to have another class of investigators start in July. So with regard to staffing levels, we understand how important it is to get the quality people on board that we need to do the work that you've charged us with doing, as well as keep the people who are here doing the work now and who we've invested in, trained, and who have been doing good work, to make sure that they stay and don't leave. With regard to the 2212 unit specifically, we spent a lot of time when we're building this unit to try and do it the right way. The racial profiling investigations have been extremely difficult and time consuming for the other city agencies that were investigating them. And we were determined to set ourselves up in a position to be successful. So we spoke to the stakeholders who are invested in this work. We've spoken to PD, we've spoken to to groups such as Communities United for Police Reform, to the New York Civil Liberties Union, and to many other groups that are involved on the ground in how policing is experienced in the city. Because it's not enough for the CCRB to think it's doing a good job. The people in the community who have demanded an end to profiling need to feel that we're doing a good job. And so we've been trying to move carefully when we build the unit and come up with practices to make sure that the concerns and needs of the community are what we are engaged with. And the unit is going to have a mix of attorneys, investigators, and also data analysts and statisticians, because a lot of the work that we're going to do involves data analysis and seeing if certain behavior that was alleged to have been profiling is in fact profiling.
Madam Chairwoman, I believe you're still on mute.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Just to follow up to the sealing statute, how would the CCRB use the information if it was given access to sealed arrest records, and how would that aid in investigations?
So the vast majority of contacts between civilians and the NYPD do not result in convictions. And so the vast majority of paperwork and body-worn camera footage is considered sealed by the NYPD. And when we receive a complaint from a civilian, we are able to get waivers from them that allow us to get access to the paperwork and body-worn camera footage. And when we are investigating profiling cases, we are not just looking at the incident of the person who has filed a complaint, we're going to be looking at incidents that happened in that location or that happened in that location over a period of time. And so we need access to paperwork and body worn camera footage to far more than just the case that we're receiving a complaint about. In addition, now that the CCRB has the power to self-initiate complaints, we're going to be starting investigations without having the civilian who was involved in the interaction talking to us in the beginning and agreeing to waive waivers that give us access to the police paperwork and to the body worn camera footage.
Thank you. As I mentioned also with the testimony and the questioning with NYPD, can you tell us how the disciplinary matrix has affected your investigations, and what are the positives and negatives you've seen since the policy was enacted? And do you have any recommendations?
I will ask our executive director to chime in on that as well, but we have certainly started using the discipline matrix, and it has provided us with aid and support in doing our process. As you all know, the CCRB is comprised of individuals who are appointed by the mayor's office, as well as city council and the police department, with the chair who is appointed by a joint commission. And so it is panels that come together in order to do that review, and using the discipline matrix assist those panels in making those decisions. There are some points that we would like to review at the 1 year mark, and our executive director can talk a little bit more about the specifics.
So the matrix was introduced in January of 2021, and the CCRB entered into the agreement to begin using the matrix when making its discipline recommendations in February of 2021. We then had to stop, we had to retool how we conducted our board review of cases to make sure that the discipline recommendations were following the matrix. It is too soon to know how the matrix has affected concurrence and affected discipline overall because of the time lag in disciplinary decisions. So a lot of the discipline decisions on cases that we've received since the matrix was implemented is over cases that were where the misconduct occurred and was investigated and the board deliberated prior to the implementation of the matrix. And so that led to inconsistencies into how the initial recommendation was made, or even sometimes a plea was entered into prior to the implementation of a matrix, and then the APU case was closed after the implementation of the matrix. And so we're at a point now where we're trying to analyze how the matrix, how discipline changed for cases that were fully investigated and then the discipline closed on the matrix, as compared to cases where there was no matrix at all, and where the board has been extremely persistent in urging staff to come up with that analysis. And we're hopeful to have something in April, May at the latest, because the board wants to know how this is affecting the same way that the council wants to know. And I can assure you staff is working hard to make sure that that information is available to the board, to the council, and to the public, so that you know the efficacy of the matrix. We have, the one thing I can tell you is it has led to a dramatic increase in the number of members of service who have charges and specifications recommended by the board after substantiated misconduct, because the matrix, when you look at when using the matrix, it requires that. And so, you know, that is the one definite result of the matrix that I can tell you.
Thank you. Before my next question, I just want to recognize Councilmember Sanchez is now at the hearing. It's good to see you. So talk a little bit about, the beginning of investigating sexual misconduct complaints against NYPD members. Can you talk about your unit that investigate these, and if it's separate from others, and how many cases you generally see?
Jonathan, if you can take that, please.
That's a very important question, and thank you so much for asking it. We do not have a specific unit that investigates allegations of sexual misconduct. The only investigators who we permit to investigate those cases are ones who have undergone FEDI training, so that they have been trained in how to conduct trauma-informed interviews of the victims of sexual misconduct. And the supervisors who are working on those cases as well have received that training. In addition, we make sure to connect the civilians in those cases with our civilian assistance unit to make sure that people who have been the victims of sexual misconduct can have access to the right services to help them heal. And the give me one moment, I'll have the numbers on cases. So in 2021, we received 17 complaints regarding sexual misconduct. In 2020, we received 17 complaints with 24 allegations. In 2021, there were 122 complaints with 179 allegations. And so far, we have only closed I'm I don't want to give you incorrect information, so I'll get you we'll follow back up with the cancer.
We definitely would like to follow up with that. Thank you. So my next question, in general, have you seen a different level of engagement with the new police commissioner on your work, with you personally, or in cooperation with you and the CCRB?
I have not had an opportunity yet to sit down with the new police commissioner, but as you can imagine, I'm thrilled for her to take on this role as another African-American woman in leadership. She is uniquely positioned and qualified for the role, and have been really proud to see the way that she has responded to the number of challenges that she's faced already in leadership, including the loss of police officer Jason River and PO Wilbert Mora. So I look forward to sitting down with her and with her team and developing an even more positive relationship between NYPD and the CCRB.
Thank you for that.
I would say, with regard to the department's relationship with CCRB, the one major change that the police commissioner has implemented has been concentrating the responsibility for providing the CCRB with documentation and body-worn camera footage into,
that was my next question.
into the NYPD legal Bureau for Legal Matters. The CCRB has worked very well with NYPD legal for several years now on the body-worn camera footage issue. Judge Hart and Inspector Kanganis have really worked hard to develop a relationship with the agency and to make sure that we get the resources we need to conduct our investigations. The body-worn camera footage was a real problem for this agency for a long time. We're now receiving footage, unredacted footage, in the vast majority of our cases. The average time it takes the department to get us footage for a request is 8 business days. And so, and it has been a real improvement. We are hoping to match what the department has done by consolidating responsibility for providing us with information by kind of creating a unit that is responsible for consolidated requests to the department for information. And
Mhm.
hopefully by having two groups of people whose job it is to just coordinate the flow of information, they'll be able to develop relationships with one another and make that more efficient, more effective. But the department is ahead of us in that process from where we are right now. But I think it was either 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago that it occurred. But it's been a very positive experience so far.
Thank you so much. That was going to lead up to my next question. You actually answered it, so I very much appreciate that, because the footage of body worn cameras is definitely a big topic of clarification. I appreciate your answer. So before I take it back to Josh to have questions from my colleagues, I just want to thank Interim Chair Rice and Jonathan for coming on today, for your testimony. And we'll just, you can take over, Josh. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Chair Hanks. Council members, if you have any questions, please use the Zoom raise hand function. Councilmember Barron, you may go ahead, sir.
Starting time.
Thank you very much. And to our chair, you're doing a wonderful job. And I know it's tough being on as long as you have to be on while people come and go, but you're doing an excellent job. I want to say to the CCRB, the police department, NYPD, came into existence in 1845. And they are the longest and largest police precinct in the country. And in 1845 was right after slavery was abolished in New York City in 1827. And it continued even after the abolishment up to the 1840s. So they really brought the precinct in and they established it to do some slave catching, to go around to neighborhoods, our neighborhoods, and try to re-enslave us. And because we live in a colonial capitalist society and capitalism creates the poverty, so there's always going to be an issue around policing those agencies, the policing agencies that are really to protect the capitalist system more than they are to protect us from brutal police officers. NYPD has been one of the most brutal police departments in the country, and not only discourtesy, but brutality and abusive use of deadly force. And for us to put them in check is going to have to take something more than a CCRB that only the police commissioner can have the authority to impose discipline. So no matter how much money you get, how much staff you get, no matter how many different ways we talk about things, scientific this and data this and data this and data that, when it's all said and done, the police commissioner is the only one with the authority to determine the punishment. That's absurd. We know the police cannot police the police. And the records, when I looked at some of them, 90 some odd, only 3% of the complaints, the commissioner said that they're going to impose some discipline, like beat me up and you only have to lose a vacation day. I mean, slap on the wrist. This is why we are proposing a Community Power Act. Power standing for police oversight with elected review and an independent agency to prosecute police. And this Power Act would have 17 members representing all the community boards, and they would have the power to discipline police. And then if the crime is even stronger, then the independent police agency will be able to do it, because we know that within the system, the Attorney General, Letitia James, will not prosecute police. And even though y'all came up with 100 complaints around the Black Lives Matter demonstration, no police officer was disciplined by the special prosecutor in the Attorney General's office. And only 2%, 3%, 5%, 10% of the police officers are disciplined with a slap on the wrist with this process. So we say we need to go to an elected civilian review board elected and not selected by the mayor, who's usually, this time the mayor's a cop. So we got the mayor as a cop, and we got he gets 5, and then 3 from the police commissioner herself, that's 8. Come on now, we are dying out here. We don't have time to play these games and have these kinds of structures in place that are ineffective. The DAs are not prosecuting police. The US Justice Department, even on Barack Obama, didn't prosecute police. The only thing he did with police was when his bourgeois friend, Skip Gates, got roughed up, they had beer and wine at the White House. But him and his US attorney, Eric Holder, did not prosecute a single police officer, no matter what we had. Trayvon Martin, Tamir Rice, no matter what, Brown and Ferguson. So we got to put something in place to hold these people in check. This is not it, because you have no authority to determine the penalty. We have to go to an independent prosecutor and an elected police community review, civilian complaint review board. It has to be elected with power.
Time expired.
Thank you, City Councilmember Barron. I cannot disagree with your assessment and the history of policing in this country. It is something that, as you know, drives me very much in my personal role as the CEO of the New York Urban League. And is one of the reasons why I was both honored and privileged to be able to step into this role and to be able to help the CCRB to realize some of the additional powers that your body, the City Council, has helped us to put into place. We are not as far apart in our thoughts as you maybe have presented. We also believe that the ultimate power for discipline should reside outside of the police commissioner, and that the CCRB recommendations should be those that are withheld. And so we look forward to partnering with you all in order to help to move that forward. I understand the recommendation and the thoughts, the idea of having an elected board for the CCRB. We believe that it makes sense for us to have the current structure that we have, and that structure being, as you alluded to, with the 15 members, 5 who are recommended by the mayor, 5 by the City Council itself that represents each of the boroughs, and then 3 that come from the police commissioner, 1 that comes from the public advocate, and the last that has that joint appointment. And so we believe that by having those appointments, we're able to provide the balance that we're talking about. But we do believe that there's additional power that needs to be put into place. And we look forward to working with you all in order to help make that happen. But as I mentioned, I really don't think we're as far apart as it may appear in making sure that NYPD is held accountable for bad officers who engage in issues and things that hurt our communities.
Just one more point. We are far apart. If you're going to sit here and tell me that structure is what's going to make it happen, 5 appointments from the mayor and 3 from the police commissioner, we are far apart, because that structure is not going to get it. The mayor, this mayor, and the police commissioner are tight. They have the same mindset. So it is not, we are far apart. And I think as an urban league leader, you should support an independent prosecutor and a civilian elected review board. This is the way to go. We can't have the police policing the police, and the mayor's a cop and the police commissioner's a cop, and they got 8 appointments. We are far apart.
Sure. And I wanted to respectfully say that in terms of the discipline and who has ultimate responsibility for discipline, that's a place where I feel that we're not far apart.
There you go. We worked. And by the way, I appreciate your work that you've done over the years, but on this one, we're far apart, because this board is not the answer, has not been historically, and isn't as it's presently shaped. And I think the elected review board would be something that you would appreciate when we can get it rolling.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Holden, followed by Councilmember Stevens.
Starting time.
Thank you, Chair Rice. And now for something completely different. In a March 2021 council hearing with the CCRB, the former CCRB Chair Davies claimed that the CCRB was not anti-NYPD and that the CCRB promised the public that the CCRB would be impartial in probing police actions, which I think we all want. Yet in October 2021, there was an article in the Daily News that showed the CCRB interviewing detectives and officers with offensive anti-police press clippings in the backdrop. Eventually, the CCRB committed to removing the offensive press clippings. Were they removed? And how could the CCRB claim that they are not anti-police and are impartial in probing police actions with this kind of activity showing the exact opposite?
Thank you for bringing that question to our attention. I am going to turn that over to our executive director because I was not in place at the time that we're talking about. But in terms of the CCRB is absolutely committed to being an impartial arbiter of the information that's given to us. That's why we have investigators who do that investigative work and bring the facts to us. And our panels, as I mentioned, are comprised of people that represent the mayors, represent city council, and also represent the police department. And those are the panels that come together in order to make those decisions that are based on the facts at hand.
Right.
Jonathan?
So the CCRB had, during the pandemic, moved the interviews of police officers out of the normal interview rooms into larger rooms that were either conference rooms or larger group offices, and use them for so that officers and their representatives could socially distance and yet be in the same room when they were conducting the interview. One of those rooms was the former communications office, and it had old press clippings and articles either on furniture or had been put on the walls. When it was brought to our attention by the newspaper article, we immediately removed the articles. I think they were just like daily news articles and not anti-police propaganda. But regardless, we have to appear impartial as well as being impartial. And so we took the steps so that the officers and their representatives would feel comfortable in the room where they were being interviewed in.
Also on hearings, though, I did see these kind of press clippings behind some of the testimony from the CCRB. So I just want to attest to that. I thought they were inappropriate. But aside from that, I hope they were removed and we don't have that, because you have to have impartial body there, certainly. But there was also a report in the Daily News about police officers being forced to come in to the CCRB, in person. But the CCRB investigators were, doing it from their own homes over Zoom. Has that policy changed, or is that true?
That is in fact never the policy. The CCRB worked to make sure that the interviews would be conducted in a safe manner for investigators, civilians, and members of service. The unions were concerned that their members not be separate from their representatives when being interviewed. But there were difficulties in providing alternative space from the CCRB. The unions weren't happy with the space they were provided with at One Police Plaza. There were difficulties in arranging for spaces at the different unions and at their law firms. And so we allowed the unions to come to 100 Church Street in our office and have their interviews conducted here. But that was not because we were requiring them to come to CCRB while allowing our investigators not to come. We were trying to accommodate the safety issues of all involved.
So has this been sorted out? Everybody's together now again? Because
On April 4th, we're scheduled to conduct all.
April 4th. Okay,
member
so
of
everything will
service
be in
interviews
person.
in person.
April 4th. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Give him a second. Councilmember Stevens, and he'll take your question.
Thank you so much, Chair. Good afternoon. So I just have a couple of questions. So the first one is, what is causing the vacancies at CCRB? Is this due to a delay in hiring? What is being done to clarify this and reassuring the requirements for the charter are being met? And then I guess you could answer that, but I have a couple more. If not, I'll jump in between.
I'll have our executive director take the first question about the vacancies at CCRB.
The CCRB is first of all grateful that the council has budgeted the staff and resources that it has, and is committed to working with the Office of Management and Budget to move forward to hire up those positions so that the
Can you talk a little bit about what is being done to get those positions filled? Because yes, we know we're grateful, but I have very limited time, please. Thank you.
15 PARs were approved yesterday.
Okay.
And then I'm expecting another 10 to get approved today, and that will let us move forward with the hiring process. Specifically on the front with APU prosecutors, I know that we've scheduled interviews with a half dozen people for next week. I'd like to make offers and get those people in the door before the end of the month.
Okay. I think hiring is very important and essential to make sure that we're getting things done adequately and not having people overstretched. So within 2021 statistic, it reports that CCRB received 1,749 complaints. However, it's only provided the results of 194. What was the results of the other 155 cases, 55,000 cases? I mean, 5,500 cases.
So many of those cases are still open. Sorry, Madam Chair, do you want to answer or can I take that one?
Oh, please take it.
Many of those cases are still open, and we're hoping to close them quite soon. But they're in the process of being investigated right now.
I mean, that seems like it's a pretty long, so, I think you lose some steam with people if they're waiting that long to get responses back. I've had a case where I had a young person who had an incident and it was hard enough to get him to report it to CCRB, but it's been 2 years and he still hasn't heard anything back. And I want to say that continues the perpetual cycle of people not feeling like their complaints are being heard. So if it's taking 1 and 2 years for investigations to be closed, that's very concerning and very alarming. And then we need to evaluate the system in which this is operating in. My next question is, why are NYPD officers not required to participate in virtual interviews for CCRB cases?
First of all, I wanted to acknowledge your concern, Councilmember Stevens, in regards to the timeline for cases, and thank you for that question. And I'm going to ask our executive director to respond to the virtual interview question.
So I think as to why the officers were not required to participate in the virtual interviews is a question that you'd have to speak to the NYPD about, because we don't employ the members of service, and when they are ordered to cooperate, it is actually by the NYPD, not by CCRB. And so we at the CCRB worked with the department and with the unions to come up with a method for conducting the interviews that worked for CCRB, but also worked for the unions and the police department.
Okay. And then my last question just is, why does the use of body cam footage increase the length of time for investigation? I would think that it would cut it down when you have the actual visuals to be there.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that question, Jonathan.
So first, there's the matter of you have to review all the footage. So sometimes when it takes time to review footage, it's not just you watch a video once, and move on and make a conclusion, you have to watch the video again and again and stop it and stop it. And our investigators are quite diligent when they're going through the footage. And sometimes it means reviewing hours of footage that actually aren't relevant to your investigation. And so body-worn camera footage has been a huge tool for the CCRB in conducting these investigations. And I think you can see that the ability of the agency to make determinations on the merits of a case rather than just unsubstantiating allegations is far higher when we have body-worn camera footage that will let us.
Time expired.
Can I finish?
Yes.
So when we have the body-worn camera footage, it doesn't necessarily make things go faster, but it makes them more effective.
So thank you for your responses. I just want to reiterate that I think that it's important that we are hiring up and that we're staffing up, because I think that that is all connected on why it's taking investigation so long, why body-worn cameras is making it longer, because you don't have adequate staff. So I think that those things definitely should be addressed as soon as possible. And we look forward to working with you, because CCRB is very important to this process of public safety and making sure that everyone is feeling safe and heard. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. If any other council members have a question, please use the Zoom raise hand function. Otherwise, we're going to turn it back to Chair Hanks to close off this section, and then we'll turn to the district attorneys.
Yeah.
So you know other questions? Go ahead, Chair Hanks.
No, I don't. The questions I've been asked. Thank you, Councilmember Stevens, Councilmember Holden, and Councilmember Barron for those great questions. I would also like to thank the interim chair, Ms. Rice. Thank you very much. And the executive director of CCRB, Jonathan, thank you very much for coming in and giving your testimony. And we look forward to hearing more and getting more in depth in some of the budgetary issues and some of the things that we've asked. And I thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now we will hear from the city's district attorneys and special narcotics prosecutor. Thank you all for taking the time to appear today and providing testimony. Each district attorney's office and the Office of Special Narcotics Prosecutor will have 5 minutes of testimony in the following order. DA Clark, DA McMahon, DA Gonzalez, DA Katz, DA Bragg, and Special Narcotics Prosecutor Brennan. After the attorneys and the Special Narcotics Prosecutors offer their testimonies, we will have a round of questions. Thank you very much. The fiscal 2023 preliminary budget plan did not include major changes for our 5 district attorney offices and the Office of the Special Narcotics Prosecutor. Today's prosecutors play a greater role in our communities, and the council has long been a partner in your efforts to promote reform, divert people from incarceration and involvement in the justice system, expand your offices with various bureaus, and develop innovative strategies to bolster public safety around the city. While the fiscal year 2022 budget increased as a result of recognizing federal and state funding, the fiscal year 2023 preliminary plan includes just one new need for your offices and major and minor adjustments in the out years. The current administration has made public safety a priority and has placed a particular emphasis on the role of the city prosecutors. Yet it is unclear how the preliminary budget plan reflects that prioritization, and the committee is interested in hearing about the resources you need going forward into next fiscal year. In addition, and a particular concern to the committee is the marked difference between the budgets of the city's prosecutor and the preliminary budget. We look forward to hearing from all of your offices on how this may impact your communities in which you all work and how the plan will support or hinder that work. The committee also looks forward to hearing your budget requests and working with you to advocate for all the resources you need. Thank you so much. Josh, you can take it over.
Thank you, Chair. So we'll now hear from the district attorney's offices. We will hear from all 5 district attorney's offices. I will begin with the Bronx DA's office, Darcel Clark. From the Richmond District Attorney's Office, we have Michael McMahon. From the Queens District Attorney's Office, we have District Attorney Melinda Katz, as well as Kristen Kane, who is the Director of Intergovernmental Affairs and Policy, Jay Bond, who is the Deputy Director of Intergovernmental Public Affairs and Policy, Jennifer Nayberg, who is the Chief Assistant District Attorney, Camille Chinky Fat, who is the Chief of Staff for the District Attorney in Queens, Jacqueline Duckfield, who is the Administrative and Finance Director at the District Attorney's Office, and Yijin Wang, who is the Director of Fiscal Services and Budgets. We also have representatives from Alvin Bragg from the Manhattan DA's office, and on behalf of the District Attorney in Brooklyn, we have Nancy Hopak, who's the DA's Chief Assistant District Attorney, Jill Harris, who's the DA's Chief Policy and Strategy, or the DA Chief of Policy and Strategy, and then followed by Malik Branch, who's the Chief Fiscal Officer. I'm being told that we don't currently have DA Clark on the line, so I will pass it to DA McMahon, and we will return to the Bronx at that time. So DA McMahon, you could begin with an opening. We'll have each DA's office speak, and then we'll direct questions to you after that. Thank you.
Sure. I just want to check my sound. Can you hear me okay, Council Kingsley? It's good? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Hanks, my councilwoman. To the members of the council, I see some of my classmates from the class of 2002. Of course, my colleague in Queens now, District Attorney Katz and Charles Barron, and I saw Gail Brewer and Darlene Neely. What I don't understand is that you all look so young, and I've got this gray hair thing working now. So I guess age hasn't affected you guys as much as it has me, but it's good to see you. And to the other council members who are here this afternoon, thank you so much to you and to your staffs for your interest in the work that we do here in the district attorney's offices across the city, and for us in particular here in Staten Island. With New York City slowly but surely recovering from the ongoing public health crisis brought on by more than 2 years of COVID-19, I remain cautiously optimistic, like I'm sure so many of you, that we are finally beginning to see the light at the end of an incredibly long tunnel. And clearly, COVID has had a dramatic impact on how we deliver justice in the DA's offices to the people in the city of New York. And as our city is bouncing back, New Yorkers are out every day enjoying all the 5 boroughs have to offer. Tourists are returning to take advantage of the greatest city in the world, and of course, the greatest ferry in the world, the Staten Island Ferry. And here on Staten Island, where I proudly serve as DA, I'm extremely proud of all the work we've done in my office, working with our partners in the NYPD and across many other city agencies and members of our community to see that to get our borough through these very challenging times. And it's because of this commitment that I know we can rise to meet any adversity if we all work together. I also want to give a special shout out to the men and women of my staff here at RCDA who have gone to great lengths to make sure that we kept the lights on, if you will, and we kept the essential workings of the criminal justice system in place so that people could get as much justice as possible during COVID. And as we continue to navigate these new public health challenges, many New Yorkers are also now seriously concerned about the growing threat we have seen to public safety in our city. A series of troubling and outrageous crimes in different parts of our city have resulted in both tragic loss of life and victims who will carry the mental and physical scars from their harrowing experiences with them for the rest of their lives. And of course, when I say victims, I include the family members of the victims as well. And rightfully so, New Yorkers throughout the 5 boroughs have had to grapple with the fear and uncertainty these incidents have brought to their communities, their blocks, and even their commutes to work. Recognizing early on the seriousness that these threats pose to public safety, my office developed a plan to address gun violence and other serious crimes through both targeted precision prosecution, which allowed us to hold the serious offenders accountable, as well as intense community outreach to help solve the root causes of violent crime. I am proud to say that last year, most major crime categories were down on Staten Island, including murder, rape, robbery, felony assault, and burglary. The number of shooting incidents were also down by nearly 10% on Staten Island in 2021, while the city as a whole saw an increase of 2%. This is a steep decline from 2020. However, when shooting incidents and victims were up more than 97 and 103% respectively from the previous year, we still have much to be concerned about. I can confidently say we've made tremendous progress as a city in addressing gun violence, and we still remain seriously concerned by the incidents of gun violence we are seeing on Staten Island and elsewhere, especially among teenagers and young people who can often be difficult to hold accountable due to their age and criminal reform laws, which prevent DA's offices from prosecuting many of these cases, not only in terms of holding them accountable, but also in terms of being able to connect them to positive services that may help break the cycle of violence they find themselves in. We are doing all we can to address gun violence among young people, including increased community outreach and focused youth-oriented programming. But the fact remains that in 2021, 20% of people who were arrested with gun possession on Staten Island were between the age of 14 and 17, and over 30% of shooting victims were under the age of 20. I just want to repeat that statistic, if I may. 20% last year, 20% of people who were arrested with gun possession on Staten Island were between the age of 14 and 17, and over 30% of shooting victims were under the age of 20. In short, we must do something together to keep our children safe. As my office continues to work tirelessly to combat these challenges and many other drivers of crime, including substance abuse, mental illness, and domestic violence, and disparities in the criminal justice system, our success depends on us working together to make our city as safe as possible. Despite the ongoing public health and public safety challenges that continue to face our borough, city, state, and nation, I'm proud to say that my office, our CDA, has adapted and persevered. We have remained vigilant and consistent in our dedication to the rule of law, the protection of victims of crime, and the overall improvement of public safety and the equal distribution to all people on Staten Island, distribution of justice. And with that said, I want to focus just a minute or two on detailing our greatest challenges as well as priority budget needs for fiscal year 2023. We're working with Staten Island communities to end gun violence. And what we've developed is a series of neighborhood action plans focusing on the neighborhoods that are suffering from the largest increase in gun violence through the COVID years, and trying to drill down into conditions in those communities to see how we can bring services and support to those, to the victims and also those who are engaging in neighborhood gun violence. And part of this plan has resulted in gun buybacks to prevent firearms from falling into the wrong hands, graffiti removal and vacant lot reclamation to create a spirit of proprietorship in the neighborhoods, developing youth-oriented programs and educational programs. And together we are already seeing a greater connection between law enforcement, the community, and the members of the community at large. I just want to touch briefly, if I can, on the opioid epidemic, which we have seen was certainly exacerbated and overshadowed by COVID-19. While overdose deaths were beginning to show decreasing trends in 2019, the coronavirus pandemic very much overshadowed and exacerbated the substance abuse, not only on Staten Island, but throughout the rest of our city and on our country as well. According to the CDC, more than 100,000 Americans tragically died of overdoses in the 12-month period ending in April 2021. This increase of almost 30% from the year prior confirms our worst fears. But now that the alarm has been sounded, we must deploy an all-hands-on-deck response to battle this raging 5-alarm fire. We know that the pandemic caused many people suffering from addiction illness to lose access to treatment services. This, combined with rising mental health challenges and the widespread availability of fentanyl-laced drugs, has caused a perfect storm, which we are seeing ripple across Staten Island, and I'm sure you're all seeing in your own districts as well. Our CDA remains committed to working with our partners in law enforcement and those across the health community to raise awareness and offer more treatment and diversion options for those in need on Staten Island. Just one use of these toxic substances can be deadly. As we saw recently with the cadet or cadets from West Point who were down in Florida, what happened to them. And we encourage anyone suffering from addiction illness to seek help through our HOPE team or one of our many other community-based resources available on Staten Island. But just to put it in context, the death rate from opioid overdoses on Staten Island, when 2016, it was 119 people, 2017 went down to 100, 2018 leveled off at 114, 2019, 105, and then in 2020, it shot up to 132. That's a dramatic increase of over 20% since 2016, and that's something that needs to be addressed. In 2021, the numbers we've seen are as alarming as well. 250 overdoses with 107 deaths and 142 saves with Narcan. But we expect those numbers to go up by 20% when the final numbers come in from DOH-MH. Fentanyl and fentanyl analogs were present in over 70% over the overdose fatalities in 2020 on Staten Island. My colleagues, we have to do more to deal with this crisis in our city. I just want to take a minute now, and I know that we'll partner to do that, but I want to take a minute just to talk about our budget needs, and I'll go through them very quickly because I know my time is expiring. The issue of ADA salary parity, and I know that all of my colleagues, fellow DAs and the Special Narcotics Prosecutor will talk about this as well. Basically, we've seen a dramatic increase in attrition in our staffs because the young ADAs have received greater workloads with the new discovery laws, as well as seeing others in the legal profession coming out of law school making $215,000 now, I read today in the Law Journal, at the big law firms. We are losing people to other city and government agencies as well. And I think those with who know this system even longer than I, or know the workforce even longer than I, will tell you that recruitment and retention of staff has reached a crisis level. Public service lawyers are generally underpaid, we know that, but for some reason, historically, ADAs are at the bottom of the rung. I said that the top law firms are paying $215,000 now. A young ADA coming to our office receives $73,000 to start, and once they're admitted to the bar, $76,000. And when you take the cost of living in the city, cost of student loans, the fact that they have to live in the city means that they have an incredible burden to shoulder. Recruitment has become much more difficult, and retention has been more difficult as well. Our attrition rate for ADAs in the last period alone was over 20%, and the vast majority have gone not only to private law, but also to the courts, for instance, where they immediately see an increase in pay of 20%, and quite honestly, not to be disparaging, a much more manageable workload, and therefore a much more amenable lifestyle. And so we are urging the council to address this issue. I also want to point out that we raised this with the prior administration and the prior council. Quite frankly, we got a bunch of lip service, went through a lot of exercises with them to give them our pay scales, our histories, our facts and figures, and we ended up on a dead end. And so we are urging this council to take this issue up immediately, because we are not going to be able to do the job that we are required to do and staff our court parts and provide for victims and do the diversion and the alternatives to incarceration unless we have the staff to do it. I also just want to mention briefly our Community Justice Center. I hope my city councilwoman smiles when I say that. We have a request for $250,000, which is the next step in doing the study, so that Staten Island finally gets a community justice center like the other boroughs have that we've never had, and that's something that we will make very good use of here. And then we also have some sort of not so exciting needs in terms of IT requests and for our networking system, for our storage. And then last point I'd like to make is that we believe that the criminal justice system, amongst other systems, could do more to deal with the mental health crisis in our city. But in order to do that, as we do with narcotics cases on Staten Island, we do an immediate assessment. And if someone suffers from addiction illness, we quickly divert them out of the criminal justice system and connect them to services. With mental health, it's harder to do that because it's not so readily apparent when someone is arrested what the underlying history and factors are. And so we would like to see an assessment done either at in the precinct at arrest or at arraignment in the courts if it can't be arranged otherwise. And so we're asking for a $500,000 allotment so that we can undertake a pilot here in Staten Island to do that, like we did with our HOPE program, which the other DAs are now doing. We think we could start something here in Staten Island that would get a lot of the misdemeanor recidivists who have a lot of underlying mental health problems, early assessment, connection to services, get them out of the criminal justice system, prevent harms to community, prevent harm to those individuals. And so we'd ask your support for that. And then lastly, on Staten Island, we only have one sexual assault forensic examiner. That individual is located at one of our private hospitals because we don't have an HHC hospital in Staten Island. We need $85,000 to keep that. If we don't, that means sexual assault victims on Staten Island will not have access to a forensic examiner. And last year, the Women's Caucus of the City Council provided us that funding, led by Councilwoman Rosenthal, and we request that again. I thank you for your attention, allowing me to go a little bit over time. I hope that's not a home court advantage that you extended to me, Chairwoman Hanks, and I'm sure I will be glad, together with my colleagues, once they testify, to answer any of your questions. Again, I thank you for your service to our city and, of course, to the people of Staten Island who benefit from that wealth, everyone at the council, the members, and the staff as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll now turn to District Attorney Clark. Before we do so, I was remiss to mention the Special Narcotics Prosecutor is also joining us as well. So she will follow that. So DA Clark, you may go ahead.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, Chair Hanks and members of the Public Safety Committee. Good afternoon to Chair Brannon and the members of the Finance Committee. We are very proud in the Bronx of what we've accomplished in our community during this past year. With your help and the help of our criminal justice partners, we will continue to improve the services that we provide. Our goal is to address the most pressing public safety concerns while taking a more person-focused, holistic, and empathetic approach to prosecution. We want justice and accountability with a real pathway to success and not excessive punishments. We want to improve our ability to be transparent and responsive to our community. Under my vision, public safety and fairness are in perfect harmony. Accordingly, we are requesting funding for a total of 21 additional positions and $3.8 million for fiscal year 2023. Our main priority includes new funding for salary parity, as well as various IT and data analytics upgrades in order to comply with legal mandates. Last year, we began with the COVID-19 surge and ended with Omicron variant. In between, the Bronx DA's office tackled a considerable caseload and managed the enormous discovery requirements, all against the backdrop of shootings and other violent crimes. In 2021, there were 148 homicides. That's 148 lives taken as compared to 111 in 2020. The Bronx has suffered 23 homicides so far this year. And there were 602 people shot in the Bronx last year, up from 467. So far this year, 82 people have been shot. With every bullet fired, the fabric of safety in the community unravels thread by thread. A particularly shocking case involved a 13-year-old boy who participated in the shooting of a teenager, and only days later, he was shot and killed. We're seeing more 16 and 17-year-olds arrested with loaded guns and involved in shootings. And at the very start of 2021, the world saw the Bronx bleeding in a viral video of a brother and sister caught in a hail of gunfire. They were going to a store to buy candy in the afternoon, and when the alleged gang member fired dozen shots at a man, wounding him 3 times. The brave 13-year-old girl shielded her 5-year-old brother with her body. They and other innocent bystanders who have witnessed gunfire, as well as victims and their families suffer lifelong trauma. My staff works tirelessly to solve and prosecute these crimes. Last summer, I implemented a violence reduction plan called PEACE, Precision Enforcement and Community Engagement. My homicide, violent criminal enterprise, organized criminal activity, and crime strategies bureaus use data to pinpoint focus on the trigger pullers who drive violent crime. In addition, ADAs respond to non-fatal shootings in hotspots and investigate them from the inception, just as they would in a homicide. We continue to pursue evidence-based prosecution in cases where the victim is uncooperative. Many of these shootings are retaliatory. Advocates from my Crime Victims Assistance Unit reach out to victims soon after their violent encounters to assess if they need services, regardless of whether the case moves forward. Gun violence is a blight on the Bronx that highlights a need for resources. The rise in felony cases, coupled with the stringent discovery requirements, result in a workload that is leading to a marked increase in attrition. And as a result, retention is a top priority for the office. In fiscal year 2021, 96 attorneys and 51 staff left the office. Unfortunately, at the end of February 22, we have already lost 104 attorneys and 90 professional staff. We raised the legal salaries in fiscal year 2022 to match other city agencies, and they closely match the Corporation Council's 1 to 5 year attorney salary structure. My office then targeted attorneys who have reached critical seniority levels from 6 years to 30 years with yearly and bi-yearly increases. And we shared this plan with the other city district attorneys' offices. We believe this new salary structure will encourage our lawyers to stay and continue to build a career in our office. Going forward, the Bronx will require additional funding to maintain these salary levels, especially if we are successful in retaining more senior staff. My office is also reviewing the professional staff salaries in an effort to make changes where we can, but it's difficult to retain our talent in this area when 45% of our professional staff's annual salaries are under $45,000 a year. That is woefully low. Our professional staff are crucial to the work that we do every day. They are the unsung heroes, and we cannot pursue justice with integrity without them. And a prime example is the grand jury stenographers. They stepped up when the grand juries returned and backlog cases needed to be presented. This, of course, was under the shadow of COVID restrictions and protocol. About 2/3 of them are capped at or have reached their maximum salary, and there's no other option for them now. The problem that we face is that the state courts will be hiring new court reporters in April, and we will lose much of our staff to the courts because, based on their experience, they will make approximately $12,000 more on their first day on the job. We should not lose staff that we have trained and developed to another city or state agency because we cannot offer competitive salary. It's time we paid our lawyers and our criminal justice professionals a competitive wage. Former staff has cited the responsibilities of discovery, managing the backlog of cases, and increased night and weekend shifts among the reasons why they leave. People are in tears when they leave because they love the work they do for the Bronx community, but now the job is overwhelming. Here's a perfect example of the discovery requirements in a recent assault case. A man entered a store and assaulted the owner. A total of 28 police officers responded to the scene. 8 officers entered the store, 8 stayed outside on the scene. The other 12 were sent back to patrol. That means 20 of these officers didn't enter the store, didn't talk to the store owner or the suspect, nor were they involved in the investigation or the arrest. Yet, we are required to obtain all 28 officers' body-worn camera footage and memo books. We must review, redact, and share the footage with the defense within 20 days because the defendant is incarcerated. The inability to meet these expansive requirements has caused delays and even dismissals. We need a tool to enable us to create sharing capabilities between law enforcement partners, provide seamless review and redactions of written and digital evidence, and allow us to efficiently transfer discovery to defense and the court. Our office has found a cloud-based solution that gathers necessary documents, digital evidence, and police body-worn camera footage in a single interface. It is our hope that the mayor's office and all the district attorney's office will engage in a citywide technology solution. I have come here every year to ask for funding to improve our case management and our data management. I ask again for funding to improve our data analytics gathering capability so that our office can provide critical data on caseloads, dispositions, and alternatives to incarceration in order to increase transparency and to comply with local law 161. Although the capital funding has been earmarked, we need your help now to fast track the approval process so we can get the help we need. I'm also requesting funding for more mobile phones for our staff. Our main concern is the possibility of security breaches and mixing both personal and work-related information on personal mobile devices. Although we implemented the use of Google phone numbers and secondary phone lines, we believe the best practice is to assign office phones. With this all said, my focus still is the rise in gun violence, crime victims, prosecuting those who endanger the community, prevention and identifying opportunities for alternatives to incarceration. Right now, we have 1,270 pending cases where gun possession and other related crimes are charged. 1,100 of those are indicted. Another case in December, we indicted a young man for trafficking 73 guns into the Bronx from the South where he was going to school, and he sold those guns to an undercover officer here in the Bronx. I've been lobbying the state legislature to adjust the raise the age law. It requires a defendant to display a firearm, not merely possess it in order to retain the case in the youth part. And then as a result, we are seeing 16 and 17-year-olds with multiple gun cases in family court where they are released without proper supervision. Some graduate to fatal shootings or they are killed by another youth themselves with a gun. On the other front, to hold people who are not trigger pullers accountable for gun possession, our office partnered with the Osborne Association last fall to launch a pilot program called Bronx Osborne Gun Accountability and Prevention Program. It focuses on individuals arrested for gun possession who don't have prior felony convictions and fit the criteria for getting a second chance. These 25 participants are in a comprehensive program where they get counseling, mental health services, substance use disorder, addressing unemployment and education needs, as well as it's designed to prevent them from ever picking up a gun again. We continue to do our community outreach, meeting with youth and pure violence groups. With the increase in crime victims, I'm asking for funding for 13 more advocates, therapists, and specialists for my Crime Victims Assistance Unit. Last year, the mayor's office granted us $1.7 million to address sex abuses on Rikers Island. In 2016, I placed a bureau and office on Rikers Island. So now to further enhance our investigations and combat sexual offenses against inmates or staff there, I created the Rikers Island Sex Crimes Prosecution Initiative. The ADA directing the initiative will ensure that all victims of sexual offenses experience a trauma-informed approach from our staff. The director will work with the Bronx DA's Special Victims Division and Investigations Division, along with Department of Corrections, to ensure prompt and thorough investigations. We are at a pivotal moment. You can help us protect the people of the Bronx from violent crime by providing the funding for the technology to ease our discovery burdens, which will help us to retain dedicated, experienced staff. We need funding for salary parity for legal and professional staff and to attract new hires. You will find all the details in my written submission. We will continue to address gun violence with the full spectrum of resources at our disposal. We must, and I have to say this again, we must save a generation of boys and young men, predominantly of color, from death and prison. And we have to save the Bronx community from the untold damage wrought by every shooting. This is my plea to you. This is my hope for the Bronx. Thank you so much for your time and your consideration.
Thank you so much, DA Clark. We'll now move on to DA Katz, followed by DA Brannon, followed by DA Bragg. Brennan, apologies. DA Katz, go ahead.
Starting
Thank
time.
you. Thank you very much, Councilor. Thank you very much to Chief Hanks and to all my former colleagues, as Councilman McMahon said hello to Councilman Barron, and I see some of my old colleagues, Councilwoman Brewer. Thank you for this hearing, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today regarding my office's fiscal year 2023 preliminary budget. My goal is keeping the residents of Queens County safe while creating a more fair and equitable criminal justice system. As some of my colleagues said today, we can have both. And since day one, just over 2 years ago, we are implementing new policies here in Queens County and initiatives that work to achieve both safety and fairness. 2021 brought an increase in crime in Queens in several key areas. We had an increase in murders, sex crimes, grand larcenies, hate crime incidents, and shootings. In fact, the increase in homicides year to date is 50% alone. We had a 66% increase in processing of cases involving criminal possession of a weapon in second and third degrees. The median age of those defendants are 26 and over. 43% of them are between 18 and 25. We processed nearly 32,000 arrests and conducted nearly 28,000 arraignments. And that breakout is approximately 23% felony cases and 75% misdemeanors and less than 2% violations. All of this while maintaining the second lowest complaints sworn and arrest to arraignment times in the city. And while it was a tough year, I'd like to highlight some of what we were able to accomplish with the funding that we received last year, and we thank you for that. First and foremost, we are actively addressing the ongoing gun violence epidemic from several angles because you can't prosecute your way out of the gun violence. Initially, we restructured the office and we created the Violent Criminal Enterprise Bureau. That works to dismantle criminal organizations, prosecute members of street gangs, firearm dealers, and other drivers of crime and violence. In 2021, VCEB developed several significant cases, including one case charging warring gang members within Queensbridge's public housing with murder and possession of illegal firearms. For 60 days immediately following those arrests, the NYPD did not record a single incident of gunshots fired in that area. In 2021, we created a crime strategies and intelligence unit. And it's the first year this unit aided in dismantling and charging ghost gun manufacturers and traffickers. We recovered ghost guns in connection with other arrests, including in domestic violence arrests, in shootings, in robberies, car stops. The prevalence of ghost guns, those guns, by the way, in case someone's not familiar with it, those guns that you can build in your basement and in the apartment next door and in any house throughout the country, has grown exponentially by 300% from 2020. Just this month, we have 2 additional large-scale ghost gun takedowns, including the largest ever seizure of illegal ghost gun kits in New York State. They were coming from down south, and we arrested them here in Queens County. Under the court's gun violence fast track initiative, we were able to reduce our unindicted gun possession case backlog by over 50%. And because, like I said, we can't prosecute our way out of violence, we're focusing on a rehabilitation and programming to end the cycle of crime and the cycle of violence. Our Community Partnerships Division focused on at-risk youth connected to our communities, and they attended over 1,000 public events. And since I took office, Our gun buybacks have taken 325 operable guns off the streets of Queens County. In addition, I also hired an immigration lawyer whose sole job is immigration and whose responsibility is to figure out unintended consequences for defendants and how it affects our witnesses and our victims, and reviews previous convictions that have deportation consequences. He is full-time on staff right now. FY 2022 funding also helps to support our Conviction Integrity Unit. So far, the Conviction Integrity Unit has received 162 cases for review. 7 cases have been dismissed based on innocence or other newly discovered evidence. 4 additional cases were reversed based on unlawful systematic discrimination in jury selection. And in addition, 60 cases were dismissed. They were based on police work of 3 former NYPD detectives, later convicted of various crimes. FY 22 funding also helps to address the growing number of hate crimes we are seeing. And just for funding quickly, in 21, my first year in office, we didn't receive any new needs funding. Last year, we are grateful for the money that we did receive. We are making a request to ensure that we are able to continue to make the progress that we are making. It's also important to point out that several new programs have been implemented. Alternatives to incarceration and diversion programs, expanded community partnership division programs, focuses on vehicular crime prosecutions. We added a cyber crime unit and an initiative to address the opioid crisis and narcotics trafficking, which we find fentanyl, like has been said by my colleagues, is a huge factor in that. All these initiatives require adequate staffing. The Queens ADAs currently manage the highest caseloads of the city. We have the lowest amount of funding per arrest and the lowest amount of funding per resident based on population. Discovery reform, has been said by my colleagues, is causing overwhelming numbers to our ADAs while crime is rising. So I thank you today for having us. We try to effectively address the emerging crime areas. We have innovative programs. And I thank the council for all their past partnership, and we look forward to working with the new Public Safety Committee, and we look forward to working with you, Chair Hanks, and thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, DA Katz. We'll go to the Special Narcotics Prosecutor Brennan, followed by Councilmember Bragg, DA Bragg, and then we'll follow that with representatives from the King's District Attorney. Go ahead, Special Narcotics Prosecutor.
Starting time.
Thank you very much. And good afternoon. I believe Speaker Adams is still on the call, Chair Hanks, Public Safety Committee members, and other council members whom I've worked with through the years. I appreciate the strong support our office has always received from the council, and particularly from the Public Safety Committee. This committee's work is absolutely vital to making New York safer for all residents and visitors, and to ensuring that our justice system is fair and equitable for all. I encourage you to review our written testimony, which is much more comprehensive than I'll be able to deliver orally, and the description of our investigations throughout the city, including in many neighborhoods represented by the people on the Public Safety Committee. This hearing reflects what decades of experience have taught us, that we can all best serve New York when we work together. The Office of the Special Narcotics Prosecutor was established on that principle 50 years ago. We collaborate with the city's elected district attorneys, the NYPD, federal, state, and local agencies to investigate and prosecute felony narcotics cases across all boroughs. Our jurisdiction allows us to prosecute crimes involving fentanyl, heroin, cocaine, addictive pills, and related prosecutions involving guns and violence. And as we are all too well aware, drugs and guns go hand in hand. We work under the direction and with the support of the city's elected district attorneys, and everything we do, regardless of the borough we work in, reflects their collaboration. And without it, the hundreds of pounds of fentanyl and dozens of guns seized in our cases last year would likely have reached the streets. The district attorneys appoint the special narcotics prosecutor, assign assistant district attorneys to serve in our office. They set the salaries for the assistant district attorneys, oversee wiretap investigations, and provide guidance and directions. They deserve recognition for every successful special narcotics case and for their wisdom and commitment. New York City has the misfortune of being a national hub for narcotics smuggled across the southwest border or shipped from foreign countries. Those drugs are destined for sale not only in New York City, but for distribution throughout the Northeast. And because illegal drugs flow across jurisdictional boundaries, SNP was created to make sure that is no impediment to prosecution and to bring focus and expertise to investigation of the highest level, well-funded narcotics distributors. The office mission is to save lives through targeted prosecutions aimed at cutting off the supply of lethal narcotics, preventing drug-related violence, and providing support and treatment to substance users and other individuals as appropriate. Because of the highly specialized nature of SNP, we have been able to pivot quickly and respond to each new wave of the deadly opioid epidemic. Tragically, this crisis was exacerbated, as DA McMahon so articulately explained, by the COVID-19 pandemic. During this period, according to the CDC, overdose deaths claimed more lives in New York City than ever before. More than 2,500 people fatally overdosed between September of 2020 and September of 2021 in this city. Some of the same communities hardest hit by the opioid epidemic have also suffered the brunt of the pandemic and escalating violence. Black New Yorkers are disproportionately impacted, as are high poverty neighborhoods in the Bronx, Upper Manhattan, and Brooklyn. We have limited resources, of course, and to help SNP appropriately focus and use effective strategies, we use analytics, identifying areas in the city where narcotics trafficking, overdose deaths, and gun crimes converge. You can see an example of this in our written testimony of the 8th Avenue corridor in Midtown in Councilmember Botcher's district. As we look at overdose deaths and the flood of drugs coming into the city, it becomes clear that this opioid crisis, originally caused by addictive pills, exacerbated by heroin, has become a fentanyl crisis. 50 times more potent than heroin, fentanyl is saturating the drug market. On the black market, it's mixed with heroin, cocaine, other drugs pressed into counterfeit pills, and sold to customers who often have no idea what they are buying. All this is why the overdose death rate has so escalated. The explosion of illicit fentanyl arriving in bulk from Mexico is fueling a multi-billion-dollar international industry, and it demands the kind of laser focus response that we can offer, along with our partners in federal task forces.
Time expired.
We have recovered more than a ton of narcotics, and by far the greatest portion was fentanyl. Our 2021 investigations led to the seizure of more than 850 pounds of fentanyl, both pure and in mixtures with other drugs. This is a significant increase over prior years, and it closely corresponds to the medical examiner's finding that a staggering 77% of overdose deaths in New York City are linked to fentanyl. We are losing far too many precious lives to this terrible drug. To have maximum impact, we dismantle large-scale drug packaging mills that pump out millions of dollars worth of heroin and fentanyl in tiny, ready-for-sale packets. Many are located in the Bronx, the borough besieged by the city's highest rates of overdose death. We work closely with Bronx DA on these cases, as we work closely with every DA on the cases in their borough. These packaging mills do not serve New York City alone. Because of the many major thoroughfares that cross through the Bronx, it has become a convenient location for drug traffickers sending narcotics to cities across the Northeast. These mills are found in other boroughs as well, as you will see in the written testimony, and includes some mills that have been found in Councilmember Stevens, Holden's, and Areola's districts. And as violent crime surges, just like the district attorneys, we have seen a dramatic increase in our seizures of semi-automatic weapons and other firearms. While high-level drug traffickers in New York City generally seek to avoid the violent tactics of street gangs, they are hypervigilant when it comes to protecting the valuable loads of narcotics. Recently, in contrast with years past, guns have been found routinely at packaging mills, drug stash locations, and in vehicles transporting drug shipments. With that background, I will now turn to fiscal considerations. Because so many members of the Public Safety Committee are new, I thought it was important to familiarize you with special narcotics because we are unique. We are the only office of our kind in the country. For fiscal 2023, the city's preliminary plan has no funding changes for us. We also expect that our grant funds will remain the same level as in the current fiscal year. And that's fine for now, but as you heard from the DAs, we all will have needs for increased salaries. Increased salaries for the DA's staff, special narcotics will be directly affected by what is done in the other offices. So at this point, I can't submit a specific request until I see how the salaries will be increasing in the DA's offices. I will need commensurate increases to the DA's. We will also need the same type of technical support for discovery production. And again, we are awaiting our the estimate we're going to be getting from a potential provider, and we will have to submit those needs requests at a later date. We have one anticipated need that is unique to us. And it does reflect the shift from the focus on incarceration as the only way to handle our criminal cases to looking at outcomes that will result in better long-term consequences for our defendants and for our city. As you will see when you look at our testimony, it's reflected in a chart on page 10. The number of individuals that our office sent to prison in 2021 was 113. That is compares to well over 2,000 a couple of decades ago. Just like all the other offices, our office has been taking a very different approach. We are involved in strategic targeting, looking at those who are bringing the greatest amount of drugs in, where our resources can be used most effectively and to the best benefit of the city. But that means that the type of defendants whom we are arresting are often far different from those whom we arrested in the past and whom we developed programs for in the past. Most of those programs were focused on people who had substance use issues. Now we see far fewer people who have those issues, but we haven't had the programs to work with those who have different issues, but might benefit from outcomes that do not involve incarceration. Starting in 2020, we initiated the Alternative to Incarceration Court Program. And we did this with the partnership of the Manhattan DA's office and the courts in Manhattan, because we're trying to access an array of services, an array of programs that was not what we had offered in the past, because we simply didn't have the defendants who had those same kinds of needs. But this program offers an array of services, including substance abuse treatment, mental health services, education and vocational training, and other social services to the individuals who may not have been eligible for a pre-existing program. We are currently self-funding that program. We did request in the past $276,000 for ATI court, and we are hoping that the participation we have seen will expand, and the council can be expecting to hear from me that we will be looking for more funds for this program. As the arrests have contracted, we have seen an expansion, and we're very excited about this program, and I will be coming back to the council to ask for more funds for this program. But in closing, let me say that the public challenges, the public safety challenges that we face together are daunting. But I have great confidence in this city's new leadership and in New Yorkers' ability to rise above difficulties. Despite all the differences we see across the city in perspective and approach, most of us share the same public safety goals. We want to reduce violence, take guns off the street, and reduce the record high number of overdose deaths. We have seen time and time again that when we New Yorkers work together, we succeed. I am looking forward to working together with you. And I am ready and willing and able to take any call. So please feel free to reach out to me at any time. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll move on to DA Bragg, followed by Nancy Hoppuck, who will be testifying on behalf of the Brooklyn DA. So DA Bragg, you may begin.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chair Hanks, and good afternoon to members of the Committee on Public Safety. Thank you for the opportunity to present on our fiscal year 2023 preliminary budget plan. Thank you also for your past support. I want to thank my colleagues for their collaboration and joint efforts. You have my written testimony, and I know you've been on for a while, since the morning, so I will give some highlights. I wanted to start with a couple of new initiatives that we've started during the first couple and a half months that I've been in office, and then move to a few new needs. And again, we'll rest on the written submission. Wanted to start, as I always do, with gun violence, because I believe that's our most urgent need in Manhattan. The data show, and it's just nationwide, but particularly also so in Manhattan, that the tremendous amount of harm that is being done, the serious violent acts, are being driven by a relatively small number of people, and that's where my office is focusing, along with our law enforcement partners. In Manhattan last year, shooting incidents rose about 26%, and so that's why we're laser focused on this issue. Shortly after I took office, I appointed an executive assistant attorney for gun violence prevention, a senior executive in my office, to coordinate the many functions that we're doing on gun violence. So looking at our gun possession cases, looking at gun tracing and tracking, also helping us coordinate our community intervention with cure violence. And we're also looking at gun buybacks, having had one in Washington Heights and having had others planned for other neighborhoods in Manhattan. So taking a coordinated approach so that we can focus, as I said, on the relatively small number of people who are driving the violence, focus our scarce resources there, and I believe that will be impactful as we move forward. So that new initiative is underway, already begun to see significant measures on our gun buyback. A couple weeks ago, about 50 guns taken off the street. Our ghost gun initiative, we had a very significant matter that we closed a few weeks ago, very significant ghost gun prosecution. And so coordinating all of this work and really leveraging all of the resources of not just our office, but our local, state, federal partners, and importantly also our community-based partners as well. And I believe that we will see those numbers come down, and that's a top priority for me in my office. Another number that is unfortunately on the rise is retail theft. From 2020 to 2021, there was a 35% increase in Manhattan. Again, we see those numbers being driven by a relatively small group. And the data bears that out. In order to respond to this, I formed a small business alliance, partnering both with the NYPD and importantly also with service providers. And we've started to dig into the data, which corroborates our initial hypothesis, which is that yes, this is being driven by a small number of people and focusing our resources. So that includes looking at fencing operations. People are taking goods and then reselling them and trying to disrupt those systems. We think will be very impactful. I also stood up a brand new division, Path to Public Safety, a very significant restructuring of the Manhattan DA's office. We'll be investing our resources and restructuring the offices around diversion at an early stage in cases. We know the efficacy has increased when we're able to provide services very early on. So we're in the process of doing that, and the data is beginning to, we're based that on the data that's showing the efficacy of that. And we're encouraged by the conversations we're having, again, with the NYPD, with important service providers in Manhattan, and most importantly, with the community. So as I said, all of this is detailed in greater specificity in our written submission. So I'll now turn to our new needs, which are significant in the moment we're in. I want to start with an initiative that builds on work I did previously at the New York State Attorney General's office, and really I think is fully consistent with leadership that the council's shown in the issue of housing insecurity. We know we're at a time of great economic hardship, and with the eviction moratorium having recently expired, I'm seeking to create a housing and real estate fraud unit in the Manhattan District Attorney's office. It builds on work that previously done tenant harassment cases. It's the type of work that if we do, will go to underlying issues, will stabilize neighborhoods, and will lead to long-term public safety. So we're asking the council to help us get that initiative off the ground. I think it's profoundly important work. Another initiative that we are rebooting is our hate crimes unit. Hate crimes in Manhattan have increased 160% last year. We have, since our hate crimes unit was created in 2010, we have more active cases than we have had at any other time. We have great leadership in the unit, but we need more resources. We need more investigators. We in particular want to deepen our language competencies, and we need more lawyers. This new need is also laid out fully in our written submission. And I think it's profoundly important at this moment as we see those numbers rising, not just in Manhattan, but around the city and indeed the country. Another new need, another new initiative that we're looking to launch is our post-conviction justice unit. We're in the process of building a new unit with new leadership, and we do not have the resources for this unit compared to locally and nationally. We are significantly under-resourced, and there's really no more important work than the post-conviction justice. It's work that advances bedrock principles of our system. Much with hate crimes, the request is similar. We need lawyers, we need investigators, and again, this is outlined completely in our written submission. I will, in the interest of time, kind of just hit upon a few other issues that my colleagues have already noted that, as I said, are fully set forth in the written submission. That's discovery resources. We've seen our content that we take in increase 900%, 32 terabytes of storage in 2020, now 320 terabytes. And so we need resources to help process that. I think each of my other colleagues already talked about pay parity. Starting salary in Manhattan is $72,000. That is lower than the New York City Corporation Council, and is certainly having an effect on attrition and morale. And two other initiatives, again, which I'll just mention, and they're more fully set forth in our written submission, is expansion of our mental health court. It has a contractual cap there of 50, a capacity of 50 matters at once. And given the pressing mental health needs in our city and in Manhattan, we want help expanding that. We're looking to increase that significantly to 200. And then lastly, I'll kind of start in where I started with protecting tenants. We want to expand our work for workers. And it's the kind of work that, as with the tenants, if we're doing wage and hour worker safety work, that kind of long-term commitment and enforcement of that area is going to stabilize communities and lead to long-term public safety. So thank you so much, Chair, and thank you so much to the committee for your support in the past. I look forward to working to ensure safety and fairness for Manhattan in the years to come. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
So much. Thank you, DA Bragg. We'll now turn to Nancy Hoppa from the Brooklyn DA.
Starting time.
Thank you, Chair Hanks and members of the Public Safety Committee. My name is Nancy Hoppick, and I serve as Eric Gonzalez's Chief Assistant. I oversee our legal practice and the 505 ADAs who serve our office and the Borough of Brooklyn. It's an honor to appear before you You have the DA's full written remarks. I'm going to try to highlight some of the important areas. Before I jump into it, the DA really wanted me to open with 2 points. One is that he deeply regrets that he can't be here with you to discuss these important needs. He had a family commitment that he could not miss during these hours. So I humbly appear before you, and I am grateful for the opportunity. Secondly, he wanted to stress that he remains deeply committed to the reforms of our criminal justice system. Reforms that will address the inequities that particularly were laid so bare during the pandemic. And he knows that we can do this and enhance the fundamental fairness of our system while we achieve greater public safety. These are not choices. Those would be false choices. We can achieve all of them. And we believe we're doing it here in Brooklyn. And we also believe that our requests match the DA's vision and our mission. So I'll turn right to it. I won't spend any time on the crisis that is attrition in all of our offices because the other DAs have covered it. We have a higher rate of attrition in our office than since we've been keeping track of attrition. We are attriting lawyers at 107%. It is a crisis. I would say that the two most severe crises we face internally in our office are attrition. It is difficult for the ADAs who remain. They bear heavier caseloads. It's difficult for our victims to adapt to new prosecutors. The other is discovery compliance. So we join in the requests of other offices to achieve pay parity in our office. So turning to gun violence. DA Gonzalez is very aware, and through his Justice 2020 initiative, he's made it crystal clear that he knows that we cannot arrest and prosecute our way to public safety. We focus on the drivers of crime in Brooklyn, the small percentage of people who are shooting, who are our shooters. We use traditional methods, takedowns, prosecutions to address the drivers of crime. And we think we're successful in Brooklyn. Last year, it was only Brooklyn and Staten Island that were down. In Brooklyn, down 15% in homicides and 20% in shootings. Yet in 2021, 1,700 guns, to be exact, 1,775 guns were recovered from the street of Brooklyn. Brooklyn is big, you know that. That is 40% of the guns for the city. It is double, triple, or even more the gun caseload that other counties face. As a result of the crushing backlog of gun cases citywide, OCA has an initiative. In Brooklyn, I think we have the most parts. They have set up 7 gun parts to deal with our gun prosecutions and our crushing backlog. For this, we need to staff these parts, to staff them effectively, to have qualified prosecutors making important decisions on the handling of our cases. We need 7 lawyers, 7 dedicated clerks, and 7 paralegals. This human resource need amounts to $1.2 million. Again, sticking with the topic of gun violence, I just spoke about a resource for traditional prosecutions. Those prosecutors who are making the same important decisions in the wells of our courtroom are also making a critical decision, they and our assigned assistants, about what cases can be safely diverted. Our office has its own gun diversion program. DA Gonzalez believes that with careful evaluation, we can identify young people who can be pulled away from gun violence and gang violence. Our own gun diversion programs are robust and intense. They are 18 to 24 months. The candidates are carefully vetted. They begin the program on electronic monitoring with strict curfews. The participants are required to either have a job or be in school. They're closely monitored. They form very close connections with their social workers. They receive counseling to address what is very deep and sad trauma that they've already accumulated in their young lives. And we have a track record of success. We have participants who've gone on to go to college and get good jobs. And we've tracked our graduates, there's a much lower recidivism rate than defendants who go to state prison for possessing a gun.
Time expired.
We cannot accept new applicants in our gun program at this time because we are short social workers. We asked that we receive funding for $250,000 to fund 4 social worker lines. Sticking on the topic of gun violence, relatedly, the delay in DNA processing for gun cases is up to 4 to 5 months. To the extent that the OCME is asking you for support to expedite their processing time, we support their request. We also have formed a digital evidence lab in our office. The NYPD Computers Crimes Unit, despite their best efforts, cannot meet the ballooning demand for forensic review of digital devices. Cases no longer are just about eyewitnesses and even video surveillance or even DNA. Devices contain extraordinary evidence in an overwhelming number of our cases. We built with federal forfeiture funds, we established our own digital forensic lab. We have a bench of very talented forensic analysts. We have state-of-the-art tools, and they are producing in a timely manner evidence that has been critical to prosecutions, successful prosecutions in murder cases, in sex trafficking cases, and have also yielded really critical evidence in exonerations. We want to keep this unit going. We want to keep it state-of-the-art, and for that, we need your support. We're asking for $160,000 for 2 analysts and $80,000 for software for Y23. E-discovery. I know some of the other DAs have mentioned on this, have discussed this just very briefly. The city, all of our offices knew that the workload for ADAs was going to increase because of discovery reform. A much bigger workload of discovery production is happening much earlier in all of our cases. The need for technological assistance for our lawyers and our paralegals was anticipated. We were funded to acquire some technology. Thanks to a really productive collaboration among the 5 offices, we're honing in on what we think will be the right tool for prosecutors. It is much more expensive than we thought it was going to be. And accordingly, we are asking for $600,000 for fiscal year 2023 and $1 million in capital funds. And lastly, mostly notes of gratitude. The Family Justice Center in Brooklyn. We had the first and the largest. The year before the pandemic, we served 16,000 clients. I think our papers may say an average that's lower, but it's lower because of the pandemic. It is a haven for our survivors of domestic violence. It co-locates all the services they need for safety and to heal. Before, they only had a half of a floor in our building. Now they have, we've been funded for a full floor, state-of-the-art premises, technology, the expansion starting this summer, and we are so grateful to OMB for the $2.8 million that funded this expansion. We thank you, City Council, also for the one-time funding for our Young Adult Court, for our BRAVE program. We ask you to continue to support these programs. We thank you for the funding that you gave to our DOVE program and the $50,000 you gave to our hate crimes initiative. We also ask, again, on behalf of another agency, RESET is a critical misdemeanor pre-arraignment diversion program. We ask that you fund CCI to provide those services in Brooklyn. I think that highlights the critical needs that the DA laid out in his more fulsome remarks, and I am very grateful to have the opportunity to have addressed you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Chair Hanks, you may ask questions, followed by council member questions. Council members, if you have a question, please use the Zoom raise hand function. For council member questions, we're going to be limiting those to 3 minutes in the interest of time. Again, we could do follow-ups as well if that's needed. Follow-ups via email after the hearing. Thank you so much. Chair Hanks, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Josh. I really just wanted to thank all the DAs that come out and very much highlighted, illustrated the challenges that you are each having in each of the boroughs with pay parity and all of the things that that you spoke about today. In interest of time, I really want to hear from my colleagues, and so I thought your presentations were very thoughtful and thorough. So we don't want to. You answered many of the questions that I had, but I will ask just a few questions. So in the issue for salaries for legal and professional staff, what conversations have you all had with the mayor's administration about additional funding? And you can just, you know, yes, no.
I know we've had these discussions with the mayor's office. I'm going to let Darcel, if she can, to take the lead on that. She really originally was, I have to tell you, noticed and really came through with a lot of the advocacy for the salaries of our ADAs. And so
yeah, she sure did.
Yes, you know, it's just that this is something I've worked on from the moment I got into the DA's office, and it's just clear that the city is not treating our lawyers in the same way as other lawyers are being treated in the city. And not to say that their work is not important, but when you're talking about public safety and the things that are really driving the issues for this city, the lawyers that we have, the assistant DAs and the public defenders as well, because I will add them in as well. We are crucial to making the city safe and getting the work done. So no offense to the lawyers that are, you know, working on the money and all of that, but we're talking about people's liberty. We're talking about victims. We're talking about safety. And I think that we have to continue to have the dialogue with the mayor, and the mayor's office needs to understand that we have to pay a competitive level for our lawyers so that they can stay and do this work. They're not doing it for the money, but they can't go broke trying to do it. And with the increased needs with the criminal justice reform, it is even more important that we pay them what they deserve. So we've had those conversations and we'll continue to have them.
Okay, so that would lead me to my next question. For the purpose of the public and everyone listening, I'm sorry, go ahead, DA McMahon.
I just want to add so specifically that we had through multiple budgets with the prior administration's discussions about this. On 2 whole cycles, we gave all the data, all the information and everything with OMB, with Mark J. And we made a little bit of headway. Just one small step is that they did provide some funding for the parity for ADAs in years 1 through 5. And the next step was supposed to be to deal with those mid-level, which for us is the most difficult, right? But I won't speak for my colleagues. And that just sort of got dropped. And my concern is now the new administration, NYPD is going to say, all right, give us all the information again. We're going to go through this whole scholastic exercise again. And we're going to, the situation is just going to get worse. So we had a little bit of progress, even though it was not reflective of all the effort we put into it and the advocacy that we did and the pace that we made, in my opinion. And then they shut the door on us and said, okay, we're giving you this little bit. It wasn't a lot of money. For Staten Island, you're talking, I think it was between $100,000 and $200,000. So it wasn't that great, but it's the whole group that you have to look at. And just to emphasize the point, I mean, in the last year, we lost 3 lawyers, ADAs, to the police department. We lost 4 or 5 to OCA, to the courts administration. So people, you know, where parity is in play and they're still making more money. And it really, really is, as my colleagues say, we're at crisis level at this point.
Okay, so I won't belabor the point, but before I let my colleagues, talk about it, just highlight for us what it means to have an unfunded mandate and what that means to actually getting the actual mandate, what they're asking for, accomplished. Go ahead. You're muted, DA Clark.
Oh.
Or DA Katz.
I am not muted, is that correct?
Yes,
correct.
You can.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So I can get rid of my hand raised. So I think there has to be an understanding. I think everybody on this Zoom understands, because we're all in the same business when it comes to allocation of funds, right? So there's a certain amount of funds that one has in order to create their priorities. So we have a budget. That budget needs to be spent on certain things in a DA's office. And as Darcel said, right, we need to make sure that we keep our communities safe. And it's not only about prosecution, it's also about a lot of the policies that many of us have instituted for a more fair and equitable system. But at the same time, We have discovery obligations that are new from the state legislature that over the last 2 years, everyone has created a system and the best policies and programs that they have in order to be able to fulfill the mandate that's required by the legislature. We have arraignments that are done within 24 hours of arrests. We have indictments that are done within 122 or 144 hours. We have all of the mandates that we're responsible for. At the same time, though, if we use the budget that was allocated in order to do our mandated function, then there is deprived of funds for community partnerships, for criminal justice reform, for our conviction integrity unit, for our cold case unit, for the initiatives for diversion of programs, for our youth initiatives, for all of the programs that all of us want to do to create a more fair and equitable system. We only have a certain amount of funds for that. And I just wanted to, if I can, I wanted DA Clark to talk a little bit about the mayor's discussions, but I want to highlight what my colleagues have highlighted. In the year 2021, we had an attrition rate of 29 ADAs. I have 360 ADAs here. We lost 29. In the year 2022, 46 left. And that means that there are 46 less ADAs. We have others coming in, but much of that was because of the pay parity or lack of pay parity and the pay increase that they can get other places. And so I just wanted to make sure that that didn't get lost. But as far as where there's a vacuum created, the vacuum is created because we have an obligation to do a lot of things and a lot of, legal analysis and legal prosecutions, but we also want to, and from our perspective, have a moral initiative to be able to create all these other programs, because the safest boroughs that we have are ones that people don't end up in the criminal justice system. And the council has been unbelievably helpful in that in the past, and we thank you for that.
Very nice. Thank you very much. One more question. So in looking at the preliminary budget for the operating budget, I know that the Manhattan was at 146. Josh, you can kind of give those numbers to me if possible, so everybody understands my next question with the disparity between offices, the budget, and my question in how that will impact equitable provision for programming, community engagement, and services across the city. So the Manhattan DAs, it's what, 146 million. We have the Bronx is at 90, but Staten Island is 21 million. So that's a very huge difference, and none of them are the same. Can you talk to us about why those differences are so stark when it seems like everyone is actually saying the exact same thing?
I think one, I'm sorry, is that my video? One of the things that I would like to mention, because each of us have different, our offices have different sizes. So the number of people that work for us will determine how much our annual budgets are or whatever. But what happens is that when you talk, and I'm not clear on your question as to, are you talking about our overall office budget or what is allocated for us to do certain things?
It's the overall it's a stark difference between, let's say, a borough like Staten Island at 21 million as opposed to Manhattan, who may be at 146. And we understand that, but all of you are saying the same thing. So we just want to understand.
I think a lot of it is personnel. So it's how many people that work for us in order for us to be able to pay them a living wage or competitive wage. So depending on how many people you work for, you will depend on how much you have to pay them. So that goes into the budget. The Bronx has an office. At full capacity, I'm supposed to have, 500 lawyers and some 500 professional staff. So that's 1,000 people. When you look at another office that has less people, sometimes their budget may be smaller because of the number of personnel. But it doesn't change the fact that we all have to still do the same work. So as long as they're all being paid the same,
This is my point.
you'll have the level that you need. So I get it. I don't know why is that disparity, but that's why I'm saying we need the parity, at least as far as the salary was. If we had the parity, if it was a uniform formula for all the city lawyers or for all the DAs, then we wouldn't necessarily have that disparity in that particular area. But we do, because we have to shuffle and do what we can in order to retain the people that we need. So with the attrition rate, you know, I could just take the money for people that left and increase everybody's salary, but then I won't be able to maintain it. Or I could backfill. So there's a number of ways that we manipulate our budgets in order to get what we need. But what we really need from the city is for the city to set it so that we all have the same, you know, 1 to 5 years as a step plan, 6 to 10, et cetera, et cetera. That's what I turned around and did with my office finally. I mean, it could be at a risk, but I have to keep the people. I have to be able to maintain and get the work done. And I can't do it without paying them the salary that they deserve. That's why I've been fighting this parity thing for the longest time.
And I appreciate your answer, Ms. Katz. You're on mute. You're still on mute. There you go.
We all
it's been that kind of day.
I think part of it, and I gotta be upfront here, I think part of it also is that we all inherited these offices over the last few years too. So I do think that in government in general, there's a certain sense of what was it last year, let's see what we do this year. And you know how accurate that is, I'd have to look back at the last 10 years. I can tell you that Queens has the lowest amount of money, and I don't want to take anything away from my colleagues, trust me when I tell you that, because we all work together for the benefit of each other, and we do it quite often. Queens has the lowest amount of money per resident in this DA's office and the lowest amount of money per arrest in this office. So our office, ADAs, 365 ADAs, 80 detective investigators, and the rest support staff who help us run this office. Per ADA and per resident, we get the lowest amount of money per resident. And for the arrest. Now, that's not to say that issues in the Bronx are not different than issues here, and that they don't need exactly what they have. I think that, you know, a lot of this is dictated somewhat, and I hate to say it, which is why I agree with DA Clark 100%, that we need to look at parity throughout the city of New York, not just the parity within our 5 offices.
100%.
Because we're losing people, not to each other as much, we're losing people to the private sector and to court counsel and to the law clerks. They're taking jobs as law clerks. And so I think that's important, but I would, you know, gander that perhaps there's a lot of history as well.
Thank you very much. DA McMahon.
Yeah, thanks. I'll just real quickly agree with my colleagues. You know, when we came into office, one of the things I ran on was that that disparity that you described was much worse. So we were at like half of the budget that we have now. And so it was at, you know, the disparity was 100% greater. We ran on, we lobbied to get it to where, you know, it's now. And then I would say this, and really add to what Melinda said, that it's not exactly fair and it should be looked at from time to time, but it's done to scale. So if you look at my office, there are 240 or so employees. In Manhattan, I think there are 1,600, not to speak for my colleague, DA Bragg, but so you see that difference in employee numbers, you see that difference in arrests, you see that the difference in cases and population, all those things. So it's scaled pretty much the way it should. It's too low, but it's scaled the way it should be. But what you find is in a community our size, with the amount of personnel that I have, that the amount of cases that we have the same exact issues that they have in the other counties. We have problems with attrition. We have problems with ADAs having caseloads that are way too high because they're picking up the slack for people who leave. And a typical homicide could have 60 to 70,000 pages of documents that have to be reviewed, redacted, and turned over, and it's short, you know, in much more condensed times than they used to be. So we're all facing those issues according to scale.
Thank you. So with that, my questions are done. And so I'd love to hear from my colleagues.
DA Bragg had his hand is raised
Oh,
as well.
I apologize. I didn't see that. Sorry.
So let's go to him and then
DA
we can have
Bragg.
council member questions. Go ahead.
No, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to respond, specifically as to Manhattan. A driver in our office is our white collar practice, our investigation division, which, it can't be captured in some of the same statistics in terms of arrests and other metrics like that, because oftentimes these are investigations that are complex, take years and lots of people resources. We have what I think is a phenomenal cyber lab, which is helping not just us, but really providing support around the country. We're doing a tremendous amount in the financial fraud space. Also have an active terrorism practice, which again is not just local but international. So a lot of that practice, which I want to invest in, I think it's a benefit to the city, to the entire state, and to the entire country. And so I want to continue to invest in that. And of course, we bring those cases, on their merits, and not for the financial monies involved. But I would be remiss if I didn't note that arising from those cases has been to the city $1.2 billion since 2010. So of course we're doing those for the public safety benefits and for purposes of justice and fairness. But when we're looking at the budget, I think when you look at the Manhattan DA budget, it's against the backdrop of the $1.2 billion that came to the city across a wide range of outlays. Some of that, grassroots community work, some of that money going to help fund pretrial services, some of it going to NYPD. So I just wanted to note that, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for all of your answers to my questions. And Josh, you can open it up to my colleagues.
Cool. Thank you so much, Chair. We're going to go now to council member questions. Council members use the Zoom raise hand function if you have a question. We're going to limit it to 3 minutes for questions from members. And I think similar to with PD, if there's additional questions, please direct them to myself and I'll share them with the agencies accordingly. We're going to start with Councilmember Caban, followed by Councilmember Stevens, followed by Councilmember Barron.
Thank you. I'd be remiss. I didn't mention that today is the 59th anniversary of Gideon v. Wainwright, which established the right to public defenders. And public defense work should be funded as robustly as our district attorney's offices are. I'm a proud former public defender. I have 4 questions for the folks here. The first being, how many people did each office hire in fiscal year 2022? How many do you plan to hire in fiscal year 23? How much do you each have sitting in your civil asset forfeiture funds? And what are you using that money for? And also additionally, 2 days ago, the federal monitor reported record-shattering levels of violence and chaos on Rikers Island. Recent study also showed that imprisonment has a criminogenic effect, meaning that incarceration increases recidivism. So especially under these current circumstances in our city jails, where they're in a state of humanitarian crisis, what are your offices doing to divert people from jails and prisons? Each of you know, as well as I do, that you as the district attorney have the most power and control over the census on Rikers Island. It's not the police, it's not the mayor, it's not the judges, it's the district attorneys. And piggybacking off of that, a question for 2 specific district attorneys on the call, DA Katz and DA Bragg. DA Katz, you testified a commitment to focusing on alternatives. Will you both commit to welcoming and partnering with restorative justice programs like Common Justice that specifically work with and deal with and address violent offenses and that get incredibly positive results? And then finally, on bail, we saw that George Pagan died on Rikers Island after not being able to afford 2 bails, right? Charged with 2 misdemeanors, each had $500 bail. Now, for folks who are sitting in on bail that they cannot afford, which in my opinion is tantamount to remand when we know they can't afford it. And then when you follow that line of reasoning in lots of these cases, especially misdemeanors, remand can and should be considered excessive bail under our statutes. How are y'all thinking about the amount of bail that you're asking for? And are you consenting to bail reductions when it is very clear someone can't afford the bail that has been set especially when we know that in theory, bail is supposed to be set simply and only to ensure the person's ability to return to court. Thank you.
So district attorneys, do anyone want to volunteer to take these? Raise hand and I'll unmute, or?
Brooklyn can go if you'd like.
Go ahead.
Okay. We hired, you asked how many did we hire in 2021? 215. That's a combination of support staff and paralegals, all staff. How much do we hope to hire in 2022? Probably I'd say approximately 300, maybe plus, just keeping up with attrition. We have $35,000 in state forfeiture, $3 million in federal forfeiture, and in Brooklyn we're doing, I think, an incredible amount to divert from station house diversion all the way to violent felonies, common justice. I don't know if I could probably talk for a half an hour about it, and I don't know if you want me to.
Let's move on to the other offices, and we could follow up if there's an additional information that you all could provide the council member. So Councilmember Bragg, and then sorry, DA Bragg followed by DA Katz. Please go ahead. And then
Yeah,
DA.
so I'm sorry. On the hiring, about I think we are down lawyers because of attrition, but we hired approximately 70 in 2022. I'm sorry, in 2021. And are planning to have a class come in and basically backfill that number either through our normal class in the fall, but also probably prior to that with some lawyers before then. The asset forfeiture numbers I don't have at my fingertips, so I'll have to get back to you if that's okay, Councilman Vaughn. And then in terms of diversion, this is something that I spent a lot of time over the last 76 days, trying to scale up. So we created a new division called Pathways for Public Safety. Have a head of it who's a alum from CCI, and the model we're using is to sort of embed, into the trial division bureaus, someone from Pathways, so that diversion is something that is considered as early as ECAB. As I said in my opening remarks, drawing on the literature that shows that efficacy increases if we can do earlier diversion. We're also looking, at people who are currently in Rikers, to your question about the conditions there, which I share your concerns about, talking to service providers about trying to get people connected in that way. So it's a work in progress in the office. It's something that is a significant priority and that we're trying to drive forward. You also asked a question about common justice, which I wasn't sure if it was directed to whom, but I'll say that is something we're actively considering and talking to common justice about diversion in that manner as well. I think that helps work.
Thank you, DA Bragg. We're going to go now to DA Katz, DA McMahon, DA Clark.
Excuse me, I just want to publicly say apologies to Councilmember Caban if we are being muted prematurely. We hope that doesn't happen again. I apologize.
Thank you.
So those were a lot of questions. We're trying to answer as many as we can. If we can't at the moment, I'm happy to send a follow-up. But from what I can tell from your questions, we have about 50 people in the new class of 2022. I will tell you, when you said how many do you intend on hiring, I intend on hiring as many as I possibly can at the moment. When some of our ADAs have 100 cases in their caseload that they are doing and have to have discovery on and everything that goes with it. We are hiring a 2022 class of 50 right now. Hopefully it will be more. We are hiring laterals as fast as we can in order to make up for the numbers of attrition. And now that we have a little more of salary parity that we are discussing, at least, we are hoping that it makes more folks come in that are interested in criminal justice. We have about 15 people working on our forfeiture funds. I think you asked about that, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
those-
I'd like to know the amount of money in the forfeiture fund and what it's being used for.
Oh, we'll get back to you on that. I will tell you that we have a forfeiture fund. I would assume at this point, it's about 90 to 100 million. You cannot, and I want to make this very, very clear to all the council members that are on this Zoom. One cannot use the forfeiture funds for salary without permission from the, and you can't use it without permission to a large extent for a large part of it, without permission from the feds. So that money cannot be used in order to create less of a disparity amongst the funding. And I just want to make that crystal clear. I will tell you that we
You can
spent
use it for programming, so-
excuse me one second, if I can just finish, that would be great. So we have $2.5 million that we just did a youth wraparound service contract on. We are disseminating that money into the community for youth wraparound services at $50,000 a piece. And we've also done an RFP for crime, for intervention groups, violent criminal intervention groups. And we're spending, I think it's Camille, $500,000 on that as well. I'm sorry, Councilwoman Caban, go ahead.
So you can use it for, you can use all of that money, those millions and millions and millions of dollars, just to clarify, on alternative to incarceration programming.
No, we cannot. And if we did, we'd also have to get permission from the feds for a very large portion of it. And perhaps my chief of staff can get into it in a little more detail if you'd like. Camille, can you unmute if you don't mind, Chair Hanks, in order to answer the councilwoman's question?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
So far in, as the DA said, we've used $3,050,000 in our RFPs, $2,750,000 for the wraparound services for a number of youth based CBOs in Queens, and $300,000 for cure violence programs in Queens. A lot of the work that the DA wants to use the funds for in this universe, in restorative justice under our new unit. I see Isha Green is also on, who's the head of that unit, you know, really got waylaid because of COVID. That is what we've used a good portion of the funds for as of now. And we are looking at other ways to use it in community service and community justice programs.
Right, and we can't just say we want to give $500 million, go ahead, to a not-for-profit. It has to go through a very intricate process to make sure that the forfeiture money, individuals' monies, companies' monies that we have forfeited and taken are used in proper circumstances. But it has been our desire to use it for alternatives to incarceration and programs dealing with our treatment courts.
And we will continue to do so, and we will continue to do so.
Great, thank you. And just my remaining questions that weren't answered with whether are the specifically DA Katz and DA Bragg would commit to partnering with violence and alternatives, restorative justice alternatives like common justice, and then finally that last question on bail.
Sure, we already commit with many, many not-for-profits and CBOs throughout the borough of Queens. In fact, we increased it. And Aisha Green, if you can go through some of that if you'd like. I know we're working with some to take on some of the violent offenses as well.
Can you, she's on Jay Bond. She's listed as Jay Bond, so if you can unmute Jay Bond.
Anyway, the answer is yes. We've already been trying to work different gun diversion programs and different violent offense programs right now. We're in the midst of working on all of that now that everything is up and running again. It is my hope that a lot of the diversion programs, which in history here at Queens County, and I can't speak for the other boroughs, has been mostly non-violent crimes. I do think the only way to make diversion successful and to make sure that we don't have recidivists on the street and to make sure that we actually make Queens the safest we can possibly make it, the only way to do that is not only prosecuting drivers of crime, but also making sure that the next generation is better off. You can't do that without violent diversion programs as well.
Aisha is unmuted.
Oh, Aisha, did I do okay?
Yes, you did. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here. Councilmember, to your question, restorative programs are very important. I have the distinct pleasure of presiding over programming here in Queens County over felony cases, misdemeanor cases, and also the Crime Victims Advocates Program. So we have outreach to local community-based organizations that work specifically with restorative justice. Also under District Attorney Clark, I had the pleasure to work with Common Justice and have experience with working with them for a number of years. And so we are exploring opportunities to make sure that we can bring those types of programs to this office so that we can address the needs of the victims that we have here who are looking for different alternatives to make sure that folks are held accountable, but that they also have different ways to speak to those that have committed crimes. We've also reached out to other community-based organizations that are not specifically funded to do this work. So to your point, we're exploring all of those things to make sure that we adequately serve those that come to us in the criminal legal system.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Caban. In the interest of time and letting other members have questions, we're going to ask that we kind of move on to other member questions. We could follow up each of the other offices who have not answered this question, and we apologize for not getting to you as well. But we will follow up directly as well. So thank you so much. Next, we'll have Councilmember Stevens, followed by Councilmember Barron.
Starting time.
Hi, good afternoon. One, I would like. Hello, could you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you. Okay, all right, just making sure. One, I would like to say thank you so much for having me here. Thank you, Chair. I think the Chair already started to ask some of my questions just around the disparities in funding and the offices, and especially in the Bronx. Always want to give a special shout out to my DA in the Bronx, Darcel Clark, who works very hard and who's always on the ground with all of our community members and community folks and really leading with love and compassion. So always just want to say thank you to her. But just looking at the reports, and I just want to make sure, am I correct? Is it true that Bronx DA did not get Dove initiative funding? And if so, why? Why wouldn't we get that?
DA Clark, you are unmuted.
Oh,
go ahead.
Yeah, we did not give, you mean that the recent, yeah, we did not receive that funding, and I can't tell you why, Councilmember Stevens. But we're doing as much as we can, and you know that, and thank you for your partnership, of course, because you stand shoulder to shoulder with me in all these things that we're doing in our community for prevention, as well as prosecution, as well as the reentry, as well as, you know, anything we can do to give people a way out of the criminal justice system. So I thank you. You know, we're doing a number of, we have a community justice bureau, formerly the Alternatives to Incarceration Bureau, which Aisha Green talked about. And I thank her for being the architect of what we started, and now she's there in Queens. But we've worked with Common Justice and many of the community-based organizations to cure violence. We're doing everything that we can. We're leaving no stone unturned and using every tool that we can to fight the violence. So funding for, you know, for those kind of groups in order for us to continue to do our work, to train the crisis management teams and the cure violence groups in order to really be impactful in this work would definitely be a help in the Bronx. And I would love to have your support and the city council's support to make sure that we also get the funding that we need in the Bronx for that.
No, I 1000% agree. And I think it's inappropriate that we wouldn't get it, right? Like, we have needs as well. And right now the Bronx has been on fire, and all of our council members and you and all the electeds have been working together. And so funding is always the adequate part. So I stand with you to advocate and to say that we need it, and whatever we need to do to make sure that we get it, let me know. And you know, you have partners in me and whoever else you need, but we definitely, I want to make sure that that was highlighted, that we did not get that funding and it's not appropriate, and we need to make sure we get that moving forward.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we'll have Councilmember Barron, followed by Councilmember Holden, followed by Councilmember Botcher. Councilmember Barron, go ahead.
Thank you very much. You know, one of the roles of the DA's office, the DA is supposed to be the people's lawyer. and they're supposed to protect the people from community crime and police crime. I think the DAs do well in incarcerating civilians, but poorly in incarcerating police when they engage in misconduct. So I'd like to see from the officers, how many police that engaged in misconduct, how many of them were actually prosecuted. In the last Black Lives Matter rally, hundreds of complaints, people beaten, very few, if nobody, incarcerated. It's good to hear that we do have in some of the offices alternatives to incarceration, because many of our people need the alternatives. Incarceration is not the answer. And then we need to reduce the pretrial incarceration. And those who are arrested and no cash bail bill needs to be read and understood by more people. And those of you who read the bill and know that over 90% of those with no cash bail, from when I was in the assembly that we passed that, and I'll take ownership of that anytime, and we shouldn't back away from it when the capitalist propaganda machine attacks the law and order. Capitalist propaganda machine will attack you on that. But no cash bail was for nonviolent crimes, and well over 90% did not get reincarcerated. And I also supported strongly the raise the age bill that the mayor wants to change that. He wants to change no cash bail. He wants to bring back solitary confinement and the prison system, which does not stop crime and violence in prisons, because we've had that and it was not stopped. So I'm hoping that we can come up with more creative ways to dealing with this. Let the youth go to family court for these nonviolent crimes, and the no cash bail works, and so does raise the age. And we need speedy trials. Part of the problem is speedy trials, and some of the reform during discovery needs to take place as well, so that we can have a fair process in that. And I support the publicizing grand jury proceedings. They say a DA can get an indictment on a ham sandwich, but not on police. And even when we get an indictment and a conviction, as DA Thompson, may he rest in peace, did in Brooklyn for a Kai Gurley case, Officer Liang, he then recommended, after indicting and convicting him of manslaughter, recommended no jail time. And he and the Asian judge, it led to no jail time. So we live in a very capitalist system that creates the poverty and creates the unemployment. And then you are part of this system that either has to do it right, or at least be on the side of the people. DA Bragg, I want to give you credit for your stance. And I don't think you should have pushed back, and you didn't push back much, but when they come at us, we got to stand strong if we're right. And even if it ain't due to public opinion, because what happens often, they use emotional cases around police killings or even children being killed, and then come in with solutions that don't do nothing, but have been failing us in the past. So I think we need to stand strong on these restorative justice issues, and we need to stand strong when we're right. So I just wanted to share that with you. Keep up the work that you're doing, and I hope everybody gets better.
Thank you, Councilmember. We'll move on next to Councilmember Botcher, followed by Councilmember Brewer.
Starting time.
Hi, my question is for District Attorney Bragg. District Attorney, in your testimony, you said that you're seeking $1.6 million in additional fundings for your hate crimes unit, and you say that this unit needs a full-time chief and 2 full-time deputy chiefs, investigative analysts, etc. And to me, that should be a top priority, given what's going on now with hate crimes, particularly against the AAPI community. Am I correct in understanding that you requested an increase in the hate crimes unit, and this budget isn't providing you with the increase that you requested?
Thank you, Councilmember Boster, for your leadership. It's always good to be out with you in your district. I guess virtually out with you these days. This is a top priority for Manhattan. We've seen the uptick. I mentioned it in my opening remarks. We have a phenomenal team working on hate crimes now in the Manhattan DA's office, but they are stretched thin. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, the docket, the active number of cases is tragically at its highest since the unit was formed. And the way the staffing works currently in the DA's office is everyone in the office, in the unit, including the leadership, is working on other matters. They're not specifically focused on hate crimes. And so we want to have dedicated staff working on an urgent public safety issue. So your understanding is correct, and that's why we made the request. And I think it's urgently important. Right now, we're seeing the increase, and I think it's important. I just want to note it affects us all, right? We see the increase specifically in the AAPI community now, but as the preamble to the hate crime statute says, that kind of crime tears at the fabric of society. It affects all of us, and so I thank you for the question, and I think the funding on this is crucial so we can move forward.
Yeah, I want to support you strongly on getting that increase. I'm surprised that that request wasn't granted because it's just horrifying what's happening now. So you'll let us know how we can be helpful in pushing for that.
I appreciate it. And one thing I would just underscore is a big component of this is also the outreach. So obviously I'm relatively new here, so learning the office and wanting to deepen the language capabilities, right? Because in order to have people feel comfortable coming forward to the office, having the cultural understanding and the language capabilities to interact with people is very significant. So in addition to the traditional lawyering, a big component of this is the outreach and having those capabilities in the office. Thank you, Councilman.
Expired.
Thank you, Councilmember. We're going to finish up here with Councilmember Brewer, followed by Councilmember Holden.
Starting time.
Thank you very much. A couple of questions for DA Bragg. First of all, I saw in the material that we were given that I call it the Brooklyn Youth Court, but I assume it's the same as the Youth Court Midtown in Manhattan. So I think they're open finally. So my question is that if it should get more money, is that something that would be helpful in terms of alternatives to incarceration for you? Or what would be what would be helpful in terms of funding for alternatives to incarceration?
Yes, and I think today is the day that it's opening, particularly my understanding for mental health services, which are so desperately needed. I know a number of us work very, very hard in coordination with OCA and others to get it back open. It's a resource. It is a significant part of our diversion strategy going forward, but it's not the only part. I mentioned the kind of pathways, the public safety division, and having people with diversion expertise embedded within each trial bureau so that we can do the interventions at the earliest moment is a significant part, but also unquestionably Midtown Community Court is. So I am happy that it's back, and I think I'm hoping it's part of a phase plan to be fully back sometime very soon.
All right, and the other question is, there's a mental health court in Manhattan. So how does that help? It's only open certain days, not every day. How does that help, if at all?
Yes, no, thank you so much, and thank you for always elevating these issues, Council Member. Right now, and I learned this as I was getting oriented, and it was shocking to me. The mental health court in Manhattan is 50 slots by contract, so 50 matters can be handled at one time. And as part of the request, we're seeking funding in coordination with service providers and obviously the court to expand that number significantly fourfold to 200. We know we're in the middle of a mental health crisis. We know the importance of the mental health court. It's not the only solution, but certainly it's part of the puzzle. And to have a capping that the court, I think, does what it can to increase beyond 50, but we need to have it set in place contractually so that we can go well above that and start to address the many significant mental health concerns
Do
we
you
have.
have a number in mind, or maybe you have a budget that would accompany that, or is it still being worked out?
No, we have it, council member. In order to go from 50 to 200, we think $3.3 million. So it's attached to the as a sort of appendix A to our written submission.
Okay.
And we're happy to connect and give you more details because
Thank you.
we could
And
get
I
this.
know I have no time left, but at some point more discussion on domestic violence. The people, Safe Horizon, I think is in the precincts. Is that enough? They're not 24-hour, et cetera, et cetera. So the DV issue, I think, is pretty numerous on the numbers of cases.
Yes, it is the by number, the biggest part of our docket. And something I've been extraordinarily impressed by my short time here is our witness aid function, the support for survivors. And so that's a group, we didn't put that in our request, but it's a group that I'm hoping to expand to support survivors. I was in our Washington Heights office earlier this week. I was there last week. Something
Jocelyn, go ahead.
That's right. So glad to have her. Something that I'm encouraging our ADAs to do with greater frequency is to get to our Washington Heights office and to our Harlem office across a range of cases, but specifically for domestic violence. To tie it back to the parity issue, it is hard because of the attrition and because of COVID and the dockets that they're carrying for them to get to those offices. But it's so crucial. And Jocelyn, who you mentioned, for those who don't know, who heads our Washington Heights office, has told me how impactful it is when people come and sit in the Washington Heights office, how the comments she gets from survivors, in particular of domestic violence. Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Councilmember. We'll turn to Councilmember Holden and then we'll return to.
And apologies, Councilmember Holden.
That's fine. That's all right. It's a long day.
I know.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with all the DAs. We need to pay our hardworking ADAs a living and competitive wage, and certainly give the DA offices the tools they need to catch up to the 21st century here. I guess this question is, and I'd like to address it maybe to SNP because I don't think anybody asked any questions in that area. You mentioned, Ms. Brannon, that there were 2,500 overdose cases. Do we have any idea out of those 2,500 cases, how many drug dealers were charged with homicide for dealing this poisonous drug, fentanyl? And if you had a larger budget, could we charge more with that? Because that would actually send a message to the drug dealers that if they do this, they could be put away for a long time.
Yeah, it's a great question, and thank you for asking me. Charging someone with a homicide after an individual overdoses is very difficult because often we don't have the information that we need. The medical examiner's office generally doesn't get the report back too quickly. And often in an overdose situation, you may not have collection of evidence right at the site of the overdose. So you may not know exactly who made the sale. Usually you would have to get the overdose victim's phone, maybe if they obtained it that way. If it was a hand-to-hand transaction on the street, it's very difficult, but it's worthwhile if you can do it. And we have explored it in different cases, and other offices have explored it. Our statutes in New York aren't great for that. There has been from time to time discussion of a homicide by overdose statute. But right now, in the event a case like that is charged, generally you charge them with a manslaughter. The only case that we have ever been able to bring was actually against a doctor in Queens who had numerous patients who overdosed and died, I believe a total of 18 patients. And because he was a doctor, we had some records. We had obvious reckless behavior, and he was on notice that people had overdosed, and he continued to give them large prescriptions for large amounts of medication. So it's much more clear-cut than usual in this kind of case. But I think all the DA's offices look at it. I think Staten Island actually brought a manslaughter case, manslaughter by overdose, by selling deadly drugs. And I think they had success with that.
Yeah,
Uh,
I did mention this to DA Katz, and she said the same thing you're saying. But if we had the necessary funding,
Time expired.
could we actually do more of these cases, or if we had the legislation? I like that idea too, because I think some message has to be sent. And just want to mention that I also mentioned to DA Katz about the alternate sentencing programs that were really discontinued during the COVID. That's where you have nonviolent offenders. They work in parks or they work for sanitation rather than going to being incarcerated. I'm just wondering if all the DAs are in favor of bringing that back, or at least pushing for it, because it's so important. Parks, they're asking me, and also sanitation. But thank you, Chair.
So Councilman Holden, just so you know, we intend on starting, I believe it's April, with the not-for-profit that you and I spoke about at some point. We are in conversations at this point with sanitation. They have an interest in continuing. We have an interest in bringing it back. As the city comes alive, I think that more of these programs, including a lot of the CBOs and not-for-profits that we want to use for other diversion programs, will start seeing, the light of day and being used in the way that we want to use them for ATIs. And just to like add upon what DA Brennan talked about, you do need a causal connection. And that's what you and I spoke about between the drug dealer and the one who is dealing the fentanyl or the heroin laced with fentanyl, the cocaine laced with fentanyl, to show that there was an intent. Most crimes require some intent when you're charging them as an element of the crime. And that's always where you hit the rub on those dealer homicide types of cases. But I'm going to say, no matter what, anytime you have more funding for certain things and to investigate certain crimes, you have more for other areas of the office. But thank you for asking the question.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you, everyone. We'll go back to Chair Hanks to close off this portion of the hearing, and then we'll move on to the public testimony. Go ahead, Chair Hanks.
So thank you so much, Josh, and the staff for the Public Safety Committee, all of my colleagues that are part of the Public Safety Committee, and the NYPD and CCRB, and now finishing off with the district attorneys who really were able to illuminate and articulate some of really the underpinning of what public safety needs to look like and how that needs to be reflected in our budget. So I really wanted to thank everyone. It's been a long day, but you can stay on if you'd like, but we're going to be entering into our public testimony. And I really appreciate all of you stopping in and telling us where you are, what's on your mind, and hopefully we can make an impact on the FY23 budget talks. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everyone. We'll now move on to the public testimony section. I will be calling on individuals sequentially to testify. So please wait for your name to be called. We will unmute you at that time. For the public hearing testimony section, we will be giving 2 minutes of testimony for individuals. Please bear with me. Please use the Zoom raise hand function if I'm missing you, but we'll get to everyone. To start with, we're going to hear, I'm going to name a couple folks, and so you can be prepared for when you're coming up next. We're going to start with Donald Nesbitt, followed by Jim McLeod, followed by Olivia Dong, followed by Lisa Schrebendorf. So Donald Nesbitt, are you present?
Yes, I am.
There you are. Go ahead.
Thank you for this opportunity to present testimony before you as members of the council. Thank you to Chair Hanks and the distinguished members of the committee. I am Donald Nesbitt, Executive Vice President for Local 372, the New York City Board of Ed Employees of District Council 37, ASME. It is an honor to provide testimony on behalf of the 2,600 level 1 and 80 level 2 school crossing guards who we represent under the leadership of Sean D. Francois I as president. School crossing guards are often the first line of defense to improve the safety for students who walk, bicycle, or take transit to schools. Student pedestrians often face major safety traffic hazards every day caused by double and triple parked cars at bus stops, in front and near to school buildings. As essential workers, school crossing guards remain vigilant through the pandemic, even when schools were shut down, to ensure that children, pedestrians, adults, and everyone who was getting around during a pandemic made it to and from healthy and safe to their homes. Approximately 90% of school crossing guards are females. They work on a 25-hour cap, a part-time schedule, mainly Black and Latino, and a lot of our membership is over the age of 55. However, despite their roles in the front line, school crossing guards are often not treated like those essential workers. The height of the pandemic, they were mandated to return to work. When there are school closings, they do not get paid for those days. And we just want their paychecks to be reflective of the work that they do. On top of this immediate concern, of a loss of wages that represents an issue of equity for our members. Additionally, the role of them as a first line of defense for our students and pedestrians often place school crossing guards in vulnerable positions with no immediate assistance in mind. School crossing guards are often at risk not only from cars too close or from exposure to COVID-19, but face physical attacks and harassment from people on the street. A number of school crossing guards have been victims of on-duty assaults, which currently is a felony, but we need to do more. There are bills in the Assembly and the Senate which are pushing for making crimes against the school crossing guard an aggravated assault. And again, I thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony on behalf of the school crossing guards and the public safety functions that they perform in servicing 1.2 million children in New York City. Thank you, Chair and members.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Councilmember Barron, do you have a question for Donald, or do you want to ask for, okay, you may ask a question of him. Go ahead.
Yeah, but Donald, I just wanted to say that I couldn't support you more. The school crossing guards in my beloved Eastern New York are tremendous. They are a great asset to our community. Matter of fact, they cross me too, because they say, hey, hold it, Mr. Barron, don't cross yet. And that they don't just cross people. They take these youngsters, when they cross in the street, they telling them, you better get yourself together in school. You better start acting right. They're like one of the most valuable assets in our community that is underpaid, not respected. And so, Donna, you can tell all of your members that I love them, because they just some of the nicest people you want to meet, you know, when they talk to you, and even the elderly, they help the elderly get across the street. But there's far more than just getting us safely across the street. The kind of work that they do and the kind of counseling that they provide for our youth, and they don't play. You know, some of them sisters, they don't play. You know, some of these youngsters, they look like they're dressing wrong or walking wrong or using the wrong language. They have to deal with that crossing guard, and by the time they get into school, they have been dealt with. So I want to thank you for that presentation and say that you have my 1000% support. And then the council, we should really prioritize the school crossing guards, because they are the best.
Thank you, Councilmember Barron. And thank you, Donald, for your testimony. Next, we'll go to Jim McLeod.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair Hanks and committee council members. My name is Jim Hamlin McLeod. I am the second vice president for Local 1549 under the leadership of Eddie Rodriguez. Local 1549 clerical administrative employees represent 13,000 employees of the city of New York. Some of these members are police administrative aides, senior police administrative aides, clerical associates, secretaries, cashiers, and paralegals. They work during the pandemic, winter storms, transit shutdowns, and during the catastrophic incidents in the city. They are truly essential workers. The PAs and SPAs feel less than appreciated for all their commitment and sacrifice to the city of NYPD and New York City citizens. These members make less than many of their counterparts. Their clerical job functions is being taken over by uniforms who make triple their salaries. NYPD overtime budget is annually over budget, and none of it is allocated to the PAs or SPAs. If they ask to perform overtime to complete these tasks, they are told that they only can do it in comp time. Cash overtime for PAs or SPAs is forbidden. However, uniform officers are performing clerical duties. Many work overtime as often as they want and take it in cash. How does the agency tell one of the lowest paid members that they can't do overtime or not for cash? They're also being told that they can't work the holiday in a 24-hour agency. PAs and SPAs are forced to take off on holidays, even though it's not their regular day off. They don't allow them to accumulate time for the future or get the holiday premium pay that they deserve and the union fought for. NYPD needs to spend money in multiple facilities its members occupy. Some locations have deplorable conditions. These commands have holes in the walls, ceilings, broken HVAC systems, overcrowded rooms, and lots of other issues. A member should feel appreciated and comfortable in their workspace. We know that crime has risen in our streets, transit systems, and along with the gun violence. We need more policing to protect our families, streets, and home. We also know that the unemployment rate in the city is significantly higher than the national average. Inflation rate is its all-time high. We as a community need to address these issues with a common sense approach. If I can get a second more, madam, a couple of seconds more. Inflation is at an all-time high. We as a community need to address these issues in a common sense approach. Put all able uniformed bodies in the field to protect and serve as they were hired to do. This will free up some 800 or more positions where they are doing clerical duties. Hire more entry-level positions such as PAs, SPAs, clerical associates, secretaries, cashiers, and paralegals to do the clerical function at each and every command. These hires will help the unemployment rate go down and build a better economy in New York City like it was before the pandemic hit. The agency does not give cash overtime. The agency should not give cash overtime to the uniform employees for clerical duties. They should be assigned to PAs or SPAs. Comptroller Brad Lander just released a report on January 19th of this year on NYPD civilization efforts. Like his predecessors and before him, they have reached the same conclusion. NYPD has failed to truly make civilization efforts in its agency as a reality as requested time and time again. Instead, they have come before the council to report more uniform personnel is needed each and every year. Local 1549 contends that the PAs and SPAs need the support of the city and the agency with pay inequities, staffing, and decent facilities to work in. The citizens of New York needs the agency to use its billion-dollar budget in ways to help reduce crime and allocate money in appropriate ways to save taxpayers in areas it can. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Olivia Duong, followed by Lisa Schriebendorf. Olivia, you may be.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Chair Hanks and fellow council members. My name is Olivia Duong, and I am president of Local 3778, DC 37, AFSCME, representing 300 members of service who are typically not heard of. We are civilian NYPD professional titles such as criminalists or forensic scientists, city research scientists, architects, and engineers. I'm here to highlight the hard work of NYPD civilians and to voice our support to further civilianize the department. The criminalists of the police laboratory are part of the NYPD Detective Bureau. We are forensic scientists who analyze different types of evidence involved in alleged crimes such as controlled substances, latent fingerprints, and firearms. Our job is to remain objective, impartial, and unbiased while conducting analysis using accredited scientific methods. We provide the results to the assistant district attorneys across all 5 boroughs, as well as the federal government. Criminalists also testify in court as expert witnesses to the results of our analyses. Our testimony educates juries to make informed and fair verdicts. Throughout the pandemic, criminalists were deemed essential workers for a critical role in public safety, and we answered the call. The scrutiny of the NYPD's budget, we are in agreement with the committee that more oversight is needed in exactly where and how money is spent within the department. Civilians can play a larger part in support roles for policing. I would like to point out a few examples where there would be some cost savings in the NYPD. One place would be the firearms analysis section of the police laboratory, which is where a hybrid uniformed civilian section exists. There's a discrepancy here where for the same work product, the analysis of firearms for operability, serial and restoration, etc., the uniform members are being paid much, much more. Having civilians in this unit would be an added advantage to the city without compromising the quality of work.
Time expired.
Chairwoman, if I may continue just for a little bit more. Thank you. Another area worth looking into is the evidence control section at the police laboratory, which is responsible for 24/7 intake, security, and storage of forensic evidence. This section is traditionally staffed by 100% uniform members. When there was a massive retirements by the police officers during the pandemic, criminalists stepped up to the plate and filled in those positions during the height of the pandemic. It's evident that these roles do not require someone with extensive police training to be filled up to do this type of work. There are more areas where we can further civilianize NYPD, and the union applauds City Council for pushing the initiative. I do not believe that the public wants a reduction in forensic science or less internal oversight of the NYPD. And similar to the attrition issues that the district attorneys brought up, criminalists are leaving employment with the city by large numbers and moving to other state and municipal forensic laboratories. We are losing talent and people who have dedicated many years of service to the city due to pay parity and lagging promotion timelines for our members. All of our members join the department at the lowest end of the salary range and rarely, if ever, have the opportunity to receive salary adjustments within their range. This has been a longstanding issue with the police laboratory and further exacerbated with the pandemic. Chair Hanks, I submit my written testimony for the record, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Lisa Schreberdorf, followed by Alice Fontier, followed by Tina Luongo, followed by Justine Olderman.
Starting time.
Hi, everybody. My name is Lisa Schreibersdorf, and I'm the Executive Director of Brooklyn Defender Services. I want to thank the committee for providing the New York City's public defenders some time and opportunity to talk about our work and our budgets. Today is National Public Defense Day, which I hope you can see on my background. Most people never have to use our services, but if you or a loved one find themselves in the very unfortunate position of being behind bars, our dedicated and skilled criminal defense attorneys are a godsend. Not only will they explore all legal issues and investigate the facts of your case and litigate your case on trial, but they will stand beside you as you are dragged through a horrific process, especially if a judge sets bail and you are on Rikers Island while you wait for a trial. We have heard a lot today about public safety, but there is something fundamentally wrong about the notion that we can arrest and prosecute our way to solving the problems that give rise to drug use, the mental health crisis, or the challenges our youth have in this city. And we certainly cannot and should not delegate to prosecutors, no matter how well-intentioned, the solutions that will actually solve some of the underlying problems we are seeing. We as public defenders provide a different type of safety for the public, protection from the overreach that law enforcement has in this city, protection from harsh laws that destroy lives, often because of one mistake or one moment in a person's life. We provide a safety net for people we represent as well. We are their individual advocate, and in that role, we are able to truly assist when our low-income clients are dealing with issues, problems, concerns that relate to poverty and racism. We provide assistance with housing and benefits. We represent people who are being suspended from school, are facing immigration consequences, and many other issues. Social workers and other staff in our offices stand by our clients and their families and communities, assisting them in the most fundamental needs. You will hear more from my colleagues about our budgets for our criminal contracts, but I wanted to take a moment to talk about another public defense function that we provide, which is representing parents whose children are being removed to foster care by ACS. I wanted to highlight this program because MOPJ is the agency that oversees this legal service, and MOPJ is under the jurisdiction of this committee, although they did not testify today, which is a disappointment to us who need to hear their vision for the coming budget. Parents, I'll only be one more minute. Parents facing the loss of their children deal with one of the most devastating circumstances imaginable. Unlike the image of an abusive, uncaring parent, in fact, the vast majority of families targeted by ACS are families of color living in very low-income communities. Often the allegations that bring the family into court have to do with parents who are struggling with mental illness, drug or alcohol use, have a developmental or physical disability, or have children who need services that the parent is unable to access. As of last year, statewide standards promulgated by the Office of Indigent Legal Services establishes that our funding needs to double or more just to meet those standards. We are asking that the City Council demand that the mayor add an additional $40 million to the city budget specifically for these legal services to be designated across our offices as deemed appropriate. I want to wish everyone a very happy Public Defense Day. Please call someone who does this important work today and thank them for what they do. I will pass it to Alice Fontier of Neighborhood Defense Service of Harlem.
Thank you, Alice. You may go ahead.
Thank you. And as Lisa said, I'm Alice Fontier, the Managing Director of the Neighborhood Defender Service of Harlem. As Lisa was beginning to describe, contact with the criminal, child welfare, immigration, housing, and broader systems threatens immediate and long-lasting destabilization for individuals and families who are already most vulnerable. The destabilization that results from systems involvement extends beyond individuals and their families, touching entire communities. By addressing the underlying problems that trigger legal issues, our offices help reduce recidivism and increase public safety, while maintaining the fabric of some of New York's most vibrant neighborhoods through preserving housing, preventing deportation, and reducing barriers to opportunity. Our offices are the primary providers of indigent and mandated legal representation in this city. The work that we do serves not only our individual clients, but also stabilizes families and thereby the entire community. When our offices are properly funded and we are able to provide the full array of holistic services, we create a very real and measurable, tangible financial benefit to the city. In the criminal courts, a study that was recently conducted by RAND demonstrated that over a 10-year period, holistic defense in this study alone helped clients avoid 1.1 million days of incarceration, reduced incarceration rates by 16%, cut pretrial detention by 9%, and shortened the sentence length by 24%. At the time of this study, this work resulted in a savings of $165 million in housing costs alone. Given that the cost of pretrial incarceration in this city has skyrocketed to over $500,000 per year per person, it is simple math to demonstrate the value in reducing the number of people and the amount of time they spend on Rikers Island. And that is what we do. I need another minute. In the last few years, the city awarded our offices both the conflict criminal cases and homicide cases, because it has been conclusively demonstrated that our offices obtain excellent results for our clients and we do it efficiently. The average length of time that a case pens impacts every facet of the case, from the likely outcome to the cost of the case. The homicide contracts were awarded in 2018 and have not been revisited, while the homicide rate has unfortunately increased significantly. Our offices continue to intake new cases despite being well over the anticipated intake numbers, with no additional financial support from the city. The end result is that our homicide staff are overburdened and will be forced to delay trials, the exact opposite impact that the city sought in creating these contracts. Our offices are also the primary providers of mandated legal representation to indigent parents in Article 10 cases filed in New York City family courts. Together, we have created a nationally recognized model of interdisciplinary parent representation, and together we have prevented thousands of children from needlessly entering the foster system, and we have reduced the city's foster system census by almost 50% since 2007. An NYU School of Law study that examined over 28,000 child welfare cases in New York City found that holistic, multidisciplinary representation is more effective than traditional legal representation at reunifying families and shortening the length of stay in foster care. This translates to nearly $40 million in annual savings for the city. and the preservation of family bonds that are priceless to our clients, their children, and society at large. Our offices are now also providing mandated representation that the city council has generously funded in immigration courts through the Nypd program, where a recent study demonstrated that the impact of having representation in deportation proceedings resulted in a 1,100% increase in the ability to stay within this country. Those people who are protected from deportation contribute $2.7 million in federal, state, and local taxes each year. In housing court, in 2013, approximately 1% of tenants had a lawyer in housing court. Through the pilot project, 62% of tenants in those zip codes had lawyers from our offices. It is impossible to measure the value and economic impact of protecting people's homes and keeping them from becoming homeless. That destabilizing and catastrophic impact must be avoided at all costs. In every aspect of the legal system, our offices are providing top-level legal services to the indigent and vulnerable. These services stabilize entire communities and have very tangible benefits to these families and the city as a whole. So we are asking City Council to continue our funding and fund us to the extent that it is necessary to provide true, meaningful, holistic services in each of these practice areas. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Tina Luongo, followed by Justine Olderman, followed by Kathy Kramer and Evelyn Graham-Nicey.
Starting time.
Tina, you may go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Tina Longo, and I'm the Chief Defender at the Legal Aid Society. We just heard my colleagues in the other defender organizations talk about the critical role our holistic teams play. And when we talk about that, we are a people-driven service. Our staff are in courts and communities, lawyers, paralegals, investigators, social workers, administrators, and our operations staff. We are there in our courts, communities, way beyond there's an arrest, way after a conviction, when people return home, and to prevent people from ever going in. Now more than ever, with the crisis at Rikers and the unfortunate death after death that has happened even yesterday, OCA's push to move gun matters faster in a political play, and a backlog of matters delaying fairness and justice because of COVID that keep people locked away and prevent them from coming home. Now more than ever, it is us, the public defenders, that protect those people. And I want to raise that there's a bit of an imbalance when we talk about public safety, that we're also not talking about the role of the public defender. We spent hours upon hours this morning in billions of dollar conversation with NYPD and speaking to 6 district attorneys about the money they need. And here we are, the public defenders, needing the same exact thing, but not having the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice here to talk about their plan or to answer questions from council members about what they are going to do to provide the public defenders and the service providers that provide critical alternatives to incarceration the funding they need, because through MOCJ is where our funding happens. The fact is we need more money. And let me give you a reason why. Since fiscal year 2020, our contracts for trial level, appellate level, family representation have been held flat. I'm going to need more time. I've been held flat, and we haven't received a COLA in many, many years. Now, as you know, inflation is up 7+%. And as independent nonprofit agencies, the costs of our rent and healthcare and other fringe benefits fall on us to bear within our flat contracts. That is not the case for the DAs or Corp Counsel that have the benefits that when the rent goes up or healthcare goes up, the city covers that, so that every dollar that is given to the district attorney or corporation counsel goes right to personnel costs or technology. When we're held flat, we have to make choices, ones that harm the people we represent, the communities of New York City, most vulnerable. Without additional funding from the city and on our Mock J contracts, we're forced, for instance, to decide behind hiring more staff and covering healthcare increases. Without additional money, we cannot enter our contract negotiations with our 2 unions, knowing that the increases we give them will be reimbursed. As you heard, the DAs hired hundreds of people in fiscal year 2022. I'm the citywide provider of public defense, and in all 5 of my offices, I barely was able to hire a few laterals, leaving my office for attrition for the exact same reasons you heard the DAs all testify to. Cost of living, more pay parity needed, all of those things affect us as well, except we have to also deal with the rent increases and the healthcare increases. So we are asking the Corp Council and this administration to make an effort to fund us appropriately, to take into consideration cost inflation, and to take into consideration that when our rent goes up, we have to pay it, which means we need more people. And finally, I want to talk about technology because it was a big piece of the DA's testimony. And I want to say I agree with them. More technology dollars are needed for us to be able to, on the other side, as we are representing the people who are at Rikers Island and in the community accused and awaiting trial, that we need those same dollars to go to the technology because we received the discovery. We received the 28 body cam footage from the DAs who just told you that they need more money. This has to be a system that is done fairly. And I really appreciate hearing DA Clark today call out for pay parity for the public defenders. And we should be having pay parity with the DAs up against the salaries of Corp Counsel, which during this time after pay parity 1, which we also received, we understand that that same group of people that we were supposed to have pay parity with, our 0 to 5 staff, actually during this pendency has gotten a 3% increase, which means that same group of people we were promised pay parity aren't actually in line now. And while we are also talking about pay parity 2 for our more senior people, there have been no commitment to this by this administration to put money in the dollars. And so we call for that. I thank you for your time and I'm happy to answer questions. More of this will be in my written testimony.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Tina. We're going to move on to Justine Olderman, followed by Kathy Kramer, followed by Evelyn Grimm Nyasi. What I would kind of ask is that if folks could please try to kind of stay within the time constraints that we're setting. I know that this is a short time frame, but please, we have a lot of individuals who are trying to testify as well. So we'd like to try to accommodate as many people as we can. And again, testimony can be submitted in writing as well. Justine, go ahead.
Thank you so much. As defenders, I can say we would love to spend all of our time, as limited as it is here, making the case like the DAs did for greater investment in what we do. But as organizations that are collectively owed close to $50 million from the city of New York, we just simply don't have that luxury. So I'm going to spend my time talking about the multitude of ways the city has failed to live up to its contractual obligations, failed the nonprofits it claims to partner with, and more importantly, has turned its back on the tens of thousands of people who rely on our organizations each year. I know it is late. I know people are tired. I know that there's a lot to get to, and I especially know that contract procurement is not exactly an exciting or sexy topic. But this is about more than contracts. It is about the commitment by the city to low-income people, to the people in your districts. It is about our values, and as was referenced by Councilmember Caban on the anniversary of Gideon versus Wainwright, it's about the right to counsel. I want to spend just a minute going through the problem. Collectively, we contract with the city of New York for over $350 million a year. Our contracts are cost reimbursement. We have to pay our expenses out of pocket before we can get paid through the invoicing and reimbursement process. This is not ideal, but it can work. But it only works if our contracts are registered on time. When that happens, at the beginning of every fiscal year, we will receive a quarter of the total contract amount. That, in theory, provides us with the cash we need to pay 3 months worth of expenses. We then invoice for the expenses, and when we get reimbursed, we use that money to pay for the next 3 months worth of expenses. However, when the contracts aren't registered on time, we don't get the advance and we can't invoice for our expenses.
Time expired.
We have to find another source of funding to pay for our programs. The delays in our contracts at this point have ballooned to the point where they span years, requiring us to find years worth of funding to operate our organizations. Let me just give you a little sense of what this looks like in practical terms. I'm going to use Bronx Defenders as an example. We're currently owed $12 million by the city. We don't have an endowment, we don't have a reserve fund, and we don't have a line of credit. Why? Because most funders don't understand why we would need any of those things, given that we provide constitutionally and statutorily mandated services funded by the city of New York. Because we don't have enough cash lying around, we have to prioritize our spending, and that's going to be our staff, our payroll. Without being able to pay the dedicated defenders that staff our offices, we would leave the courts without lawyers to defend the people of New York, and we would have to turn away thousands of low-income people in need. So what happens? What goes left unpaid when we're cash strapped? Rent, utilities, software to do legal research, expert witnesses, court reporters, and the list goes on. What else goes unpaid? You heard about this a little bit earlier, vacant staff lines, right? Because we don't have the cash to be able to fill them. So the lines stay open. And when we're short-staffed, as was already talked about with the DAs, the workload goes up, workloads goes up, morale goes down, and the people you came to the council to represent, they are the ones that get hurt. And when organizations like ours are struggling just to make payroll, what else happens is an inordinate amount of time is spent just trying to make sure that low-income people ensnared in the various legal systems that my colleagues have highlighted get the support they need and deserve. All of this hurts the people that the city claims to care about. I was happy to see recently a report from the Joint Task Force that is so aptly named the Task Force to get nonprofits paid on time, but we have all seen our fair share of task force recommendations that go nowhere.
Excuse me, Justine, could you please try to wrap up your testimony as soon as possible? Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. I'm here to ring the alarm bell with my colleagues. This is a budget hearing. You are here to assess how much money should be allocated in the budget to various city agencies, but a budget is about more than a list of numbers. It is a reflection of our commitments and our values, but it's only a reflection of our commitments and our values if it translates into money, and that money translates into services for low-income people in need. If you care about the people you came to the city council to represent, more importantly, if you care about low-income Black and brown people who are overwhelmingly the people who need our services, you have to care about this issue. You have to care about the defenders that serve them, and you have to care about the colossal contracting problem that prevents us from delivering high-quality services this city pays us for. There is no time to waste. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Moving on, we'll now receive testimony in this order from Evelyn Graham-Nicey, Nancy Katz, and then Shane Correa. Evelyn, you may begin.
Starting time.
Evelyn, are you present? If not, we're going to be moving on to the next person. Nancy Katz.
Starting time.
Hi. I'm sorry, it's my turn, Nancy?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Nancy.
Okay. Hi. My name is Nancy Katz. I'm the director of Seas in the Middle. My request is a little bit out of the box from what everybody else was talking about. But when we're talking about public safety, we're also talking about things that we can do that can support the police or make areas more safe. And so we work in Brownsville. One of the churches we work with is called the Charity Baptist Church on Watkins Street between Belmont and Pitkin. We run school fund farm stands. We run a soccer program for underserved youth in Brownsville and Crown Heights. And we've proposed an education program 5 days a week for ages K to 5 in the church. Church is volunteering its space for not only education, but also arts education, healthy eating, cooking, and building community on that block. The reason I'm mentioning that block is because it's one of the most dangerous in the city. The 73rd precinct is dealing with, drug gang killings, a lot of violence, and that the pastor and his wife, who I hope will get on here, can't even hold a service in their church because of all the vagrants around and the threat of violence. And so there's a lot of hopelessness around there. Managed to petition the Department of Transportation to get more street lamps up. I don't know when that's going to happen, but that was a direct request of the 73rd precinct because they said if it was better lit over there, then it would be easier for them. So I'm coming from the perspective of a not-for-profit that is trying to empower the community to create options that could help take back the street, so to speak. Soccer on the street, an education program. We also proposed Brownsville Mom's Healthy Food Store right around the corner of a market and a wellness area. There are some nice young entrepreneurs in that area. We work with youth. We work with other organizations, Fortune Society, and
Time
to
expired.
engage youth. So I'm asking that you please support our asks to the city council. We're small, but we're very effective, and we often are overlooked because we're so small. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will be going to Shane Correa. Go ahead, Shane.
Starting time.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Chair Hanks and members of a historic New York City Council for allowing me to testify today. My name is Shane Correa. I'm the Deputy Director of Government Partnerships at the Center for Court Innovation. For newer members who may not know our organization, we're one that researches and implements justice reforms that advance fairness and effectiveness. While we use our reach to provide expert assistance across the nation and the world, the majority of our direct service sites are here in New York City, where we help improve civil, family, criminal, and non-court-based processes touching the justice system. In fact, I have a personal connection to it where I'm a South Bronx native and a participant in one of the programs after 2 of my siblings were arrested and deported for felony crimes back in 2002. Which brings me here to talk to you today about what the Center for Court Innovation is doing in justice system reform. Specifically, we're implementing new approaches for addressing intimate partner violence, anti-gun violence programming, and reducing unnecessary incarceration through community supervision, all of which the relevant renewal and expansion proposals are in our testimony, and we'll reach out to you through our individual service sites to brief you on. I also want to thank the DAs for their support of these programs and several of their letters of support requesting Council's continuation, expansion, and initial funding of our major proposals. Regarding our budget asks, I just want to highlight a couple of items. One is our ask to expand our core center funding under the Innovative Criminal Justice Initiatives, which we use to flexibly respond to the needs as they arise throughout all 5 boroughs. Over the last 2 years, that spanned everything from pandemic responses to deploy technology to implementing new methods of gun responses in the following months during the summer protests. We ask that this funding be expanded to $1 million to further empower our direct service community sites. Similarly, we're asking for the city to continue its support of the Felony Alternatives to Incarceration in Brooklyn and expand it to support the funding in Manhattan, where asset forfeiture funds are dwindling, and it's expected to run out in March of 2023, which is partway through the upcoming fiscal year. Thank you. And finally, I just want to highlight our other proposals, which we have intersecting with the General Welfare, Mental Health, and Substance Abuse Committees. Because of our unique position in prevention, response, and alternatives to incarceration, our proposals are driven by where we see practical opportunities that intersect between what we otherwise understand as sometimes silos, and we hope to bridge those with the support of Council. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Shane. Next, we'll turn to Mateo Guerrero Taveras. And I believe Mateo will be giving testimony and then we'll be translating for a number of individuals as well. So Mateo, you may give your testimony and then we'll move on to the other individuals who I believe are also prepared to testify. Mateo, are you present?
Yes, I'm right here.
Okay. Go ahead and then we can lead into the other folks after you, okay?
Sounds good.
Starting
Thank
time.
you. So sorry, my computer just froze. Well, good afternoon. My name is Mateo Guerrero, and I am the TNCIQ lead organizer at Make New York. I'm here testifying on the importance of reallocating the funds from the Vice Unit into community programs and services for impacted communities. The Vice Squad is a unit that is tasked with policing offenses deemed immoral, such as consensual sex work, street-level narcotics, use and gambling. However, over the past 40 years that I have been working with undocumented and immigrant transgender women in Jackson Heights and different areas in Brooklyn, we have seen and have been able to document a pattern of harassment, surveillance, sexual assault, and violent raids against community members who are perceived as sex workers or who are sex workers, particularly in the 110th precinct and the 115th precinct. Today, we're about to hear the stories of Catherine, Dulce, Rosaline, and Ruby. And those are just 4 testimonies out of so many community members who have been unjustly arrested. There are many more testimonies of community members who have been told that they need to perform sexual favors so that they are not arrested, or who have been forced to give the names and locations of other sex workers in the neighborhood to prevent their arrests. Police has also been following transgender community members around the neighborhoods with flashing lights and forcing them until they get to their homes or their apartments. And they usually increase the level of harassment around 4 a.m. when the clubs are closing in the Jackson Heights area. This behavior from the Vice units and in general from the NYPD is terrorizing and not only continues to instigate fear and it only continues to instigate fear in our community. Nearly 93% of Vice targets for purchasing sex are Black, Brown, or Asian, while 90% of those targeted are selling sex are people of color. Almost all the people Vice officers prey upon are in low-income neighborhoods like Jackson Heights and Fifth Avenue in Brooklyn. Under Mayor Bill de Blasio, New York City has paid more than $1 million to settle false arrest claims by people targeted for patronizing. As Mayor of New York, we demand that the funds that have been historically allocated to the Vice units are redirected to community services and programs to prevent further harassment, assaults, violence, and criminalization of trans, queer, non-binary, and gender-expansive community members who are sex workers or perceived as sex workers. Investing in community safety means investing in health, access to affordable and permanent housing, legal services, support for survivors of violence, and in general services that will nourish and protect trans and queer communities across New York, particularly those that have been victims to the NYPD. Thank you.
Thank you, Mateo. Do the other individuals who are logged in under your name want to kind of go after you and then you could use the translation for them?
Yes, definitely.
So you just name, yes, so just name who you want to testify and then go from there. Go ahead.
¿Quién quiere iniciar?
Yo.
Dale, comienza.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es, gracias por esta audiencia sobre la seguridad pública. Mi nombre es Catherine Sal, soy una migrante soy miembro de Hace Camino a New York, soy una mujer transexual de Guatemala, residente de Queens, New York. Alrededor de hace 2 semanas, a las 3 de la mañana, mientras yo caminaba hacia mi casa, habían 2 hombres aglomerados que se me acercaron en un carro color negro y me preguntaron cuánto cobraba. Me mostraron dinero en efectivo y les dije que me dejaran de molestar porque en antemano sabían que eran policías encubiertos. Ellos de igual manera me dijeron, súbete al carro, pero yo los ignoré y ellos siguieron su camino. Estas son tácticas que el escuadrón de la policía ICE utiliza para arrestar y criminalizar a nuestra comunidad. Este escuadrón no está intentando ayudar a nadie que esté sobreviviendo en el tráfico humano. Lo que este escuadrón está haciendo de la policía está haciendo es redadas en contra de las personas que ellos consideran hacen trabajos sexuales, lo cual no está bajo su justificación. Y por eso que hoy por primera vez estoy levantando mi voz para demostrar que la ciudad de Nueva York transfiera el dinero que se ha usado históricamente para el escuadrón y lo reinvierte en un programa sociable para nuestra comunidad. Muchas de nuestras compañeras que hacen trabajos sexuales vivimos con miedo de salir en las calles a trabajar porque podemos terminar arrestadas o físicamente sexualmente asaltadas, por la cual la policía de ICE, como se le ha sucedido a muchas mujeres transexuales. La ciudad de Nueva York necesita invertir en nuestra comunidad de bajos recursos para que criminalicemos y deportaciones para bienestar y equidad de que vivamos, apoyémonos y económicamente de New York. Ya es hora de cerrar las brechas y mejorar en los temas sobre salud, empleo, vivienda y servicio de los neoyorquinos de la comunidad. Gracias.
Gracias, Catherine. Voy a interpretar para ti, ¿ok?
Yeah.
So good afternoon. Thank you all for hosting this public safety hearing. My name is Catherine Stahl. I am a member of NYCD, New York, and I am a transgender woman from Guatemala, a resident from Queens, and a sex worker. 2 weeks ago, around 3 a.m., while I was walking home, there were 2 white men who approached me in a black car and asked me, how much do I charge? They showed me cash, and I told them to stop bothering me because I knew beforehand that they were undercover officers. They told me to get in the car, and I decided to ignore them, so they continue on their way. This is just one of the many tactics that the vice squads uses to arrest and criminalize our community. This squad is not only trying to help anyone who this squad is not trying to help anyone who's surviving human trafficking. What this police squad is doing is raiding people they consider to be doing sex work, which is not under their jurisdiction. And that is why today, for the first time, I am raising my voice to demand that the New York City transfers the money that has historically been allocated for the vice squad and reinvested in social programs for our community. Many of our sisters who do sex work live in fear of going out to the streets to work because they might end up arrested or they might end up sexually or physically assaulted by the vice police. And it has happened to many trans women already. New York City needs to invest in low-income TGNCIQ community and the TGNC communities and stop criminalizing and deporting us for being and deporting us. They need to invest in our well-being and they need to continue to contribute to the New York economy. It is time to close the gaps and improve on our health, employment, housing, and services for immigrant TGNCIQ New Yorkers. We need more resources, no more criminalization. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Mateo. And please move on to the next individual who is going to need translation services as well. Go ahead.
Yeah. Dulce or Rosalie?
Starting
Dulce,
time.
Rosalie? Dulce, Rosalie, ¿me escuchan? Dale, Dulce.
Ok. Buenas tardes. Gracias por esta audiencia sobre la seguridad pública. Mi nombre es Dulce, soy una miembro de Hace Camino a Nueva York. Soy una persona trans de El Salvador, inmigrante y residente de Queens, trabajadora sexual. Vice ha discriminado a mi comunidad por muchos años, especialmente mis hermanas trans trabajadoras sexuales que han sido deportadas por redadas y arrestos injustificados hechos por el escuadrón de Vice. Estoy aquí para levantar mi voz y dejar en claro que la ciudad de Nueva York necesita desmantelar las unidades policíacas de Vice. Demando a la ciudad de Nueva York, el nuevo alcalde Eric Adams no provea más dinero a las unidades de Vice y en cambio invierta en nuestras comunidades la tasa de discriminación, el desempleo, inseguridad alimentaria, trauma, vivienda inestabilidad, abuso policial, tema poco escuchado, pero en una realidad, mi comunidad enfrentamos mucho de los miembros de la comunidad. Los miembros de la comunidad enfrentamos mucha discriminación. Estas redadas de arresto conllevan a barreras por las cuales obtener un trabajo digno de vivienda, poder nuestro estatus migratorio. Así es ahora que la ciudad de Nueva York transfiera el dinero que ha usado históricamente en escuadrón de vice, lo refiera en programas sociales para nuestra comunidad. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Dulce. Entonces voy a traducir por qué. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for holding this public safety hearing. My name is Dulce. I am a member of Make New York, and I am a trans person from El Salvador, an immigrant and a resident of Queen, and also a sex worker. The Vice Unit has criminalized many of my community members for many years, especially my trans sex worker sisters who have been deported for raids and wrongful arrests made by the Vice Squad. I am here to raise my voice and make it clear that New York City needs to dismantle the Vice Police units. I demand that New York City and the new mayor, Eric Adams, stops providing more money to the Vice units and instead invest in our communities. The rate of discrimination, unemployment, food insecurity, trauma, unstable housing, and police abuse are issues that are little heard of, but a reality that we face in my community very often. Many of our community members are at risk of anxiety, depression, suicide, low life satisfaction, self-harm, isolation, PTSD, HIV, and incarceration. And that is a reason why it's necessary to invest in programs for our communities and stop investing in
Time expired.
constantly harass our community and use racist and sexist tactics to criminalize us and put barriers in our futures. These raids and arrests lead to barriers to obtaining a decent job, housing, and being able to fix our immigration status. So it's time for New York City to transfer the money that has been historically allocated for the Vice Squad and reinvested in social programs for our communities. Thank you. Y Rosalind, ¿te gustaría compartir? Rosalind? If we can unmute Rosalind Martinez, the person who's raising her hand. She is the other person who I'm interpreting for.
Yes, 1 second.
Thank you so much.
Starting time.
Rosalind, I'm requesting to unmute you. Can you please click unmute?
Rosalind, dale en el botón que dice salirse de modo, por favor. Rosalind, ¿ves el botón que dice salir de modo? Rosalind, ¿me escuchas? Aló, Rosalind, ¿puedes salir de modo, por favor? Creo que ya te dieron permiso para salir de modo.
Hey, Mateo, are we okay moving on to the next person? We could come back to her once we figure out the muting situation.
I have her testimony. I'll read her testimony in English.
Okay,
Rosalind,
thank you.
Voy a leer tu testimonio en inglés, okay? Okay. Good afternoon. Thanks to the City Council for creating this public safety hearing. My name is Rosalind. I am a leader of the Trans Immigrant Project at Make New York. I identify as a transgender woman, and I am here to share my testimony about my interactions with the police. In 2019, I was arrested by the police as they mistook me for another person they were looking for. When they saw the photo they had of the person and compared it to me, they realized that I was not the person they were looking for, but they still decided to arrest me and take me to jail. The police were targeting me not only based on my gender identity, They were targeting me only based on my gender identity, and as a result, they charged me with sex work. I have no doubt that the police patrol that arrested me is one of the vice squads. Vice is a police unit that has been responsible for harassing and raiding people who they believe are doing sex work. Vice hides under the guise of supposedly helping people who are surviving human trafficking, but in the reality, what they do is persecute, harass people who are sex workers or perceived as such. So it's time for New York City to transfer the money that has historically been allocated for the vice squad of the police and reinvest it in social programs for our community. Our communities don't need more arrests or police raids. We need access to affordable housing, health, job training programs, and legal services. Thank you for your time. We demand more resources, not more raids.
Thank you so much, Mateo. Next, we'll move on to Andy Bowen, followed by Salma Andrews. I believe Salma is also going to be translating for some individuals on her end as well. So Andy, you may go ahead, and then we will move on from there.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Hanks, council members, and staff for making this hearing possible. My name is Andrea Bowen, and I'm Associate Director of Government Affairs for the Sex Workers Project of the Urban Justice Center, or SWP. SWP, in collaboration with and guided by impacted communities, offers legal advocacy to survivors of human trafficking and people who engage in sex work, regardless of whether they do so by choice, circumstance, or coercion. I want to focus on two budget issues today. First, noting that the NYPD's Vice Division does not need to be funded at the $18.2 million level that it has been funded at in the previous several fiscal years. Vice arrests are down, but Vice harassment of BIPOC and transgender communities has still occurred even since the ProPublica expose of Vice in December 2020. Following the mayor's desire to eliminate poorly utilized government funds, we ask that Vice not continue to be funded at its level of $18.2 million. What would be helpful to sex workers in the communities they have worked in is using funding, ideally freed up by repurposing $10 million from the Vice budget to better serve the actual needs of sex worker communities. It is critical for the city to establish a physical center which would aid in accessibility to services and community building for sex workers, massage workers, and trafficking survivors. There are many organizations that are trusted by the impacted communities, and we aim to work with these communities and let the city know where to put the funding. Friends of mine will be providing more details about their experiences with Vice through the years, and also the need for community services for sex workers, former sex workers, and trafficking survivors. Some of my friends have already testified. Thank you so much, Chair Hanks and council members and staff very much for your attention to these issues, holding these hearings, making the translation possible, and constantly being in conversation with marginalized communities to address long-standing and ongoing injustice.
Thank you for your testimony. Salma Andrews, are you testifying on behalf of yourself or also translating?
Just by myself. I'm gonna help somebody else to translate.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Hanks and members of the council and staff who helped make this hearing happen. And I am testifying for the request made by many others today to ensure that 10 million of the New York Police Vice budget is appropriate and repurposed to better serve the real needs of sex worker community. And I want to tell you about my experience with the New York Police Department and people need of community services to show what is the needs. My name is Salma Marmolejo, and I'm a Mexican trans woman living in New York City, and I'm currently part of the Sex Worker Project, which I have discovered and realized the number of needs we have for not having employment opportunities, housing, legal services, medical services, mental health, and job opportunities, also opportunities to go to the school. And the help for these funds will be very useful to create spaces that train us and protect the vulnerable group of sex workers on New York. That we have many dangers outside, example, like angry, violent, dangerous customers, and domestic violence. Having more research and funds to ensure great safe for sex workers will helping us have a better quality of life.
Time expired.
And thank you for the listeners to hear my story. And thank you, Chair Herons. And I hope you will support the request that repurpose the $10 million for the New York Police Departments to address the real needs and for the sex work community. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Is there any other individuals who you're translating on behalf of after this?
It's somebody else here.
Okay, if there's someone else who you want to translate on behalf of, you can do that now.
Her, yeah, she's here.
Okay.
But she don't want to be on.
That's fine. That's fine. Just go ahead. Yes, that's fine.
Thank you.
You may begin. After which we'll go to Ravi Reddy. So just Ravi, be ready. I see you.
Gracias, presidente Hans y miembros del Consejo y personal que ayudaron a que esta audiencia se llevara a cabo. Estoy testificando a favor de la solicitud hecha por muchas otras personas. Hoy que asegure de que nos asignen los $10 millones del presupuesto de Nueva York y se reutilicen para atender mejor las necesidades reales de las comunidades de las trabajadoras sexuales. Quiero contarles sobre mi experiencia con la policía de la ciudad y sobre personas que necesitan servicios comunitarios para mostrar que esto es tan necesario. Mi nombre es Jennifer y soy trabajadora sexual y mujer trans. Trabajando en Queens, he visto cómo la policía se hace pasar como clientes para poder engañarnos y arrestarnos. Y a veces cuando estamos caminando en la calle policial nos engañan para incriminarnos mismas nosotras. Esa vez cuando yo estaba caminando sobre la Roosevelt, un policía me dijo, ¿en dónde vives? Y yo le dije, vivo por la 108 y Roosevelt. Cuando él me dice que yo estaba cobrando 108 por trabajo sexual y fui detenida. Y sé que la policía de Nueva York siguen haciendo esos tipos de engaños a las trabajadoras sexuales. A mí me gustaría ver más recursos por las trabajadoras sexuales de Nueva York, como por ejemplo, asistencias en busca de empleo para que muchas de nosotras somos de la comunidad transgénero que sufrimos discriminación en el empleo y tenemos que hacer la prostitución. Necesitamos ayuda buscando trabajos donde nos acepten. Y gracias por escuchar mi historia, presidente Hans, y espero que nos apoyen en la solicitud de revisar los 10 millones del presupuesto de la policía para atender nuestras necesidades reales de la comunidad de las trabajadoras sexuales, incluyendo un centro físico para ayudar a las trabajadoras sexuales para poder responder cualquiera de otras preguntas. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Chair Hans. I'm going to testify for the request made by many others today that ensure that $10 million of the New York Police is appropriated and represents to better serve for the real needs for the sex worker community. My name is Jennifer, and I am a sex worker and a trans woman working on the streets in Queens. I have seen the police pose at clients so they cannot trick us into arresting us. Sometimes when we are walking on the street, the police trick us and incriminate ourselves. For example, once when I was walking on Roosevelt Avenue, a police officer told me, where do I live? And I told him that I live on the 108th Street. Then he told me that I was charging $108 for the sex work, and he arrested me. I know the police in New York continue do those kind of tricks on sex workers, and I would like to see more resources for the sex workers on our city. For example, assistance find employees, because many of us from transgender community who suffer a discrimination in employment and have to do the sex work. We need to help find better jobs and to be accepted. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. And thank you for the translations as well. Next, we will hear testimony from Robbie Reddy, followed by Manyuk Yu and Yafa Diaz. Ravi, you may begin when you're ready.
Starting time.
Thank you so much. I want to thank Chair Hanks and the council members of this committee for holding this hearing. I'm sure it's been an endurance, but we deeply value this time. My name is Ravi Reddy, and I'm the Associate Director of Advocacy and Policy at the Asian American Federation. The Stop AAPI Hate platform collected over 9,000 reports of anti-Asian hate incidents from March 2020 to June 2021 from all 50 states. In NYC, there were more than 2,170 incidents collected by AF and our partners, only a fraction of which were reported to NYC. We're hearing that there is already an underreporting of almost 70%, which can be easily explained by systemic factors impacting confidence in reporting to government institutions. Recent murders in our community, unfortunately, across our city, assaults in all of your districts only highlight the trauma that our community is navigating in real time. Our own Hope Against Hate campaign is working toward immediate safety for Asian New Yorkers, as you'll hear from our colleagues Manyuk Yu from AMFIS and Yafa Diaz from AAA-NY. These programs are helping tens of Asian-led, Asian-serving nonprofits provide the safety services our most vulnerable community members have been demanding, like safety ambassador programs in Asian enclaves across the city and multilingual victim support services, including mental health support. From the creation of safety pamphlets and e-resources to providing culturally competent mental health care, our member organizations are the experts on the ground, and they deserve your attention. They deserve to be prioritized with funding. So we're asking for City Council to invest in and prioritize Asian-led, Asian-serving community-based organizations like AMFIS and AAA-NY that are already doing the work in a linguistically and culturally competent manner. They are the experts on the ground, and programs like our Hope Against Hate campaign deserve full-throated support and funding. Secondly, we are asking for you to invest in the creation of a well-coordinated network of mental health support for vulnerable Asian immigrants that prioritizes collaboration between formal service systems and the Asian nonprofits who are the experts on the ground in delivering culturally competent services. We look forward to working together with the City Council and members of the committee to expand access to responsive mental health care for the most vulnerable members of the Asian community, a response system and network that doesn't overly rely on NYPD and prioritizes our organizations as the experts they are. Thank you.
Robbie, thank you so much for your testimony. We're going to actually go back to Evelyn Graham-Nicey, who we missed over earlier, followed by Manyuk Yu and Yafa Diaz. I apologize for the little detour here, but I wanted to accommodate that individual. Thank you, Evelyn.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'd like to thank the City Council Committee on Public Safety for allowing me this opportunity to speak to you today. I will be talking about Correct Crisis Intervention today, which is a broad coalition of peers. That's individuals with lived mental health experience, service providers, advocacy organizations, and other advocates committed to disability and racial justice. We launched CCIT in 2012 with the aim to end trauma, abuse, injuries, and even violent deaths. Our goal is to remove police from mental health crisis responses and instead institute a peer-driven health response. Now let's fast forward to 2017, 2018. And 25 years after my last hospitalization, I was sitting on my sofa where there was a knock at my door. When I opened the door, there were 8 to 9 police officers in the hallway. A police officer told me that someone from my home had called 911 and said I had a knife. He then said that I had to go with him and to bring my medication. I was afraid of cops and I knew what they would do to me, so I grabbed my coat and medication. I was escorted outside and the police officer asked me if I wanted to go in the police car or ambulance. I chose the ambulance because I didn't want to go to jail. I was taken to Bellevue Hospital and dropped off. They put us in a locked room where people were screaming and yelling. We were locked up like animals. I asked for my high blood pressure medication, which is very important, but I was ignored and sent back to my seat. It was Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday weekend, so nothing would be done until Tuesday. I was angry that I was lied to. angry that I was lied on. I was angry that I was taken to Bellevue Hospital, and angry that I was stuck there until Tuesday. And then when Tuesday finally arrived, I was taken upstairs to the ward and wasn't released until 2 weeks later. After being home for a year, I put in an application for Howie DeHart Advocacy Center to be trained as a peer specialist, a person who had a person who has been successful in the recovery process and is able to work with others diagnosed with a mental illness. I learned motivational interviewing, active listening, interpersonal communication, cultural competence, group facilitation, and more. The program lasts for 20 weeks and I had to do a 12-week internship. I say that to say that peers can be trained and be used to help others who are experiencing a mental health crisis response. Yes. So we thank you for allowing me to speak to these at that time. Yes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We'll now go back to Manyak Yu. Apologies for the interruption there. You may begin.
Starting time.
Good afternoon. My name is Manyak Yu, Executive Vice President and Chief of Staff at the Academy of Medical and Public Health Services, or AMPS. Thank you, Chair Hanks, for the opportunity to testify. AMPS is a not-for-profit public health organization in Sunset Park, which is a primarily Chinese and Latino community. And we work to bridge the health equity gap among communities of color through individualized health education, social services, and preventative health services, free of cost regardless of immigration status. Over the past 2 years, much of our work has included addressing rising anti-Asian hate crimes against our community. May is a visually impaired, undocumented immigrant and lives alone. She's scared to leave her home after someone tried to push her on the streets. One of the few ways that she can find solace is calling AMPS's community health worker and speaking with her Mandarin to resolve her challenges, from seeking public benefits to connecting her with safety accompaniment volunteers for her daily activities. After having sought free bilingual mental health services for years and struggling with anxiety, she finally found assistance through us. She is also taking virtual self-defense classes with us and has finally felt comfortable with going outside despite her continued fears. Our Asian communities are feeling the stress of racism and harassment every day when they ride the subway going to work. There is a 339% spike in anti-Asian hate crimes nationwide since last year, with many more cases going unreported. Sunset Park, Brooklyn is the neighborhood with the highest reported rates of hate crimes in New York City. Just this past week, we remember the 1-year anniversary of the fatal Atlanta shootings. The list of victims who were stabbed, pushed, assaulted, shot, and called racial slurs goes on. Every day, they live in fear that when they or their loved ones go to school or visit a doctor, they may not return. Seniors are afraid to leave their homes. Instead, they live in solitude, sometimes even missing critical healthcare appointments. There is an unspoken fear that they will be next. We would like to thank the City Council for its historical support of funding through the AAPI Community Support Initiative. The City Council must continue and enhance funding for this initiative to continue supporting this work, in addition to supporting more organizations through the Hate Crimes Prevention Initiative. The initiative has allowed us to support our campaign against hate, where we offer free, short to middle term bilingual mental counseling, support groups, and self-defense classes and upstart advice and intervention trainings for our vulnerable community members, including women and children. There is also currently a 3-month waiting list for mental health services as community members continue to experience loss, isolation, and anxiety. As a partner of Asian American Federation's Hope Against Hate campaign, we're providing community businesses with safe zones training so businesses can serve as safe spaces to help targeted individuals with immediate resources and reporting. We're also providing safety accompaniment services where volunteers trained in upstandard intervention accompanying vulnerable residents to conduct everyday activities. And finally, we're offering solidarity building to help our communities build mutual understanding and stand up for one another. AAPIs are now 18% of the city and growing, and we can no longer be invisibilized. We appreciate your support to continue this critical work because we know that this public safety crisis will not end until we can come together as a community to proactively prevent and address violence against our communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Bear with me for a second while we kind of figure out who's the next panel. Okay, I believe the next panel will be, okay, yes. So the next panel will be Alex Mojica, followed by Anthony Morales, followed by Kiana Bernard, followed by Crystal Reyes, followed by Zulima Dominguez and Kevin Fuller. So Alex, are you on the Zoom and ready to testify?
Yes, I'm here.
You may begin.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alex Mojica. I am a senior at Bronx Academy for Software Engineering. I live in Council District 15. I'm a youth leader with Citizen Brothers United and the Urban Youth Collaborative. I, like many students in the Bronx, attend a school with more police than guidance counselors, more police than social workers, more police than gender-neutral bathrooms. Every morning as I get to school, I have to empty my pockets and hear the cops yell belts, keys, change, watch, wallets. I have to walk through a metal detector, be stopped, and be questioned about any bit of metal on my body. As I go through these metal detectors and get intimidating looks from the police, I feel less than human. I feel angry, annoyed, and hurt that I am not seen as a student, but as a criminal as I walk through the front doors of my school. The 18 months of virtual classes had a major impact on my mental health, and I'm sure many of my peers can relate. We, as students, have had to endure this pandemic. We suffered the loss of family members, friends, loss of income, stability, and even loss of homes. But why, when schools opened up, I was greeted by police at the front door? Why did my school not hire a new social worker or transformative justice coordinator right away? As young people, we need support. We cannot attend schools that are over-policed and under-resourced. The Bronx cannot continue to be our elected officials' playground. We will not accept another pilot program that is not in the best interest of our people. So we will not accept Major Adams' new proposal to upgrade invasive surveillance equipment in our schools and communities. Our call for police-free schools is a call for an investment in all of us. So we call on elected officials to listen to our vision and act on our behalf. Our priorities center BIPOC and LGBTQIA folks. What do you think you are centering when you vote for a budget that criminalizes us in the streets and in our schools? Mayor Adams's budget continues to fund the school-to-prison pipeline and funds Black and Latinx youth arrest and continues negative interaction with police in our schools and communities. His budget is not the budget we call for, because we will never invest $450 million on school police. We will never invest millions on police equipment, and we will never fund racism. Instead, our budget this year calls for $75 million to hire 500 new social workers, $75 million to hire 500 new counselors, and $5 million baseline funding for mental health continuum and many other things that we actually need. Today, we call for a real investment in us. Thank you.
Alex, thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Anthony Morales, followed by Kiana Bernard. Anthony, you may begin when you're ready.
Starting time.
My name is Anthony Morales. I live in Staten Island and I'm in 10th grade, and I'm a youth leader at Make the Road New York and the Urban Youth Collaborative. I'm here today testifying because after years of us campaigning for police-free schools, it is a slap in the face to return back to schools and still see school police and learn that the mayor and chancellor are already talking about hiring for these empty school positions. This is all while the mayor is allowing the year's education budget to drop by $1 billion instead of divesting money from policing to make up for it. I was excited to be in high school, but my freshman year was not how I imagined it to be. When the pandemic hit, it made me realize that my school and all schools across New York City were not equipped to deal with the situation like this one. Coming from middle school to my first day of high school was disorganized and stressful because I was not informed by any staff about my school schedule, nor emotional support that was available to deal with my anxiety from the pandemic. I became aware that there was a lack of funding for social, emotional, and mental health support for students. To me, and probably to many students, the lack of resources is a nightmare. We have to stop spending money on policing schools. Hiring new school police is not what young people like myself want. For years, we have been extremely vocal about removing police out of our schools. We have been demanding to relocate that funding from policing students to emotional, social, and mental health supports. There are more school police across New York City schools than social workers, guidance counselors, and school nurses available for 1 million students. Every time students of color like myself walk into a school building, we have to go through metal detectors. We get treated as the problem, but we aren't the problem. Racist policies are the problem. It is more infuriating that school police constantly watch us Black and Latinx students and are ready to punish us for any minor mistake we make. In mostly white schools, where there are fewer school police, students are constantly surveilled, and any mistake that are seen are treated as opportunities to learn from, not reasons to be punished for. Now more than ever, we need everyone to listen and stand by us. We need guidance counselors that can help us be on track. We need student success centers that can make the process easy, less stressful, and less scary. We
Time
need staff
expired.
on our side that will make us feel safe and supported. I want to be welcomed at a school building that prioritizes students' needs and well-being, that not criminalizes just because of their skin color. New York City must spend $75 million to hire restorative justice coordinators in 500 high schools and $45 million to implement restorative justice practices. Unlike policing, restorative practices seek to address the root cause of the harm. It would look at youth like me as a person rather than a potential problem. Thank you for your time.
Hi, Anthony. What school do you go? High school do you go to?
I go to Wagner.
Okay. I'll be checking in on you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Anthony. Next, we will receive testimony from Kiana Bernard, followed by Crystal Reyes, followed by Zulima Dominguez and Kevin Fuller.
Hello,
Starting.
my name is, Hello, my name is Kiana. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm a high school senior in Brooklyn. I am one of the core member youth leaders at Make the Road New York, and I am a youth leader at the Urban Youth Collaborative. This new school year, after 18 months of being at home doing remote learning, reminded me on my return how stressful it is to have to wait for an hour just to get into school. On one of the coldest days of the year, I had an AP biology test, and one of the school's metal detectors broke. 500 students had to go through one single metal detector, and many of us were left out in the cold, shivering, desperately waiting to go through the metal detectors and head to our classes. Imagine how you would feel waiting outside in the midst of the winter season for more than an hour. Unfortunately for me, I didn't have an hour to take that test. I had one single hour. And because of a broken metal detector and a broken sense of how schools treat their students, I missed the most important test and the single most difficult and unforgiving class I have ever taken. It also doesn't help that there are 15 to 20 school police on my campus. I've seen every single one of them, but I don't know where to go to see a therapist, nurse, or social worker in my school. There are so many better ways to spend the $450 million the city spends on school police. It's unjust that students of color have so many adversities they still have to overcome. School police are put in schools that have majority of Black and brown students. This over-policing forced more students of color to interact with police, leading them into the school to prison/deportation pipeline. This is not right. I am fighting for a future where my 7-year-old sister doesn't have police in her schools as she does now, and she is easily able to access any support she may need. We demand you treat students with the respect they deserve by hiring more support staff and programs, eliminating the more than $400 million on school policing budget, eliminating all current metal detectors from our schools, and reinvesting the $200 million already dedicated to them over the next 4 years. And there should be no new funding for any new student scanning equipment that Mayor Adams wants to put in our schools. Instead, we should invest $75 million to hire restorative justice coordinators, $45 million to implement restorative justice practices, invest $75 million to hire school counselors, and $75 million to hire new school social workers. And that's just a start. Now spread the word throughout the city council about our fight for police-free schools. We don't plan on giving up. So take us at our word when we tell you we're going to keep on fighting until our schools are better funded and we have police-free schools. Thank you.
Kiana, thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we will hear from Crystal Reyes, followed by Zulima Dominguez, Kevin Fuller. After Kevin Fuller, we'll hear from Leo Ferguson, Darren Mack, and Kelly Grace Price. Crystal, you may go ahead.
Starting time.
Crystal, I see you're logged in at 2 names. Are you present currently? Okay, we will move on to the next panelist, who will be Zulima Dominguez, followed by Kevin Fuller.
Starting time.
We'll move on to the next panelist. Kevin Fuller, are you present? Okay, we will loop back to you if you join and are available. Next, we will hear from Leo Ferguson, followed by Darren Mack, followed by Kelly Grace Price.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, Chair Hanks and council members. My name is Leo Ferguson, and I am the Director of Strategic Projects at Jews for Racial and Economic Justice. I am testifying on behalf of our organization and our partners in the NYC Against Hate Coalition. I'm here to talk about the tragic increase in hate violence plaguing our city. In FY20, the City Council funded the Hate Crimes Prevention Initiative at approximately $1.7 million. This initiative provides resources to community-based organizations to engage in culturally competent hate violence prevention and education. In the years following, that already low level of funding has been cut repeatedly despite skyrocketing levels of identity-based violence directed at Jewish, Asian, LGBTQ New Yorkers, and others. Instead, the city has poured resources into the NYPD's Hate Crimes Task Force and focused on prosecutions, intervening after a crime has already occurred, and sometimes arresting children as young as 13 or 14. This approach is neither just nor an effective way to prevent violence. We already heard that the task force only made arrests in 50% of cases earlier today, but based on recent reporting by the city, only 15% of that 50% even resulted in a hate crimes conviction, just 87 people over 5 years. One of the nice things about long hearings is that I had time to do some rough back of the napkin math. Based on what we heard from the NYPD earlier, in that same 5-year period, we would have spent approximately $20,460,000 on the Hate Crimes Task Force, and that's probably a low number. Compare that to the embarrassingly tiny amount the city is spending on OPHC, the Hate Crimes Prevention Initiative, and Hope Against Hate, and you'll see that truly effective hate violence prevention at the community level has been wildly under-resourced in our city, and the Jewish community, the Asian community, and all New Yorkers have been shortchanged. This is especially frustrating since data shows that hate crimes laws do not, in fact, deter violence. Hate crimes enforcement is plagued by the same racial disparities that define the rest of our criminal legal system, and many of the communities most directly impacted by hate violence, immigrants, undocumented New Yorkers, trans New Yorkers, Black New Yorkers, and others are also least likely to contact the NYPD for understandable reasons.
Time expired.
City's current budget priorities are not a serious response to the terrible problem we face. We are seeking an expansion of funding for programs like HCPI and Hope Against Hate that fund prevention at the community level and other non-carceral approaches. We urge the City Council to stop wasting precious resources so the NYPD and DAs can play anti-Semitism whack-a-mole and instead make a transformative investment in preventing hate violence in communities at scale. Thank you, Chair Hanks and members, for the opportunity to testify. Shabbat Shalom.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Leo. Next, we will hear from Darren Mack, followed by Kelly Grace Price. Darren, are you on the line? Kelly, are you on the line?
I'm here. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
I'm sorry to scream. I'm so sorry. It's been such a long day of hearings. I know you can relate. Okay, I have my testimony right here. If you don't mind, I'm just going to pull it up. This is Kelly Grace Price from Close Rosies. I just want to thank the committee always for letting the public contribute to these budget hearings. I've already submitted my written testimony, and I know that time is short. So if you don't mind, I'm just going to go over the 5 main points that I made in my written testimony, and I'd like to put extra emphasis on the 5th point. The first thing that I really want to do is support the public defender's call for parity in budget. I cannot emphasize this enough. They need staff parity in their salary budgeting, and also in the tech and the tools that they're able to gather and to work with. They're so far behind the DA's offices. I heard the Brooklyn DA's office ask for 2 more forensic techs for their tech lab. And let me tell you, the Legal Aid Society would I don't speak for them, but I work with them, and I feel like they would give an eye tooth to have 2 techs. They don't even have a tech. So I really want to emphasize that. I don't want to take up all my time, but I cannot emphasize that enough. I'd like to kind of dress down the Bronx DA a little bit. And I put extensive written testimony that I've already submitted. I've already added that my level of frustration with the Bronx DA over her dropping the case of the Rikers physician's assistant, Dr. Hansey, is so egregious. And her excuse that she couldn't meet the discovery mandates of Albany is just so opaque. She brought that prosecution in 2017, and the discovery laws did not kick in until 2020. I've included ad nauseum emails between myself and her office from 2018 until 2021 about this case, and you'll see that it was not a discovery issue. There's a lot more going on with that, and I would really appreciate this committee trying to dive down to the bottom of what goes on with cases like that. That physician's assistant was indicted on 43 counts of rape, and he's still roaming around. The one thing, if you just give me 30 seconds, that I really want to emphasize is that it would be great if this committee could really dig into what the DAs and NYPD are doing with their forensic tech labs. Cellbrite, how much are they spending? I put in my testimony my great desire to have a new council member take up former council member Drum's intro 2266. We'd like to get to the bottom of the property that DAs and NYPD, specifically DAs, are holding, and what kind of data is being extracted from devices that the DAs are holding, how long they're keeping that data. I appreciate you giving me the extra time. I'm a little tired of the sound of my voice. I've already submitted my testimony. Please, Councilmember Caban, Councilmember Adams, I really need a sponsor for 2266. I'd like to make this a central focus. Thank you so much for listening. Kelly Grace Price, Close Rosie's.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Kelly. Darren Mack, I believe, have you returned?
Yes. Sorry about that.
No worries. Go ahead.
Okay.
Starting time.
Thank you, Chair Hanks, members of the Public Safety Committee. My name is Darren Mack. I'm a co-director at Freedom Agenda, which is an organization dedicated to organizing directly impacted people in their communities to achieve decarceration and system transformation. I'm also a member of the Commission on Reinvestment and the Closure of Rikers Island, established by Local Law 193. And this commission is charged with ensuring significant reinvestment recommendations are made in vulnerable communities disparately and historically impacted by mass incarceration. So research and data have shown a significant percentage of individuals impacted by the criminal legal system reside in historically under-resourced neighborhoods in New York City. And we know that the most resourced communities are the safest communities. And one question that always arises, around a budget is, where will the city get the funding from? And I want to direct, everyone's attention to the New York City Department of Corrections, which has the highest DOC budget in the country. The proposed fiscal year 2023 DOC budget is $2.679 billion. We spend the most money in DOC and get the worst results. Yesterday, another person passed away in DOC's custody, George Pagan, who had $1,000 bail and only spent less than 1 month in DOC custody and lost his life. So to be clear, we want programs and services that people held in pretrial detention rely on to continue to be funded to meet their basic needs. However, we want to be strategic in right-sizing DOC's bloated budget in key areas, and simultaneously be strategic in reinvestments in the things that people are asking for today. So, good jobs can and do exist outside of law enforcement. The choice to invest so much in New York City's budget in policing
Time expired.
has meant that, that has become a path to the middle class for many people of color. But the city can make a choice, to invest in human services. And lastly, I want to say that, I urge City Council to deflate DOC's bloated budget, and we'll be able to reinvest those resources to fund all those things that the young people were asking for today and more. And thank you for allowing me to read my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Darren. I'm going to read off a couple names here, and you all could just bear with me as we kind of get folks on. Next up will be Adiyamisi Oni, followed by Amber Khan, followed by Divad Durant, followed by Jonathan Salazar, followed by Christina Dozier and Peter Rock. If your name was just called, please. Okay, I see. Go ahead.
Starting time.
Yes, good afternoon, Claire Hanks and the members and staff of the Committee on Public Safety. My name is Eddie MC, and I am a youth organizer and program participant at Girls for Gender Equity. We are offering testimony today to uplift our demands for police-free schools. Exposure to constant police presence outside and inside schools makes students feel unsafe and intimidated walking into school buildings. Metal detectors and officers with guns and the authority to enforce harm won't help address the issues students are facing today. Considering the fact that students spend the majority of their time in school, they deserve to feel wanted, welcomed, and safe without tactics of control and intimidation. When students enter the school building, they should be greeted by teachers, counselors, and other school aides that care about the social, physical, and mental well-being of these students they are engaging and teaching with. All the money thrown into SSA should be cut and invested back into the schools and communities that need them to advance a positive social climate. Decision makers have the opportunity to work together to create the future leaders of tomorrow today. That starts with more funding that goes towards hiring more social workers and therapists, along with having academic and social after-school programs that support students and updated accessible technology. As a former student in a New York City public school, I had the opportunity to do restorative justice programming held by GGE's school-based learning team, and I know firsthand how impactful these programs are and can speak on the importance of them being fully funded opposed to policing. It is important to remind you all that young people have experienced a tremendous amount of loss during the pandemic, personally and educationally, and deserve trusted and well-equipped adults that they can turn to. This is why we demand police-free schools. Students should never feel like they are being surveilled and policed everywhere they go and learn, every time they go to learn with their peers. They should never feel the possibility of a negative interaction with a police officer. This only exacerbates the emotional and mental stress students are already under. Us young people are the future, and you all should make decisions that invest in cultivating positive opportunities and spaces for them instead of heavy-handed policing. I urge you elected officials to join the fight for police-free schools. Use your position in decision-making to restore respect and dignity for every student, especially people of color. Furthermore, we stand in solidarity with the many organizers and education justice advocates across New York City who demand
I believe we've lost connection there. I guess we're going to move on now. Next is Amber Khan. Amber Khan.
Starting
Hello.
time.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Amber Khan, and I'm the Director of the Health Justice Program at New York Lawyers for the Public Interest, or NYPD. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony today regarding the preliminary budget and mental health crises in New York City. New York City must ensure that individuals who experience a mental health crisis receive appropriate services which will de-escalate the crisis and ensure their well-being and the well-being of all other New Yorkers. Only those who are trained in de-escalation practices should respond to a mental health crisis, and the most appropriate individuals to respond are trained peers, those with lived mental health experience, and healthcare providers. Police who are trained to uphold law and order are not always suited to deal with individuals experiencing crises, and New York's history of its police killing 19 individuals who were experiencing crises in the last 6 years alone is a sad testament to that. Eliminating the police as mental health crisis responders has been shown to result in quicker recovery from crises, greater connections with long-term healthcare services, community resources, and averting future crises. Correct Crisis Intervention Today, New York City, or CCIT NYC, which has over 80 organizational members, including Nypd, has developed the needed antidote. Modeled on the CAHOOTS program, Crisis Assistance Helping Out on the Streets in Eugene, Oregon, which successfully has operated for over 30 years without any major injuries to responders or respondents, let alone deaths, the CCIT NYC proposal is positioned to make non-police responses available to those experiencing crises in New York City. This proposal also avoids the enormous pitfalls of the city's Be Heard pilot. It includes trained peers and emergency medical technicians, has culturally competent community organizations running it. Response times would be comparable to those of other emergencies. It would be for 24/7 operating hours. Calls could be routed to a number other than 911. It would have an oversight committee board of more than 51% of more peers, including on the board.
Time expired.
The full text of this proposal can be found online. Nypd therefore urges the City Council to ensure that the $112 million it allocated in last year's budget for a non-police mental health crisis response be utilized solely for a true non-police response, such as the CCIT NYC model, and not be utilized for the Be Heard program. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Devad Durant, followed by Jonathan Salazar.
Thank you.
Starting time.
Thank you. My name is Devad Durant. I'm a representative of the Justice Committee. I grew up in the Morrisania section of the Bronx, in one of the precincts being targeted by Mayor Adams' revamp of the anti-crime unit. Growing up, I witnessed how a lack of access to quality education, jobs, and housing drives community members into survival economies, and how over-policing cycles us through the criminal legal system, further deteriorating our chances at employment. Our city needs a transformative shift in its approach to public safety, one that is based on principles of equity and ensuring all New Yorkers have the resources we need to thrive. Unfortunately, Mayor Adams' preliminary budget follows New York City's failed pattern of investing in criminalization over people by cutting monies from schools, mental health care, and social services while maintaining the NYPD's clear budget bloat. When Mayor Adams released his gun violence blueprint, he alluded to increasing resources for Black and Latinx communities, yet these investments are abused in his proposed fiscal year 2023 budget. It increases the headcount of the NYPD by 112, while cutting 249 positions from the Department of Health, Mental and Hygiene, and 381 from the Department of Homeless Services. The safest communities have the least officers and the most resources. Over-policing worsens conditions like poverty that drive people into survival economies. If passed, the preliminary fiscal year 2023 budget will only perpetuate the safety concerns we are all seeking to address. We urge the City Council not to accept the status quo and instead advance a fiscal year 2023 budget and public safety plan that makes historical levels of investment in services and infrastructure for our communities, including non-law enforcement violence intervention programs, cuts the NYPD bloat and eliminates the 112 new positions, removes the NYPD from mental health response, homeless outreach, youth engagement, and social service roles, focuses on police accountability,
Time expired.
Not over-policing. Even as the revamped anti-crime unit hits our streets, taxpayers are being forced to pay the salaries of the officers who murdered Delron Small, Eric Garner, Alan Feliz, Kowalski Trawick, and Antonio Williams. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Jonathan Salazar, followed by Christina Dozier and Peter Rock.
Starting time.
Thank you, Chair Hanks and council members of the Public Safety Committee for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Allison Holohan, and I am a senior policy manager with the Osborne Association's New York Initiative for Children of Incarcerated Parents, testifying on behalf of my colleague, Jonathan, who had something to attend to. Osborne provides a wide range of diversion and reentry programs in the Bronx, Brooklyn, Harlem, Buffalo, and Newburgh, as well as services at more than 30 state prisons and in New York City jails, including Rikers. We provide a range of services for children whose parents are in the criminal legal system, in total serving close to 12,000 people each year. There are many ways to promote public safety, and my testimony will focus on one under-discussed strategy: safeguarding children when a parent is arrested. This is not only critical for children's well-being, but also for their evolving view of law enforcement, and thus is part of a larger strategy to improve community-police relations. Currently, there is no data on how many children in New York City are present when a parent or caregiver is arrested, and until recently, it was rare to find a law enforcement agency that provided training on child development and interacting with children. From our programs, we know that children and young people are deeply affected by a parent's arrest and carry this experience for years or even a lifetime, never speaking of the memories they have about the moment they witnessed the arrest. Many have felt invisible and vulnerable at the time or have felt simply ignored. Many have incredible ideas that reimagine a public safety system where they are considered and even seen in moments when they are stripped of their parents. Last year, we were thrilled to receive City Council funding to work with NYPD and community-based organizations to implement the law that City Council passed in 2019 in response to the shocking arrest of Jasmine Headley, where her infant son was ripped from her hands. We thank the council for responding to this with a law and for this critical funding, which has allowed us to work on many unprecedented steps towards safeguarding children, which include training for police and for providers and the development of materials to support implementing best practices. With 36,000 service members in the NYPD and a network of community providers in NYC and so many elements to cover, achieving a truly comprehensive citywide approach to safeguarding children will take time. To continue to advance the critical work underway, we have submitted a City Council discretionary funding application that we hope that you will support. Osborne also provides other services that support public safety in New York City, including our court advocacy services, services for young people, and efforts to address violence and harm in ways that heal rather than further damage communities. We have submitted funding applications for this work as well. We believe these programs, along with supporting pretrial reforms, closing records, and measures to expedite court processes, as well as investing in families and communities, are what make us safer. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Christina Dozier, Peter Ronk, followed by Melissa Vergara, Peggy Herrera, Shani Ades, and Tiffany Carter.
Starting time.
Good evening, Chair Hanks and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Christina Dozier, and I am the Executive Director of the Children's Defense Fund New York. I want to focus my testimony today on young people, especially those who are at risk for or who have contact with the criminal legal system, and the priorities we believe should drive your budget process to deliver true community safety for all New Yorkers. The reason that I want to focus on young people is because youth justice is public safety. When we center young people who are in crisis in our budget making with a focus on what are the systemic conditions that are creating and exacerbating their crisis conditions, along with those of their family and community members, then we can truly make longstanding and sizable progress on public safety. Relying on policing and prosecution will not meet the needs of young people in our communities or address the systemic conditions that negatively impact their access to opportunities. This is especially true today, following 2 years of a pandemic, a mental health crisis facing adolescents, and more young people ages 16 to 24 who are disconnected from school and work than we have seen in a decade. We urge you to focus the city budget on investments like expanding the Summer Youth Employment Program, increasing support for credible messengers, violence interruption, and cure violence programs that work with communities, and making investments in local supports for mental health and economic mobility. Young people are at the center of our public conversation about gun violence and community safety, frequently blamed for the problems adults have failed to solve. We need solutions focused on addressing root causes that are grounded in a public health, anti-poverty response to violence that can actually lead to improved public safety. I look forward to working with you on a budget that delivers on needed systemic changes that enable us to reach these goals. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Patrick Ronk.
Starting time.
Go ahead, Patrick.
Hello. Thank you, Chair Hanks, for the opportunity to testify before the Committee on Public Safety. I'll be talking about the New York City Police Department's fiscal year 2023 preliminary budget, and I'm Patrick Ronk, Research Associate at the Citizens Budget Commission. Earlier today, CBC released an analysis of the NYPD's budget that identified 6 major fiscal takeaways that I'm going to summarize real quickly. First, the fiscal year 2023 NYPD budget, including both the department's operating budget and central expenses, is projected to be $10.8 billion. While next year's NYPD operating budget is currently $216 million lower than fiscal year 2022, it will increase as the city recognizes federal security grants that are not currently in the budget. Second, the February update reduced the city-funded portion of NYPD's fiscal year 22 operating budget by $533 million to $4.6 billion. But this did not include this didn't reduce resources available to the department because they were replaced with $500 million in federal COVID-related aid. This federal offset is for 1 year only, so city funds return to about $5.1 billion annually in fiscal years 23 to 26. Third, the NYPD's PEG is relatively small. Among the 10 largest city agencies subject to the PEG, NYPD's proportional cut was the 4th lowest in fiscal year 22 and the 2nd lowest in fiscal year 23. The department's fiscal year 22 PEG was 2.2% of the department's city-funded operating budget, and only 1/3 of those savings recur in out years, primarily from eliminating 210 vacant civilian positions. Fourth, the NYPD is likely to exceed its overtime budget by over $200 million in fiscal year 22. The fiscal 22 overtime budget is now $513 million. However, through February 20th, the NYPD has already spent $477 million on overtime. So at the current rate, the fiscal year 22 overtime spending could reach $742 million, which is close to pre-pandemic levels. And for fiscal year 23, the budget only includes $430 million on overtime. CPC has long highlighted the need to rein in overtime spending, and significant managerial controls will be necessary to keep uniformed overtime closer to budgeted levels this year and next.
Time expired.
After a reduction of 1,171 positions in fiscal year 21, the authorized uniform headcount for NYPD remains at 35,030 throughout the financial plan, but authorized civilian headcount increases slightly. And sixth and finally, Mayor Adams reversed the planned transfer of school safety from the NYPD to the Department of Education, leaving 5,290 school safety personnel within the NYPD. Thank you, and happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Patrick, thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we will hear from Melissa Vergara, followed by Peggy Herrera, followed by Shani Addis. Melissa, are you?
Yes. Hi, my name is Melissa Vergara, and I am a member of Freedom Agenda and the Treatment Not Jail Coalition. I am also a mental health professional. The continued narrative that public safety equates to more policing and throwing more people in jail and prison is actually the opposite of public safety. District attorneys that fail to consider mental health and substance use disorder as just as much responsible for unsafe communities. People with such disorders do not get better in prison. On the contrary, they get worse. New York City DAs often talk about the decriminalization of mental illness and substance use disorders. The fact is, it continues to be criminalized and not treated. They highlight their work in diversion programs and alternative to sentencing, but currently in New York City, there's only 140 cases in mental health court statewide. That's not public safety. ADAs have the authority to decide who gets evaluated and treated, and even when a mental health professional finds treatment to be imperative, they have the right to override clinical suggestions, which is not public safety. I know this because it's currently happening to my son. My son is currently detained on Rikers Island, and he has an array of challenges. He's been diagnosed with disruptive mood dysregulation disorder, autism spectrum disorder, and operates on borderline intellectual functioning as well as developmental delays. His attorney asked for an eval, and the ADA in his case, who has no clinical training whatsoever, stated that she believes he only has behavioral problems, which she categorized as tantrums, and denied him an eval. I sent a letter appealing the decision to DA Katz, and after a lot of unrelenting advocacy, the DA's office finally allowed my son to be evaluated for mental health court. The evaluation was completed by a psychiatrist through task, who highlighted the severity of my son's impairments and his need for treatment. The psychiatrist and my son's care coordinator with OPWDD then developed a specialized treatment plan and an intervention plan, which entailed residential program to receive specific services to rehabilitate my son. They both believed my son would have optimal chances for success. The judge was open to this plan and willing to give my son a chance. But unfortunately, the ADA denied, and she intervened and refused to allow him to be admitted into any or mental health court. Instead, she said she was never seriously considering allowing him treatment. She stated it was only done, an eval was only done as a courtesy to the mother for contacting DA Katz. Yet the ADA took pieces out of his assessment to ridicule and criminalize my son. Denying treatment is denying rehabilitation and increases the chances for recidivism. DAs and NYPD don't need any more funding. Communities need resources and funding to treat the same people that are thrown in prison by DAs and NYPD. Complaining that ADAs start with over $70,000 annually indicates an obviously disconnect from the communities that they are serving, as many live in extreme poverty. There is a clear correlation between poverty, substance use, mental health, trauma, and crime, which police and DAs continue to disregard. I would suggest all who mention concerns about the starting pay for ADAs research the pay of case managers, mental health counselors, social workers, and the median pay for the people in the communities in which they serve. The DA's caseloads would reduce if they stopped standing in the way of diversion and treatment.
Thank you so much. Josh, can you please make sure that I get that testimony? We'll be in touch.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, Chair.
I'll send it in now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Melissa, for your testimony.
Councilmember Caban has a question. You may go ahead, Councilmember.
Starting
Yes,
time.
thank you. First of all, Ms. Melissa, I just want to thank you for your testimony. I will say that I spent over 7 years as a public defender. Very few of my clients, quote unquote, qualified for diversionary courts. And there are a lot of problems there, but I just want to highlight a piece that you said and really affirm it, is that quite often, because we are allowing these issues, particularly mental health issues, to be dealt with in the criminal legal system, we're finding district attorneys, individual prosecutors making medical decisions that they have no business making. And so we will come in with recommendations from mental health providers about exactly what they feel an individual needs to be able to heal and maintain their mental health. And DAs will override that and say that they insist on another course of action or quote unquote treatment. And, we're in a position where we're asking lawyers. I'm a lawyer. I'm not a mental health expert to make medical decisions for folks. And I think by removing treatment points from our criminal legal system, we can get to a place where we're really, really supporting folks in the best way we possibly can. So again, I just want to thank you for the testimony you shared.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you, Melissa. Next, we'll hear from Peggy Herrera, followed by Shani Addis. Peggy, you may
Starting
begin.
time.
Hi, my name is Peggy Herrera. Wait, I'm outside, so I'm gonna read like this. Okay, so good afternoon, Chair Hanks and committee members. My name is Peggy Herrera. I am a leader and a member with Freedom Agenda and the Treatment Not Jail Coalition and several advocacy organizations. But most importantly, I am a mother of a handsome son who struggles with mental health issues. I'm here today to advocate for more community-based services and resources for mental health. I've been advocating for my son since he was in elementary school, but until this day, getting help for my son has been a task. I have devoted years to searching for intensive and quality treatment for him, but it seems like law enforcement is the only thing our so-called progressive city has to offer in unlimited supply. My son has been profiled by policing, aggressively prosecuted by the Queens DA, and at one point even landed on the boat in the Bronx, sleeping in the bullpens with roaches climbing on him. In my efforts to prevent police from interacting with him when he was having a mental health crisis, because I feared for his life, I was even arrested and prosecuted. New York City's district attorneys do not need more money. Instead of asking for more money, they can reduce their caseload by dropping baseless cases like the charges that were pending against me for months for obstructing governmental administration when I tried to prevent police from entering my house after I called for a mental health emergency and cops showed up. The district attorneys can also reduce their caseloads if they stop standing in the way of diversion and treatment. Can you believe that with all the people churning through our jail and court systems, we have mental health needs? There are only 140 cases mental health courts statewide because DAs keep slamming the door on people like my son who need treatment. The mayor's budget basically promises more of the same, and that is unacceptable. What that status quo has meant for my family is that when my son goes into a crisis, I go sleep in my car because I'm too afraid for his safety to call for help. In a city as rich as ours, we should have all access to resources like mental health services, mobile crisis teams, mentoring, jobs, behavioral health, education, social services, and housing right here in my community and in our schools that could have benefited my son. While my son continues to deal with the struggles of mental health, Mayor Eric Adams has deployed more police and revised an NYPD unit that further traumatizes our communities instead of addressing the real issues that affect our families. Our community's mental health should be the priority because we are facing a mental health crisis. As a mother, I am deeply concerned about the potential harm to our youth and communities resulting from over-policing. I believe that the way to deal with the gun violence is to invest in the services that help people. We need to engage people before enduring a crisis. After all our communities have been through in the last 2 years and starting long before that, this is not the time for a business as usual budget. We are counting on the city council to use every ounce of your power to push for a budget that finally responds to the needs of our communities. I know that if the funds are not provided for what my community needs, it is not because there wasn't enough money, but because elected officials put a law enforcement union ahead of people in need. I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we will go to Shani Addis, followed by Tiffany Carter. Last, we will go to Salma Andrews, who is also going to be testifying for another individual to finish things off. So, Shani, you may go ahead.
Starting time.
Chair Hanks, council members, and everyone who has stayed on to the very end, good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to the committee about the barriers survivors face in achieving safety and stability. My name is Shani Addis. I'm the Associate Director of the Domestic Violence Law Unit at New York Legal Assistance Group. In my role, I supervise 2 legal teams in the Domestic Violence Law Unit and the Immigrant Protection Unit who serve survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, child abuse, and trafficking. It is a harrowing time right now for so many members of our community here in New York City. We have seen an increase in racism, xenophobia, anti-Asian hate crimes at the same time as we have seen a devastating increase in domestic violence. In the midst of this public safety crisis, we need to expand the avenues available for survivors to seek help. To do so, we need to address barriers to accessing help and acknowledge the realities within our communities that inhibit engagement with our systems. NYLAG is one of the contracted partners at the Brooklyn, Manhattan, Bronx, and Staten Island Family Justice Centers. Working within the FJCs enables us to respond to the many intersecting needs that a survivor faces, ally with survivors to explain their options and address the barriers they have. We see time and time again that giving survivors options and meaningful access makes them and their families more safe. For example, Talia. Talia is one of our clients who was working with the DA as a complaining witness against her trafficker. She came to the DA and said that she no longer wanted to continue with the case, and the DA brought her over to our on-site attorney and paralegal at that co-located FJC. When speaking with her, they realized quickly that since reporting, she had become homeless. Her family members at her home country were threatened by the traffickers, friends, and family, and she was told that when she was deported because she didn't have status, she would be killed. We made clear our assistance was in no way predicated on cooperation with the DA, but we still took on her needs one by one. She now has a T visa, work authorization, humanitarian parole applications are underway for her family members to join her, and she was connected with case management and housing assistance at the FJC to find shelter. With these needs met, she herself chose to continue to engage with the DA in their case against the trafficker who trafficked not only her, but many other New Yorkers. The collaborative environment of the FJCs has strengthened communication amongst agencies and victim service providers, something so essential. I just need 10 more seconds, Chairwoman. As we all do our part to support survivors and make our community safe for everyone. We had 2 incredibly impassioned and inspiring speakers right before me. And I just want to say that one thing that I have learned from the collaborative environments is that having co-located spaces, building communication amongst the victim service providers, the people within the community, and the law enforcement agencies are so essential to make sure that justice is being served and they're not necessarily filing charges or going after people who are true victims or people who are vulnerable and are in fact, we're responding to all the needs that somebody faces. And so I hope that in the coming year, we continue to be able to expand the collaboration. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Tiffany Carter, followed by, I believe Crystal Clark has signed it back on. So if Crystal, you're available, and then we'll finish off with Salma Andrews. So yes, I see Crystal is here, so she will go after Tiffany. Go ahead, Tiffany.
Starting time.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to thank Chair Hanks and the members of the City Council Public Safety Committee for the opportunities to submit testimony at this hearing and really focus on the needs of our youth who are impacted by violence. So my name is Tiffany Carter, and I work at the Joe Torre Safe at Home Foundation as the Vice President of Programs. When our co-founder, Joe Torre, the baseball player, when he was a child, he witnessed unrelenting verbal abuse and saw the results of the physical harm inflicted on his mother. The perpetrator was not some stranger, but his own father. The emotional and physical pain his mother suffered scarred her for life, as well as Joe. As Joe grew older and came to terms with his experience, he wanted to ensure that no child grew up as he did, feeling alone and afraid. That's why he started Safe at Home over 20 years ago in New York City. Our work is critical. 60% of children in the US have experienced violence in their homes, schools, and communities. 90% of children exposed to intimate partner violence are eyewitnesses. In 2020, the New York City Police Department responded to over 635 domestic incidents each day. And during COVID, this only increased. Children can no longer rely on going to school as a reprieve from the dangers they face in their homes. And overall, the calls to domestic violence hotlines and visits to resources increased dramatically during COVID, indicating a significant need for further support to youth and family support systems. Safe at Home currently operates 17 school-based DV prevention and intervention programs called Margaret's Place, 4 of which are located in New York City. At our schools, we really aim to establish youth-friendly spaces staffed by full-time licensed clinicians, and we are there when students need us. We provide individual and group counseling to youth who have experienced trauma, anti-violence workshops, peer leadership programs, and other violence prevention activities as a multifaceted approach to engage youth to break the cycle of violence. Counselors are also tasked with responding to youth in crisis, and to date, over 50% of our teachers in our schools have referred students for immediate crisis. Our principals at our schools are our greatest champions. One principal in particular stated that Margaret's Place is much more than a room at his campus. It's a force shaping who the school is, and it's determined to provide a respectful, supportive environment for all members of the community and remind everyone that no one is alone. So exposure to violence without timely intervention can really impact a child's ability to learn and attend school, impact their physical safety and mental health, and increase the likelihood of continuing the cycle of violence. However, there is hope and support for our youth. Certain factors such as resilience, positive coping skills, and supportive social networks can all really do the work to support youth in disrupting that cycle. We are kindly asking today for your support to be able to continue our programs and to provide critical services to the children of New York City that are impacted by violence, abuse, and trauma. And we thank you for this time and allowing us to testify around the work that we do. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we'll go to Crystal Clark, followed by Salma Andrews.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, Chair Hanks and committee members. My name is Crystal Gooding, and I'm a member of Freedom Agenda. Today, I would like to discuss the current public safety budget and how it can be more impactful and meaningful elsewhere within our community. In my neighborhood, which is Lower East Side, Manhattan, there's a lack of funding, which is negatively impacting housing, mental health, public safety, and also our once bright thoughts for the future. The city budget has allocated $11 billion to the police, $100 million to the district attorneys, and almost $3 billion to the notoriously dysfunctional Department of Correction. We have such a high budget going towards punishment, surveillance, and incarceration, and little to none that can actually go to keeping people out of the system. The mayor proposed cuts to every agency, but the only ones he made sure to preserve is law enforcement. That shows that the priorities and the city council must push back. In my community, there are no open community centers, no mental health outreach openly accessible, and we can't even locate a mentorship program for our youth. So this leaves people struggling to find a sense of community and for the youth an important purpose. So they go searching elsewhere and there's nothing we can do for them. It leaves the members of the community coming out of pocket to help ourselves and also try to pry our loved ones away from the traps that are set up for them to fail. And for NYPD, the DAs and the DOC to then capitalize on them, having them within their systems, and then they release them back into society, with no choice but to struggle. So there's nothing for them to start with. They then go into the system, and once they leave, they have nothing. And many of them don't have the tools to succeed. And this goes back to generations prior. And we are the ones trying to make the generational change. We are the ones that are trying to stand up and say enough is enough. And we need the support and we need the funding because our generation is saying enough is enough. The community investment is community safety. So the community needs to make sure that the things our community needs does get the funding that they deserve, in hopes that this will be the end. And going forward, we have the tools to succeed, and let's do better for everyone who comes after us.
So thank you so much for your testimony. To finish things off, we're going to go back to Salma, who is going to be translating for another individual. Salma, you may go ahead.
She's going to testify herself.
Go ahead. Thank you so much.
Good evening. I am survivor of human trafficking. Thank you, Chair Ham and council member and staff who helped me to make this hearing happen. My name is Paola Martinez. I am testifying in favor and request made by many other people today to ensure $10 million be appropriated from the New York PD Vice budget and reposed to better service the actual need to sex working community. I want to tell you about my experience with New York PD Vice. And as someone is in need of community service, to show why this is necessary, to couple time in New York, I was stopped as transgender woman, and every time I was stopped by the undercover vice officer, they asked me what I was doing, and they always stopped me. They told me I have to go home. Every time they saw me, if it didn't go home, they will charge me and arrest me. That traumatized me a couple times because I was stopped by them. I was arrested even too. I wasn't doing sex working. And that time, the time arrested had really affected my mental health. This happened maybe 6 years or 7 years ago. The arrestment from the police caused lasting and traumatizing. I was like to see money spent in programming for trafficking survivors that will give people access to mental health treatment, job readiness, programming, financial empowerment. Thank you for listening my story, Chair Hank, and I hope you support the asking rounds to reporting $10 million in New York PD Vice budget to serve the actual need to sex worker community, including physical center to the age sex working. I can answer my question. You have it. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you so much, Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Chair Hanks, seeing no other members of the public to testify, you can close out the hearing.
Yes, I will hereby call this meeting adjourned. Thank you so much, everyone, for my council members who hung with me to the end. I appreciate it. We'll be taking this conversation offline and unpacking it as a committee. Thank you so much. And thank you to all the central staff for all your hard work on this. I appreciate it.